then my question becomes, as I unmuted myself, can you all hear me, team? Can you hear me all right? Hello there, everybody. We are now on both things, as people requested. I'm both on YouTube and on Twitch. So now whenever ads are playing on Twitch and people are like, oh my god, there are ads in my life, I can refer them to somewhere else. And they can do their thing. No? What do you mean no? You wouldn't lie to me, Krawled, would ya? You wouldn't lie to me, would ya? Howdy, everybody. That's what I like to hear, Barlek. Come for the lore, stay for me. Howdy, gentlemen. The gentleman, the gentleman would like me to announce that our relationship is official now. Except, I never promised clear monogamy. I never promised to be a one-person person, right? So, it may be a little bit official for today, as you were first in the chat, but I'm just saying, there's a lot of love, a lot of to share, a lot of me to go around, okay? Now, chat and YouTube, behave, you're next to each other, yeah, play nice. I love you all both equally, okay? Shayarina, hello there, yeah, the music is popping. I've been playing this during the workouts as well, it's quite nice, yeah. Ankira, I'm gonna get back to you in just a moment. Mighty Cactus, hello, Celeste. You are doing so well. I'm so proud of you, Celeste. Liberello, Crawled, of course. Growfile, Ember. You're gonna be playing a WoW. I'll be right next here to you. Zypsu, hello. I'm hoping for news, Liber. I'm hoping for interviews and news and all that. Do I have an intro? I need to work on an intro, Mighty. Honestly, my Twitch is very much like very, very basic. My stream is like, let me turn on the camera. Okay, I'm good to go now. Yeah, oh, that's true, Settlement. That's true, very much so. Acadia, thank you so much for the 2 months there. Thanks for being you and helping me keep up with the lore while I haven't been able to play past few expansions. My absolute pleasure. Is that a lean emote? That is a darn lean emote. Howdy dirty as well. Right, as we go into something that I actually want to broadcast and maybe record, as there's been a question, let me actually get something up that I can put up there without being absolutely nuked into oblivion with copyright strikes and actually put up on the YouTubes. Gloria. There we go. Trying to get better in my hobby of editing would be free, of course. Let me think here. Honestly, I'm kind of okay with the intro, to be honest. That's very kind of you to offer, though. I've had someone as well, once upon a time, do like a sick intro, unasked. They were like, here's some trumpets as you enter Stormwind. It was awesome. But then my brain was like, yeah, but I've been doing the same thing for like 20 years, 10 years. I love it. But it's very sweet of you to offer. Thank you. So to your question. Hey, Nobbel. I came back to WoW after a long break, and I finished the War Within story. I was wondering what your thoughts were on it. While I don't want to be negative about it, I kind of started and ended at the same place. Much love. What do I think about the War Within story? It is difficult to give a clear opinion on it, because it feels a little bit all over the place, in my mind. And I think that this has to do with development issues on the back end, where they were working on the War Within, which we saw at the beginning. Then Chris Metzen rolls in, and they start spitballing ideas, and they come up with the idea of, okay, now we're going to do a World Saga. So now they had to buy some time, they had to stretch out the story, they had to expand it a bit, which left to Undermine. And I think Undermine was supposed to be originally a concept released during Battle for Azeroth, and instead they pulled it off the shelf and they used it for the War Within, with loose connections to the overarching story. That's not a bad thing, that's not a negative thing, but it's more like, it feels that we went from the War Within to all of a sudden, oh, here's Gallywix and Undermine. And then we went from Gallywix and Undermine to, oh, by the way, Karesh is waiting for you. Hop on the train, the Menzies and Karesh are out there. And it's like, what? And Locust Walker is like, grab your shoes from the Undermine, put your cabs down, put your race cars down. We gotta go to space now and deal with this Void Lord. And it feels out of place and out of, you know, it feels like it just kind of fell out of the place. And then if you look at development, for example, Beledar was described as a Naru in the concept art. And if you look at storylines that were built up and then quickly dropped, as in the intro cinematic with Anduin and Thrall, where they gaze upon the sword, and they made a big meme out of the sword with like, oh, what sword? And the sword, Sukov, with the 56 in the hype train. The sword is just forgotten about instantly again. It's like, why did you make some hubbub about the sword? And then Anduin storyline that just... In my mind, there are certain elements from the War Within that were now spread out. Like, for example, the Haranir are going to be part of Midnight. So that's been spread out. So I think if we're looking at like the meta for how it's all connected and conjoined, that is what I think happened. But I don't have anything to support that. I have not done any interviews. I have not asked. But I would love to be a fly in the kitchen, if that makes sense. So that's what it feels like when it comes to how it's all connected to each other, right? Then, if I look at the individual places where we are, the intro to the War Within, the intro cutscene, is connected to Anduin's storyline in the Shadowlands. Thrall talking to him in Silithus as they make the way to the World Soul and the voice that's calling out. And even back then, when they announced it, they were very much like, you know, we're trying something new, we're trying something different, and we hope that people like it. And while as I mentioned, Fiamma, thank you so much for the 4 months as well. Hope you're doing good, lovely. As I mentioned with that cutscene, I don't like the feedback of Anduin just needs to man up. I think that when it comes to storyline like that there is a place for it, that there is a way of telling such a story, that daring to go into the heavy subjects is actually a really cool thing, and I was kind of curious how it's going to play out. My argument, however, is that that is how you sell your expansion. And when it comes to selling your expansion, the subject of emotional trauma, it's a hard sell to get people to play your game. I don't think that is why people jump into Warcraft. But that was our start. And then we go into the storyline with, like, go to Kesselgar, the leveling with Zalatath and whatnot. In my opinion, the destruction of Dalaran should not have been advertised the way that it did. As you might remember, the destruction of Dalaran was leaked, promoted, used as advertisements at the beginning. And I think that did a... I think that lowered the quality of what we actually saw in-game. I think it would have been way cooler if that was a surprise. And then Khadgar being devoured was very interesting. Like, oh, look at that, Khadgar can die. It's very much like in Legion introduction. Like, ooh, stakes are high, people can die, cities are being blown up. Except they reverse that in 2 weeks. And in my opinion, which is, of course, always my opinion, I don't think Khadgar should have been brought back. And if you are going to bring back Khadgar, do it at the end. Like, think, for example, during the Dimensions fight. If Dany came back, then we would have had a whole expansion thinking about, ooh, the bad Zalatath, she ate Khadgar. Instead of, within 2 weeks, we fixed basically all the problems that were created. Beyond that, the leveling campaign I thought was really solid. I really enjoyed the leveling campaign of the War Within. I especially love the side quests that they've given, like the Dementia one, the Irvin, and the interesting, like, uploading their memories and how it's connected to the Titans, the vault in the background, the red line as to, okay, what's actually going on. Going through the leveling campaign, I actually really, really enjoyed the story that they gave us. But as mentioned, the disconnect between the leveling campaign and Undermine is quite distinct. And then there is, of course, also the Siren Isle in between. But for the Siren Isle, they've been very open about the promotion. Like, this used to be an island expedition, and we reconverted it into something for you to do. And that's basically how I see those in-between patches. It's just something to do instead of having a content drought in between, which will be really important as we're going to come to another story later on in line, right? But the Siren Isle, it was just kind of there. It's like, yeah, there's another crystal, and go get your ring and go farm some stuff. It's like, okay, cool. And then we went into Undermine. And I really liked Undermine. Undermine, the setting, the vibe, the raid, the delves, the cutscenes and whatnot. I thought Undermine was an absolute vibe. I loved what we were given. I would have liked to have seen voice acting, but I think that had to do with the strikes. My major complaint when it comes to Undermine is that I wanted more. We went into Undermine, and I feel like we didn't learn more about the Goblin factions than what we already knew going into Undermine. It's like surface level deep, Alleycat. Thank you much for the 9 months. And that's a real shame. Like, I think if you're gonna do Undermine, the big boy capital of the Goblins, I should walk away knowing more about the Goblins than I did before, and I didn't really. As well as, I miss the griminess, I miss the edginess, I miss the more darker stuff And instead, what we got at the end were just the goblins hugging it out at the end. Like, yeah, wasn't Gallywix terrible? Now let's go lead our city. And it's not the issue that there's a council, because Undermine has always been ruled by a council. It's the issue that I'm missing the bartering and the backstabbing and the sneaking around. Like, these are cartel leaders. They're supposed to be trying to backstab each other in order to climb the ladder. And instead, you just sit at the table like, yeah, we're all friends now. And I'm like, it's so clean. It's so nice. And that is not the essence of goblins. Still, I keep my fingers crossed that we're going to get the Galagio turned into like a golden saucer. Would be awesome. And I'm really wondering, with their whole evergreen buzzword, if we're now going to see the race cars actually go forward in Midnight. Will we see more world quests with the race car system? Because, hey, not going to lie, I would love that. I thought that the race cars were fucking awesome. The music in Undermine, the battle music, oh, come on, fucking sick. So yeah, that's Undermine. And then, like I said, there's the in-between patches, and we got a questline called Pride of Raffi. Farron's breakout story with like Enduin Lothar, with the Magar orcs and the Arafi humans in the Arafi Highlands. Basically a repeat of the short story that they did, but now in-game. And in my mind, it's some of the worst storytelling that they've ever done in Warcraft, which is such a shame, because the War Within overall for me has been such a good expansion, and then there's that. And I've done a video on it, there's a lot to be said about it, but my main 2 points of critique is, one, the death of Etrix's character, who now lies about the past, keeps details hidden, and pretends like the Horde is this victim faction that breaks circles, instead of, you know, you are the Horde, you came through the Dark Portal, you were an alien invading force, what are we talking about? Why aren't you telling Farron that part? And Farron goes like, oh wow, the Horde is so much like my people, I feel so connected to you. And it's like, Farron, listen, right, love you, but if the Arafi Empire is like the original Horde that came through the Dark Portal, I want you and your people to stay far away from us as we can. Have we truly forgotten what the Horde did? Like how a Garona half-Orcan came to be, the second of Stormwind. Like, hello, this is the Horde, damn it, what are we talking about? So I really dislike that, and I go further into that video. And then there's the ending. The ending where, minutes before this cutscene plays out, we kill the Scarlet Crusade guy, Joseph something. And then we confront the lady behind all of it. Lothar's niece. No, sorry, Trollbane's niece. We confront them behind it. And in that cutscene, all of a sudden, it is wrong to kill someone because you make them a martyr. And we let them walk away. And Lothar lets them walk away with the idea of, oh yeah, we stripped them of their titles and their lands and they're not going to be a problem. And they literally say, I kid you not, in that cutscene, I'll get you next time. This isn't over. And this person, if you haven't done the questline, they threw this person in jail during the short story. She was in jail when she managed to get the Red Dawn together and get all this trouble happened while she was in prison. Why would you let this person walk away? Why, if you don't want to kill her and not make her a martyr, it's dumb, but okay, maybe. But at least throw her back into prison, right? And then there's like the whole Farron breakout story and all of that, and like Trollbane constantly apologizing, and so many factors to this. And I'm just so disappointed that this is Farron's breakout story. She served her time. Yes, exactly. She served her time and made the Red Dawn rise. But that, like I said, these in-between stuffs are like in-between stuffs. And I always compare that to either you get nothing or you get this in-between stuff. But in the case of the Pride of Raffi, I would have much preferred not to get something in between. And then we went to Karesh. And Karesh is I love Karesh, Ilandra. I love Karesh so very much. It is a campaign that took me like an hour to retell in a YouTube video. It works on the frame of the history of the Ephirials. And it works in such a way that it expands upon it. Now, there are still a couple of details that I would like them to fill in. Rumor has it that we are going to get like more of an epilogue. Rumor has it. I don't know if that's true. But things that I would like to know is who exactly brought in the Mencius? Why did Zolotov serve the Mencius and then betray him? How come Salhadar came back suddenly? And what about the oath that the Soul Scribe had towards the king? Like, why did she make that choice? And what about Karesh life? Now, like, I would have loved to know more details about the moment that they actually decided to blow up the planet. But the stuff that we got, awesome. The stuff that we got, I thought was really cool. I know that I've heard the feedback from people like, it's such a shame that Karesh is like a desert, like a broken planet. But at the same time, like, thematically, what are you gonna do with Karesh, right? At least we got those ecodomes where we get, like, a taste of what Karesh used to be like, which I really like. And again, it's the issue of I wanted to know more. But the Dimensius fight is awesome. It is one of the visually most impressive fights I've ever done. Had such fun with it. The campaign itself was great to go through. Mana Forge Omega on Heroic is a vibe. On Normal, it's rough because it's super easy, but that's also gearing, and, you know, we're just awesome players. And now, with the ending, like, I did a video the other day where I'm actually ranking the ending. And I talk about at the ending of Mana Forge Omega, and for me, it's a perfectly fine ending. I think maybe they should have made it more clear as to why Locust Walker actually picks up the Dark Heart. But beyond that, it's an ending, right? But as you mentioned in your question, the big thing is that it feels like we are back to where we started. And to that, I can only agree. Like, I really like that it ticks the checkbox of we lose at the end of the expansion. That's something that I really wanted to happen. And, you know, the whole thing happening with going into the next battle and fighting off against Dimensius, like, a lot of the things that I wanted to see at the ending happened. The only problem is that, as you said, we end exactly where we started. We end with Illyria being super pissed at Zolotov, who had just killed something very dear to Illyria. Before it was Khadgar, now it is the Locust Walker. And we end with a Zolotov with a juiced up Dark Heart coming for the soul of our world. But that is exactly what was happening at the beginning as well. There is the side note of, you know, the Locust Walker is now gone, so we lost an ally. But that gut feeling, like, obviously things happened, but that gut feeling of, okay, what exactly did we do in the War Within? It all seems like we just walked in a circle. Now, in the most romantic of ways, I could explain it by saying, like, you know what, there's just nothing we could have done differently. That is how good Zolotov is. She is just able to turn everything into her favor, which, fair enough, but that still doesn't make it feel good, right? They could have made her win in a different way. In that at the end of the day, the score was different, but that's where we are. And then it leads into Midnight, and I fucking love that cutscene with Midnight. I really enjoy that. So, all in all, what do I think about the War Within storyline? Bit of a mess. Some really lows, some really big lows. But overall, I really enjoyed it. Yeah. I think that's what we come down to. I think some of the hating WoW stories that we always win. I wish we had setbacks on top of setbacks. It makes Find the Void actually feel hopeless. Every time we just come out victorious, I don't like it that much. Like I said, I love that we end at Mana Forge Omega. I love that ending that we lose. And then we go into, okay, what exactly is happening in Midnight, right? And then my question becomes, how do we do it in Midnight? Giggity. And their presentation yesterday has me a little bit worried. Because how did they describe Zolotov, and what they said there was very basic. Like, yeah, Zolotov is here and she wants to claim the soul of the world and she wants to spread out darkness. But oh, there's the light, able to push back Zolotov. And in my mind, there was a lot more going on. I was like, is that all Zolotov really wants? To release the next big bad? Is there more to it? Like, what is her motivation? So I'm hoping, really hoping, that is just the way that they presented it at Gamescom. In a sense of, you know, we're not gonna spoil what Zolotov is all about. Because the campaigns, as they are described in the websites, are very much like, we are going to uncover Zolotov's secrets. We're going to learn more about what she's up to in the starting campaign, which is, in my opinion, one of the better timings to do it. So I'm just hoping that it's not the way that they described it at Gamescom, and I'm just hoping it's going to be better than that. But only time is going to tell. Like, I'm not going to judge a story before it's out, right? So yeah, my absolute pleasure. Good question as well. Good highlight. I think we're going to put this up on the internet as well. There we go. Boop. Hi YouTube, hi Twitch, by the way. Hello team. Hello, hello, hello. Ilandra, thank you so much for the 9 gifted for a total of 1959. That is insane. And Kira got hit. I used to chill. Yeah, me too. And then I grew older. Mandry, Dash, Real Gremlins, Kishnar, Cool Story Daniel, Nemco, and Dude. Enjoy your free subscriptions. Since we are in space this patch, 1959, Probe Luna 1 is the first human-made object to attain escape velocity from the Earth. It reached the vicinity of Earth's moon, or was intended to crash land. It missed, and instead became the first spacecraft to go into heliocentric orbit. But that's just what they want you to believe, Ilandra. That's what they want you to believe. Have you not heard the news? It's all flat. It's all recorded in studios. They want to control your mind with false information. But then there's Mighty Julius. Mighty Julius gifting to Frissi a no Garrick Zone. Lau was taken. Alexander and Rosozis. Thank you so much for the 5 gifts, Mighty Julius. That is incredibly generous as well. Honestly, team. You've all been so very fucking kind. Thank you. Chook. I got a crown. Oh. Oh my god. I got an actual queen crown. Let's go. Do you have actually any feelings about the alliance? Oh, by the way, if I miss your questions, as I noticed yesterday during my highlight video as well, I sometimes miss messages from people. I feel so bad. Somebody messaged like, hey, this is my first time in the chat. Hello, everybody. And I don't even acknowledge it. I just want to let you know that I don't do that on purpose. It's just, I literally just read over it and it doesn't register. So I'm very sorry about that. If you ever feel that way and you really need to get into touch with me, just shoot me a message on Discord. Discord is usually the best place. You can also try Twitter, but Discord is usually the best place to go for it. I mean, I'm not really flat. I got like a good handful now. Defeating Demencius doesn't feel special. Really? Oh, I had such a good time with Demencius. Fucking hell. I had such a good time. Do you have any feelings about the Alliance getting a small part of Silvermoon to stay in? Yes. I think they should reverse the decision on Bethlehem and Gilneas. I think that those need to be, those decisions should be reversed and just make them Alliance only again. And let's put some lines in the sand. This whole hugging each other, holding hands has gone on for too damn long. Yeah? We deserve our own capital cities. That we work together, great. That we're in a guild together, fantastic. But Alliance and Horde walking around the same city is where I draw the line. And if they are gonna do it, I want them to put up circles where like, okay, that's where the Horde can come, and the rest is also kill on site. Just like Silvermoon. That is, I think Silvermoon, I'm playing it up, mind you. But I think Silvermoon is the best middle ground in my opinion. Like, they already had the idea of making it neutral, but I'm kind of gunning the vibe that they saw how people responded to it on the internet. And giving up such a historic city to both factions was just not sitting well with people. So I kind of feel, and again, this is purely my own imagination, my own interpretation, but I kind of feel like they rolled back on it and made like, okay, the Alliance can come in the questing parts, but the rest of it is off limits, right? Which is a good thing, in my opinion. It's a good thing. Like, it's good to represent your faction to a certain extent. It's good to have actual factions in there. This whole... And I know it's become more of a bit of a hot topic, but a while ago I made a video, it's called The Death of Faction Pride, in which we had dialogue from Illyria. And Illyria said something in the direction of, you know what, we should totally follow the example of the Irvin. Just get rid of the Alliance, get rid of the Horde. We should just all be for Azeroth. And I read that and I'm like, time sure has changed, hasn't it? Like, I miss the days when it meant more than just a symbol next to your name when you're logged in to be part of the Horde or the Alliance. And it doesn't mean, as I've been called out many times before, that does not mean that we can't play with each other. That does not mean that we openly have to be hostile in a faction war. Nah, you can have faction pride without beating the shit out of each other. There's more to being part of a faction besides not being the other guy, right? Should come together as a family, Illyria hug runner. Wow, I thought that went like hungover. It's like, damn. Pride part of the world, which is not now. Yeah, and it's also we've spoken about this before. It's also in a sense of the way that they make a single campaign these days, instead of for both the Horde and Alliance, they'll get their own story. And I understand from a development point of view that it's a lot easier to make just one story for everybody, right? I get that part. But man, do I miss it. I miss having a reason to be playing both factions. Let alone that we had like class stories back in Legion. Like, I understand times have changed, we don't have those development teams anymore. But like, look at Battle for Azeroth or Warlords of Draenor, right? Like Battle for Azeroth, Warlords of Draenor, you had some solid faction storytelling in there with their own campaigns and whatnot. And eventually the story came together. But before that, you had like, okay, this was happening on our side of the field. I really, really missed that. But I don't know if that's ever going to come back, you know. Do I think the War Within story is better than Dragonflight and Shadowlands? Yes. Yes, I do. I mean, it's hard to say. So here's the thing. And this is actually surprising to me as well. But here's the thing. Shadowlands, as it stands right now, might have actually added more to the story as it is than what the War Within has done. Like, if we look at what exactly have we done in the War Within, there's the introduction into Kezogar, there's dealing into Undermine, and then there's the outro into Midnight. But here's the difference. War Within has been established as part of being of a trilogy. So if we are comparing storylines, we need to keep in mind that this story has purposely been split apart into 3 different expansions, and we're right now in the middle of the story. Right? So it's the story-wise comparing it is difficult, in my opinion. And Shadowlands does a lot at the beginning for setting up the world building and the covenants and all that. Now, obviously, the ending, but we are not there with the ending for the War Within either. Like, yes, we know how we lead into Midnight, but we're not with the World Soul Saga at its ending, so it's difficult there to compare. And if I look at Dragonflight, I scratch my head what happened with Dragonflight. Like, I don't get Dragonflight. It's like, what was the point of Dragonflight? It feels a bit like an island adventure, and if we look at the major things that happened in Dragonflight, was the Dark Heart, which we now have a big part to play with it, and there is the re-empowerment of the dragon aspects. And the World Tree being planted, I suppose. There was also that. War of the Scaleborn, exploring the Dragon Isles, getting new aspects again. Like, it was a big part about getting the aspects again. But getting the aspects again hasn't really led anywhere besides, yeah, we're now the aspects again. I got a feeling, I got the hunch, I got the idea that we made them aspects again because we got that whole Renilush vision of Anduin on a battlefield with, like, dragons of all colors flying above. I kind of feel that that is why we went back there. But again, like, that is to be decided, right? A bunch of stuff to chill out. Yeah, and mind you, by the way, better than does not mean something else is bad. Like, for me, Dragonflight has some of the best questing they've ever done, but also some of the worst. Like, the Blue Dragonflight questline in Dragonflight was awesome. But good lord, there are also a couple of stinkers in there that I'm like, what happened there? But what I really appreciate about Dragonflight is how far behind it had to come. Like, make no mistake that after the Shadowlands, with lockdown, with the investigations at Blizzard, with the reception of the expansion, with the exodus to Final Fantasy, Blizzard had to come from very, very far. Very far. They have acknowledged this. They know this. And if I look at what they've been able to put out with Dragonflight, I'm like, okay, that's really impressive compared to where you came from. And if I then look at what they're doing with the War Within, I'm like, yeah, you're on the right track. If you keep this up, and above, right? And I know that for some people, nothing Blizzard will ever do is going to be good enough, and fair enough. Like, if you've made that decision, if you're in that spot, all the power to you. But for someone like me, who still plays the game, I like that they're still busy improving and adding and getting stuff right. In the same vein where I've heard people say, like, I can't believe that they're doing player housing is like 20 years too late. And I'm like, 20 years too late for you? For me, who is still playing, I'm fucking over the moon that we're getting player housing. What the fuck do you mean, right? Right. Come here. What do we need? Please return the items. 20 years too late is still better than never. I mean, I swear, Ilandra. That is then becomes the counter argument. Like, okay, what exactly do you want Blizzard to do at this point? Like, just throw up their hands and be like, there we go, no more development, right? Love the small daily quest in the Bronze Zone. The one with the time traveling things, yeah? Undermine all the side history not essential for the War Within. We just spoke about a power bottom at the beginning of the stream as well. How I feel like Undermine was supposed to be Battle for Azeroth content, put on the shelf somewhere, and now reintroduced with a loose connection. The loose connection is the repairing of the Dark Heart. That's the loose connection that they created between Undermine and the overarching story. None of my friends are excited about player housing. It's a niche thing. We're not even a hardcore game, which is normal heroic raid. Slowly with the guild. I mean, that's fine as well, right? I'm not saying that you need to be excited for player housing. But the argument of, you know, it's too little, too late, and therefore they should not do it is weird in my mind. Doom posting Genjin when they want to try a new focus and show him more lore with the less telling, etc. Yeah. Is housing the only new feature for Midnight? Honestly, one of the major ones, and it's even going to be released before midnight. Now, we are going to get our deep dive, and I'm kind of hoping that during the interviews and during the developments and whatnot, that we're going to get more information. Because as it stands right now, is we're going to get prey mode. And I don't get prey mode, because to me, prey mode just comes across as you can now be ganked by like a rare elite. But it will very much depend on, okay, how difficult is this elite? Is it going to be a challenging fight like the Brawlers Guild? Is it just going to be an annoying trash mob that pops up from time to time? An Xbox article mentioned that you can bring your friends in. So if I turn on this elite thingamajig, am I just going to be hanging out with my guildies waiting for this thing to show up and then we just fucking gank the shit out of them? I don't know. Like, for me, I can't wrap my mind around, okay, what exactly is the spray system going to be? So I'm curious. I'm curious what it is. And beyond that, we are getting what we are expecting to get. So we're going to get free raids, we're going to get new mythic dungeons, we're going to get new delves. Lore walking is being continued as far as I'm aware. Story mode is going to be, I think, at the beginning with the raid, I've been told. Transmog is going to go into such a way that you can like put up costumes, and said costumes are going to be free to just swap in and out. We're going to get the Harniers, a new race with new classes to play in there. We're going to get a new spec for the Demon Hunter, which is going to be somewhat of a middle range melee spec. Go Demon Hunters. And they too are going to get new race customizations, right? So there is plenty in the expansion as you have come to expect, I suppose. But if we're talking about a new system like the Delves, for example, not as of yet. But I'm kind of hoping that we're going to learn more as perhaps time goes on. Because you do want to sink your teeth into something shiny and new then. At the same time, if you're going to tell me that they're going to re-release Warp Within with just shinier upgrades, I think I'd be okay with that. But I don't know if that says something about me or about the War Within, because I really like the War Within. Now, obviously, I want new raid bosses to fight, and I want new gear to collect, and new delves, and new stuff to play through. And of course, I want the new shiny things as well. But I had such a good time with the War Within, I'm telling you. And that, on top of player housing, has me very, very excited. Less new features? Yeah. Arizo! Hang on, I saw something earlier as well. Yeah, Zace there. I mean, it's everybody their own taste, ain't it? Like, for some people, it simply is, and we had it yesterday as well, and I kind of regret how snappy I was about it, but I was just fucking tired and annoyed. But it's very fair for people to say, like, I don't play WoW for Sims. I don't play WoW for player housing. And if your player housing is like your big ticket to draw people in, then what are they playing WoW for? But then my counter argument becomes, it's not like it's just player housing. You're still gonna get the WoW experience that you had in the War Within. But now in Midnight with new classes and all the things that we just talked about, right? You can't stop thinking about Liadrin, your beloved. Yay! Aww. Lady Liadrin. How is player housing, by the way? I've been asked. I know on Gate at the convention they're doing playthroughs. And I imagine that testing is going to be available more for the public soon, TM. It looks cool. It looks very freestyle. Like the tools that they showed us off in like the demos and the videos and whatnot. That's basically what they're playing with. It seems to be very intuitive. It seems to be very easy to use. So yeah. War Within is your first solo expansion, yeah? Oh, cool. Return by F with the missing imports. There we go. Because I decided not to Zace there. So I've been doing a lot of traveling at the start of the year. And they were kind enough, mind you. It's not like, oh my god, Blizzard hate me. No, quite the opposite. They were very kind to invite me over. But going to a convention for me, it takes a lot out of me. It takes a lot... I love doing it, mind you. I love meeting people and all that, but it takes something out of me. As well as the financial investments, the time investments. And I just really wanted to blast from home and share like the hippity-hoppity excitement with all of you. Little did I know that they were not going to stream any of the Gamescom besides, you know, I did not know that. Had I known that, I might have made a different decision. But it's either here nor there, you know. But I'm still very happy because we got now quite a few videos now with people like having questions, and I could just jump on it and be like, this is what the lore is happening. So you just certain things had to be filled in, as well as like at the beginning of the year. I already traveled to London for like the 20th as well, and I've also done Gamescom last year, and I've done this, I've done that. I was like, you know what, I'm okay staying home. What about new talents or hero talents? What's the point of leveling? We're gonna get new hero talents, 10 of them. I need to check out what exactly it is, because I saw a lot of people on Twitter going like, oh my god, this is not making me happy. Bloat, new talents, but all I saw was like a window with 10 new talents, and that's about all I saw fly by. How do we unlock the furniture? Everywhere you do achievements, collecting, raiding, dungeoneering, you will get furniture. Did they say something about Apex talents? Oh, is that the new name for it, yeah? Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Shadela. New talent points across all 3 trees, not 10 new hero talent points. Oh, okay. You got the answer for me. Hell yeah. Hit me. We'll go this way. New builds like every expansion. Sweet. Last time I was part of a group of people being hyped for the next expansion was back when Warlords was coming. Aww. Man, I remember Warlords launch. That was a good time. Do you think my idea of a Demon Hunter healer spec using Shivara's succubus powers makes sense? Or would healer Demon Hunter never really work with a justifiable lore reason? Like the easy cop-out would be potions and bandages, but we're not going for that. We're going with the idea of fell healing. It could make, like honestly, like in the lore, we have a lot of freedom, right? We could do a lot of things. And if you have, for example, in Darkest Dungeon, you got cultists who make like blood sacrifices in order to heal themselves. You could use the Void, which is said to be like a devouring power, and use that to heal yourself, right? So why not the Fel? Why not use the corruptive powers? Like, your allies might look at you and like, why are you infusing me with the Fel? I don't want this power. But then you can easily reverse that to the undead, who is like, yo, Priesty, I love you for using your holy power to keep me together, but it kinda burns me. Stop it. So, you know, in the lore, I'm always a big fan of like, you know, if we can make something happen, let's do it, right? We should actually check out some interviews as well. I'm trying to think, is there anything that I need to do in my WoW gaming? For those who missed yesterday's stream, by the way, we did a little bit of heroic raiding. I am now rocking a 4-piece set bonus. Yeah. 4-piece. 2 champion pieces, 2 hero pieces. Count them out. Yes. We are definitely gearing. Which means I do want to do Kai Vesa, but I'm not going to do Kai Vesa on stream, because Kai Vesa is a really long fight. You don't want me to death stare you into the camera as I'm doing it, right? So that will be off stream. And gearing wise, I need to work on crafted gear. And for crafted gear, I need to get 3 more gilded Ethereal crests to make like 1 piece. But I can get a lot more, and I'm pretty sure you can get them from Mythic Plus. Yeah, +7. I haven't done +7 yet, but I also can get them from delves. But I can get them from tier 11 delves. They're not hard, they just take a long time to do. So I could just, you know, farm those from the delves and get my 2 crafted gear pieces. Would be sick. And we make it a 1 piece. Oh my god, I am at the arena, Zool. I am at, Rebecca, I think her name is. Rebecca has fed the sun god, alright? Rebecca has fed the sun god. All enemies of Rebecca shall tremble in their boots. The sun god has been given food, and therefore they shall perish before the might of the Lucy. Some people are going to be sitting there like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? One Piece. I'm watching One Piece, and it is amazing. Does the Mencius live up to the hype of the fight? Yes. For me, it did. Not, obviously, not as great as I had it in my mind, because I read descriptions like spaghettifying, and I was like, that's going to look so cool. 90% of what I had is what they hit with the Mencius. That's why I'm so excited about it. I absolutely love the Mencius fight. It's so cool. They also dealt really nicely, in my opinion, with the issue of how do we mere mortals stand against the Mencius. Spoiler alert, we don't. We only do so because Zolotov keeps us alive. Okay, great. We got our excuse as to how we can even make it through. As well as, you know, he just recently got out of the Dark Heart. He's still charging up. So there are reasons as to why we can take on the fight to begin with. And then they've dealt with the size issue by giving us the dragon riding piece, where you basically deal with ads with the Mencius in the background. That way you don't have to hit his penis and like his little toes like we had with, for example, with Deathwing, where you had like little body parts. No, there's a big ass Mencius in the background throwing rocks and shit at you. And meanwhile, you have to deal with the other threats that are being spawned. Like little Void Lords, previously conquered rivals being thrown at you, is amazing. So I thought it was great. Doesn't he look like a buff Voidwalker? Nah, he looks way better than that. Like, seriously, he looks so cool. And the little skulls at the bottom has me wonder, like, did he eat a lot of people? Are those the souls of the Kareshi that he's just bringing back? So I love, like, the big size that they've done it, and how Zolotov makes us, like, she turns us into a moon symbol as we go in, and then we become, like, a star symbol as we fly out. So fucking cool. And then in the final phase, there's like little planets that are being summoned around him, with stars dropping in. We've got our 3 allies helping us out to even survive that place, because without them we would just instantly be crushed. Again, a reason as to how we are surviving this fight. And then you just gotta make it through that final stage with the music, with the Mencius, the music. Mwah. Oh, so fucking cool. What is the last 10%? Making it more clear that he's throwing actual freaking planets at us. And like, when I read the description and it's like, he's gonna throw bricks and pieces of devoured planets at me. Instead, what I see is he's throwing pebbles at me. That's what it looks like. He throws like a rock wall at me. When he throws that thing, it does not look like he's throwing a planet at me. It looks like he's just throwing pebbles in a wall. And like, in the description, it sounded better. And if we're talking about spaghettifying, I was like, oh shit, we're doing, like, you know how in Guardians of the Galaxy, when they go like warp speed and they get all blah, that kind of stuff. But again, that's because I imagine something, and they will never hit what I imagine. They will never hit. But knowing that, like, for example, Argus hit around 50% of how I imagined it, and this hitting around 90% how I imagined it, that's why I'm so fucking over the moon. The Mencius fight is honestly, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, one of the coolest fights I've ever done. Genuinely, I fucking love it, and I cannot wait to see it on Heroic, because even on normal, Mana Forge Omega on normal is piss poor easy. I'm genuinely 6 out of 8 bosses. I am sitting there, hating my life, just fucking target dummying my rotation. And then 7 and 8 is where it gets cooler with the King and with Dimensions. And if Dimensions is cool on normal, I cannot wait to see what he's like on Heroic, right? So, yeah. Slaps a planet frozen at us, right? It's fucking sick. And the music as well. They've done a really cool job with the music this time around. I will say, I liked Undermine music better, but that's, again, taste. But they made it in such a way that they're actually playing around with background music. And no longer is it just a static, regular thing. They'll pop a certain combat music as you go in. Like, wow, wow, ba-da-ba-ba-bow, bow, bow, bow. And you're like fighting an Undermine. I love progressing in Undermine, in like Liberation of Undermine. Just because of the vibes of the music, I'm like, yeah, let's go. It's been great. It's been fantastic. The raiding scene in the War Within, like I said, there's a reason why I've been playing this fucking expansion so much, right? Yeah, it is. It very much is. Yeah. If you haven't heard the Mencius music yet, and you haven't seen the fight yet, go to YouTube and type in, like, the Mencius music, and just vibe to it. There's a couple of comments that, like, will point you towards the highlights of the track. It's worth to check out. Midnight would be going back in time to the Elven Zones. Was the scrap now for just an updated version? No. What happened was miscommunication. And I remember people saying this immediately after the presentation as well. What Madsen said was, we're going to go back to Olden Lands. And people took this as, oh shit, we're traveling back in time. It's like, no, we're going back to Old Lands like Quel'Thelast. So that's just how he announced it. But the way it came across had some people confused, like, Olden Lands? Are we time traveling again? And who can blame them, considering, you know, Wars of Draenor, right? When I look at the Horde Council, not a single one of them is an inspiring leader you want to follow. Follow Lorfmar, and the only one that seems like he has potential. There's no Garrosh, Vol'jin variant types. I mean, that's the issue with councils, ain't it? That's the issue with councils, where just everybody gets a voice, and nobody gets a voice, and nobody stands out, and it's just like... Ugh. Do I think the new female Amani troll model looks like an orc? Yes. I mean, both of them don't look right, and I'm kind of hoping that's because this is alpha, and they still got work to do. Because people point out, like, that just looks like a trollish orc. What is happening here? So I'm kind of hoping that this is not like final model, but to be decided. That I don't know yet, White Dragon. The question is, anything on the original versions of the Blood Elf zones? Like, are they delighted or phasing? I don't know. Does anyone know yet? Has they said this? I know that they're going to update Silvermoon. They're going to heal, like, the Dreadscar and whatnot. But I don't know if they're going to give the original leveling experience to the Blood Elves in a pocket, in a phasing. Or are they going to go complete overhaul and be like, we're going to drag the Blood Elves in the current storytelling? The tusk clip through their jaws in the presentation? Yeah. The Horde Pandaren leader. You mean, G Firepaw? That took me a total of 5 seconds to come up with a name to begin with. Yes. Who do I think would be the leader of the Horde? So... Why would you even think that, Brain? That's not even funny. Like, my mind came to Sylvanas, and I'm like, that's not funny. Don't even say that. And now I've said it. So my brain thought about Sylvanas, but here's my thought process. Marco. Marco and I are like, yeah, you know. Here's my thought process when it comes to leadership between the Alliance and the Horde. This is how it happens. We started off with Thrall leading the Horde, and Thrall was very level-headed, very much towards peace, penance for the duties, for the done things in the past. And around him were the more darker things like the Forsaken. But all in all, Thrall was like the one aiming towards trying to work together with the Alliance, right? One heck of an orc, what a guy. Fucking, that's my war chief right there. Then on the Alliance side, you had individual leaders. But you also had Varian, who was basically the main guy. They eventually made him the main guy, but at that point he was the main guy. And Varian was the opposite of Thrall. He was like, fuck all y'all orcs. You burned down my city, you killed my daddy. I hate all of you. And then I was split into two and you enslaved me. Yes, Thrall, I know we enslaved you as well. But you enslaved me. I hope you all purge and perish and die. So, from that, you have like a really interesting dynamic between the Alliance and the Horde. There's friction, there's history, there's a reason as to why they're bashing heads. And over time, what they did was they flipped the script. Thrall was replaced by Garrosh, the hothead, the one who was like, fuck you Alliance, we are the mighty Horde, we should conquer and claim and dominate anything we want. You want to talk about trading resources? That shit is for merchants. If I want something, I'm gonna go out into your Ashenville and I'll take it for the Horde! And meanwhile, if you kept Varian the way that he was, it would have just been two hotheads, boring, what the heck's happening. But what was really cool is that on the other hand, you had Varian on his journey. And Varian was becoming more level-headed and more balanced and more the king that he was meant to be. The actual High King of the Alliance, golden empowered, listening to his son. Now it was Varian who was like, I am somewhat down working together with the Horde and trying to go for peace. And now the dynamic shifted. And again, interesting dynamics, right? Interesting shit happening. Then they made Vol'jin the war chief. And Vol'jin was anyone's guess. Vol'jin was exciting because you did not know what you were gonna get with a Vol'jin. He had a book where and I'm paraphrasing here, it's not actually what happened, but in the book, he basically finds out that we're all trolls on the inside, and that he can't let the Horde be in Garrus's hands. But would he have worked together with a Varian, or would he have gone for claiming land? And there's stuff to be said there, right? However, for some reason, I do not know why, they decided that no, Vol'jin should not be the war chief. We're gonna put Sylvanas as war chief. And at the same time, they also replaced Varian with Anduin. Why? Why would you do this? So where do you stand? Well, Anduin is the peacekeeper, the boy who can do no wrong. He was always the voice of reason for his father, Varian. And so, as High King of the Alliance, he would lead the Alliance going forward. And there was the possibility of something interesting happening there, in the sense of, okay, Varian was appointed to be the High King of the Alliance. What about Anduin? Will all the other leaders just follow this boy king? Surely not. They have their own kingdoms, their own things. But nah, that never really happened. Yeah, we got a Greymane going AWOL against Sylvanas, but nobody really cared about it amongst the Alliance. Anduin all of a sudden kidnaps Zandalari royalty because they dare to talk to the Horde, because that's Anduin now. And, like, the leadership role was weird. Anduin himself had this really cool arc about becoming a better fighter, and, like, what a king must do, and trying to step into his father's shoes, but not become Varian. There was a lot to be said about Anduin. But then there is Sylvanas. And we know where Sylvanas went. And so, the issue with the Horde is that the Horde's identity is connected to its war chief. So, if you make the leader of the Forsaken, the Banshee Queen, the one who developed a plague that would wipe out both the humans and the undead, the one who bombed South Shore in Gilneas, the one who holds farms with humans in there, the one who blinds little girls in the Undercity. Like, the Forsaken, the cool part about the Forsaken is that they are, I don't want to say evil, but they are the dark, we will do whatever it takes. They're zombies, they're Forsaken, you know, they're more on the dark side. And if you make them the leader of the Horde, now the Horde is more on the dark side. Yeah, so there's a reference to Fable in the Undercity. If you ever played Fable, the sister of the guy, the blinded sister, is a reference in the Undercity. I don't know if she's still there. She used to be there. So now Sylvanas is the war chief of the Horde, and as we know, the story plays out. Eventually they kick out Sylvanas and they go with a council. So now we got a council, but then the question becomes like, okay, who would you put into place with replacing her, like an actual war chief? And I remember an old video that we did when the question became like, who is going to replace Garrosh? And we had this whole competition, and Lor'themar was brought up, but back then, Lor'themar was also gazing across the field and like wondering, should we just abandon the Horde and become part of the Alliance? And I don't know if that's what you're looking for in your war chief, somebody who's willing to abandon a faction. So, with what we got, I'm trying to think here. I'm really trying to think here. So, here's where my mind shot. And I don't, like, part of me went to Talungi with Vol'jin in the background. But I don't know if Talungi will be able to carry that. I just really like Talungi as a character. Rexxar has been too much out of the story in my mind. Also serve Sylvanas for some weird-ass reason. I was thinking to go with the following plan. Now hear me out. On the Horde side, we make Bane the leader of the Horde. Now I know what you're gonna say. Bane is a bit of a sitting on the floor guy, but that's exactly why we need him in the position of War Chief. Because he needs more storyline. He needs a part to play. So we're gonna make Bane the War Chief, and everybody rallies behind Bane as the war chief, which we will have a strong, unified, non-dramatic horde, no siege of Orgrimmar, no burning of Teldrassil, no. The horde is united, and under Bane's leadership, they will prosper and be flourishing and grow and be powerful. Because you know what? It is time for the Alliance to get dicked over for a while. Also, we're gonna get advertisements. Sorry about that. I run them during stream because Twitch makes me. Adblock, Twitch Turbo, Twitch Prime, subscribing on the Twitch, or I'm also streaming over on Nobbel TV on the YouTube if you want a more ad-free experience. So, on the Horde side, I would put Bane, and then on the Alliance side, this is what I would do, right? It shatters. The Alliance shatters. It shatters. Anduin came back to Stormwind expecting he could rule, and Trellin is like, why are you back? You're not gonna rule, and they're gonna be fighting each other. Tyrande is like, she's like retired with Malfurion living under a tree, and now Chandris is trying to rule the elves, but the elves are having conflict over nightmares and whatnot, and Chandris is fresh in the boots of actual leadership over their people, so she's struggling. Then there is Gilneas, where Gen Greymane is retired, and now his daughter Tess is trying to do it, and Tess is like, I thought it would be great to be a furry, and now everybody's mad at me, and I've also opened up the gates to the Horde, and now nobody comes into my city anymore. The gnomes are gonna try to retake their city, and again, nobody helps them out, so they're still stuck without the new gnome Dragon. Like, the Alliance shatters. Alliance shatters. So they are the ones with conflict and strife and, like, getting dicked around, whereas the Horde are gonna flourish and grow and be the resources, and they're gonna be the ones that the Alliance come to and is like, help me! Oh, Horde, help me! And that's how it's gonna go. What are the dwarves doing? They are on holiday. The dwarves are on holiday. I mean, the dwarves are united. But here's the thing. We all thought that Dugran was gonna be like this nerdy, studious guy, right? We all thought Dugran was gonna be like, oh, I so like adventure. I am Elfino, and I love Titanfalls. But in reality, the boy is much more like his father than we ever imagined. And now he has the smarts of his mother, a great master manipulator. We never saw it coming. And now he is the one in charge of not just the Dark Iron, but also the Wild Hammers and the Bronzebeard. The unification of the dwarves that we fought for so hard is going to be led into battle against any and all that dare to try and claim the mountain. And his mum, well, she loves her child, so she won't do much. And his granddad, well, he just dotes on his grandson, innit? Who will rise up against the dwarves? Nobody. Nobody. Sorry, I'm just spitballing here. Did anyone ever tell you look like Northern Lion? Last stream. I think it is one of the greatest compliments I can be given. That man can yap like nobody's business. We got side quests around evolution of different characters. But wow, it's too much combat, folks, then it would be very much go there and listen quests. I mean, to be fair, like if we look at the Earthen side quests that we had in the War Within, they were very much like development of the Earthen race. Their memories, their system as to how it worked. They can if they want. They most definitely can if they want. Mini Frostmourne to take the throne. He's like, I did not give you that hammer to usurp. He is the one who gets into conflict. Oh, the boy king serves at the master's table. 3 lives will he offer you? Whoa! Whoa! There you go. Voila, I solved it. Il'gynoth predicted it. Dugran is the boy king. Boom. Boom. There you go. Whoa, Gertje. How do you abandon the prophecy? I mean, the prophecy has always been so incredibly vague that you can apply it to a lot of things, right? What is up? We are just chilling and spitballing and talking about who would make the war chief. But then let me throw it back to all of you. And you can just spam whatever name you want. We don't need the whole, we don't need the explanation because we can't get through it. I just want to see the names fly. If it was up to you, who would you make the new war chief of the Horde? One person. Give me a name. Who would you do? You can say Bane. You can just ally with me. Lorfamar! Give me my Lorfamar. Kalia? Kalia! Wauw. Telungi, Felistra, vooral Bane. Vooral's mum. Okay. Vooral's mum, right. Frisa. Nobbel. I can't be War Chief, sorry. Bane, I guess, since Garrosh had to kill Cairn. Well, technically Mogova, but I see where you're coming from. Jaina! Jaina, War Chief of the Horde. Oh, let's go. Kiro? He's gonna die in like a year. My man ain't living that long. Anyone but Brand the Ninja. Google. Rexar, we got some character development to be less solo-oriented. I just hate what they've done with Rexar. The legacy of Rexar, Champion of the Horde in Warcraft 3 was so strong, so powerful, that all they had to give him in Classic was like a small part of the Onyxia achievement quest chain, and everybody was clampering over Rexar. And just with the years, they've just done nothing with him. I'm on Terokar. Do I actively raid? Yes, I do. 2 nights a week, baby. Until Heroic is done. And then we might actually get achievements, and then we're done and over with. Drekfar, because he's so old, I'm convinced he can't die. Drekfar is just being held up by the elements. Yeah. Shall we see if we actually have any Gamescom stuff to react to and to see if there's anything dropped on the Wowheads and the post team. Let's see if we actually got any new information for today. Is Light the next focus of the expansion? Light versus Void. Light versus Void seems to be the thing. Ow, they stabbed me today for my plasma donation. I don't think they did it right. The wound is very, very prominent. Ow! Okay. Wowhead. Kel'Thuzad returns, becomes the War Chief. Let's go. Manaforge Omega Race recap. Is Dimensius the hardest boss ever? Nah, that's me. Nah, Nobbel, dat zeg je toch niet? Dat kun je toch niet maken? Alright. Is Dimensius the hardest boss ever? Liquid's Heater. Dreadnoughts and Teddles are back with another series on the race of... I think niet kunnen, I think ook niet. Dimension's progression continues with Liquid entering the final phase, while Echo and Method are making their way through phase 2. The fight is absolutely diabolical, with phase 1 in particular remaining incredibly challenging and wipe-causing, even with Lust still on it and hundreds of pulls now committed. The last phase so far lacks any crazy mythic twist beyond what is in the dungeon journal. The presence of the inverse and crushing gravity mechanics and the twist to the Void Stars require a maximum of 5 players in each during the Devourer cast, and of course massively increasing DPS and healing per second checks. The conversation around the hardest boss of all time is always an interesting one, with Dimensius already being in a conversation. The pull count is of course well below some of the giants in history, and recent titans like Ansurek and Firak are of course worth thinking about, but if Lust has to come off phase 1 and DPS check of phase 3 is still so tight, we could be in for a crazy difficulty and end of the tier. We'll have to see for the next 24 hours how things develop and whether Echo will be able to catch up or overtake Liquid. So this is why people were like, please Blizzard don't nerf. They want the race to actually play out. Yes, Blizzard, please, no nerfs. Let it reset. Let them get more gear. Let's go. Yo, enjoy Gilgamesh. Back to your point on how easily normal is. Heroic's pretty easy until the last boss. I raid with 2 guilds. My main guild smashed 7 out of 8. The other one couldn't get past Lumitar. So your repercussion boils down to people pressing buttons well more than Season 2. Alright, fair enough. I mean, for Heroic so far, one of my guildies went into a puck with their Warlock. And they dropped, oh guys, by the way, my puck just one-shotted these bosses. Meanwhile, we wiped a couple of times on the first bosses. Like, we progressed, it's fine. I like progression in that way. We made better choices, and everybody's still waking up, and like, the new season, so it's fine. Yesterday, we had our tank have to pick up the misses, so we did normal, and then we did the first 2 bosses of Heroic. Well, I did part of it on stream, people saw how it went down. We have another boss cleared last time, and I've been told that the wall boss in the sands is apparently free, because you can install a weak aura telling you where to drop your walls and when to break them. So that's gonna be nice. So that's going to be nice. So we just need to get through the 4th boss, I think. So far, like I said, I just like that heroic bites back, whereas normal is just absolutely a snorefest. But it is normal at the end of the day, right? Plasmas do hurt. Yeah, last time they didn't stab me like this, though. You know? Akama becomes relevant again. Just make Thrall War Chief again. Like, for me, I want Thrall and Jaina to retire. If we're talking about characters to retire, I want Thrall and Jaina to retire, please. Midnight revealed pre-order developments and more. This week in WoW, Blizzard revealed the latest expansion Midnight at Gamescom, with pre-orders being available. Catch the latest exciting one. Oh yeah, oh, we actually got a video. I think we've seen this already. Whoa. So Light and Void. The mount looks absolutely gorgeous in game, by the way. Absolutely. They've done a fantastic job with the mount. And add-ons doing the fight for you is nice. It's nice because the fight is shit, Vlad. Or I should say I don't enjoy the fight. So when they were like, yeah, we're going to install a week or basically making the fight for free, I'm like, oh, okay, that's what we're going to be doing, huh? Is it necessary or required? Absolutely not. It just makes it easier, right? But it's not required to get it done. But I would have liked to see like an actual more interesting boss fight, but you know, it's fine. Paintings, right? Experience Midnight first, 3 days early, plus beta access, oh yeah. And a level 80 boost. The mount is insane, I caved when I saw it in-game. Yeah, it's fantastic. Prepare to embark on a new journey. So we got the Sunwell one, we got the gameplay trailer. As she grasps for more power, unleashes chaos in her wake with the invasion of Azeroth. Why does Zalata keep saying my champion? You think I care if you trust me or not? The Void will claim all. It's like she's talking to you, to different people in Karesh. Even Illyria says make her believe you are our champion. It's because Zalata is yandere and she doesn't want to commit. Okay, she loves us very much. She just, you know, she won't. So this is the presentation we saw yesterday. There will be a VOD up tonight on the YouTube, as well as if you want to see it right now, my Twitch VODs are always available. The Midnight wallpaper is beautiful, though. Oh, this is a different one. This is with the, this is the key art. Ah. Oh, maybe this is just a part of it with the preview. That's probably it. The journey is fraught with rewarding danger, champions. Let us adventure alongside you and regale you with tales of valor, shine of light, and epic loot, and direct your eyes to legendary raids. Return each week to World of Warcraft news site, where together we'll forge our destinies in Azeroth and beyond. Sweet. Need to animate it? Yo. Honestly, the Quel'Thalas remake, the quality of it is insane. Absolutely insane. So here we got the one and only Kexman. Their own DPS meters and improving nameplates. He is such a legend, by the way. We hung out during Warcraft 20th in London. Very nice guy. Kexman interviewed Laura and Toby, discussing the upcoming official in-game damage meters and updates to enemy nameplates coming into Midnight. Make sure to check out the full video for context, but we'll summarize the important points down below. An official World of Warcraft damage meter is coming to WoW. And you can have multiple panels which can show healing damage, but some stuff is to be decided. So this one I didn't know. I did know about. I knew about one of them. Which one did I know about? I think I knew about the oh yeah, the boss timers. I wasn't aware about the boss timers, but the damage meters is not new. We knew that these were going to come, as far as I'm aware. For those who are out of the loop, Blizzard has already announced that they're going to lower the power that add-ons have going forward. And these are mainly aimed at battle add-ons. So if you're using add-ons to customize your UI or like to make things look pretty and stuff, you won't be hit very much. Fuxney, hello there. But combat add-ons, like for example with Deadly Boss mods, or I'm imagining weak R's or whatnot, they are going to be able to draw less from the game itself, which I'm personally a big fan of, but I know that opinions are quite divided. Big Levi, hello there. So to see an in-game damage meter, pretty cool. I have seen the argument, Leondis, thank you very much for the prime. I've seen the argument for people in the direction of this is gonna lead to more toxicity But let me tell you, everybody runs with damage meters. Even I run with damage meters. Everybody, okay, there's now going to be examples of I actually don't install add-ons. That's fine. 99% of people run with damage meters already. They already know. Even worse, there are apparently people that check your Radar.io page on signing up for Mythic Plus. Now, that I did not know. They will check out your parses and shit. And I fucking hate that part. Because I got really high parses in my last run on Mana Forge Omega. You know how I got high parses? By ignoring tactics. Why would you want someone in your group that ignores tactics and just does numbers? Anybody can do that. You want somebody who knows how to do the fights. But oh well, parses are a metric that people use. In the same vein that they're looking at score and whatnot. So the damage meter, people already know what kind of damage you're pumping out. And I'm going to imagine that this is going to be toggling. So it's going to be on and off. You can decide if you want to show off... you can decide if you want to show off the damage meter or not. And at least it's going to be incorporated into it. So you don't have to install it yourself anymore, which is kind of cool. Now, bus timers is something that I wasn't aware of, but that's going to be interesting. There will be a timeline showing abilities and what is coming in the base UI. And I don't know how I feel about that one. Like, for me right now... Bosses, how they work is you can tell what they're doing by their voice lines and by their animations and by whatever is thrown out. Like what kind of circle is happening, that's your indicator as to, okay, this is what's happening right now. But there are certain fights where, for example, a tank, they need to know what's going to come next because they need that flash reaction in order to pop a defensive, in order to mitigate the damage taken. So for them, this is going to be necessary. That's also some of the critique that I saw when it came to Blizzard. Like, okay, you're going to pull out our ability to like analyze your fights and get warnings. What are you going to give us in return? And boss timers are going to be a thing. So in that case, it's going to be in there, right? Nice. And it's the start of improving raid combat and raid and combat UI. In a similar vein, as to if you're going to change the way that your add-ons work, as they have said in that interview. And this interview was a while back. It was an interview in which they dropped the one-button rotation button, or the rotation helper, the one button, which took everybody by storm. And we're like, oh my god, you're going to be able to play WoW by one button? Yeah, cool. And then there's, in that interview, they already mentioned, like, we're going to draw out some power, but they also said that they designed boss fights with weak aura in mind. And seeing that confirmed blew my mind. Because I was like, what do you mean you designed this with weak aura in mind? That's like a cat and mouse game that you cannot win. You design something new, weak aura is going to analyze it, you design something new, like then you indeed create a scenario in which people need to install add-ons to even have a chance at your fights, let alone for optional things, right? So in that case, I found it really interesting that they actually mentioned in an interview, like, yeah, we design fights this way. So this is going to be an ongoing process. On the one hand, they will lower the abilities that add-ons have when it comes to combat. On the other end, they will have to change designs, philosophies when it comes to raid bosses. And this is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how this is going to play out. Yeah, the one-button thing in my mind is overblown, but what do I know? Player housing. Housing is something the players have been asking for a while. They didn't just want the bare minimum and wanted to exceed expectations. There's a lot of new technology for player housing. They started working on some assets all the way back in Legion. You see, they've been working on this for years. I told people this last time, and they were like, nah, they haven't been working on this for like 5-7 years. I'm like, yeah, they've been working on this like all the way back in Legion. Wild. They made a brand new UI for player housing. There's a house chest that is your collection. They wanted to make sure that you'll be able to find the things that you want, so they made filters and keywords work right away. There will be over 1,000 items to decor with, and it's someone's job to find the perfect place for all these decor items to drop. There are many ways that you can search. You have the category icons. We did a lot of user research to make sure that players can recognize this is a lamp or a rug. The search bar is very good because if you're a night elf and you want your living room to be very night elf, you just type in night elf and everything with the night elf filter will pop up. Sick. That's nice. Outdoors, there is an outside area and you can add decorations there. Oh, that's nice to have that confirmed. Legion is 9 years ago. Ooh, I'm old. Stab me. So, if I could put like flowers and a swing and like a little farming patch there, nice. Similar to the barbershop, you're gonna see full house with options on the right. You can add towers and other elements to your house. There are 4 exterior kits for launch. There's going to be Orc, Human, Blood Elf, and Night Elf, but they're all hoping to build from there. Oh, that's even 2 more than I expected there were going to be. Blood Elf and Night Elf, eh? Interesting. What house are you going to build, team? What house are you going to build first? I think I'm going to have to go with... I mean, is Night Elf going to be a tree house? If Night Elf is a tree house, I might actually pick Night Elf. Because the Night Elf houses are kind of pretty. Can you have multiple house designs to select each day you want? I am going by an expectation flood, but I'm going to go with the idea of yes, there should be no limitations as to how you decorate your house. If you want to move furniture around, you can. But that is with an expectation. Like in Final Fantasy, there's the system where you can like update the skin of your house. And that is just literally, you click on it and the entire exterior of your house changes. I imagine that WoW is going to use a similar system. But I do not know for sure. Blood Elf, of course, yeah. You're gonna go Blood Elf? Yeah, nice. Blood Elf for Forsaken, gonna make a beautiful... I need to see the Blood Elf and the Night Elf houses. Yeah. One save option to change all at once. Oh, yes, they have confirmed that you are going to be able to swap house designs, similar to how you swap talents. So the way it works with talents right now is that I can make a loadout with my talents, I give you a code, you import that code, and you will now have my talents. They said that for housing, there's going to be a similar system, which has me super excited, because that means other people can decorate for you and give you a code. And then you can drop it in as you want. We already knew that if you were going to get kicked out of your house, then they would give you... the layout back. So from that, we were kind of like, oh, cool. Does that mean other people can give it as well? And 2 days ago on any stream, they actually confirmed, like, you're going to get a code. Is that the one from a month or so back, Laughman? Or maybe 2 months now? People going to put codes behind Patreon? Nah. No way. There's going to be a public website. I mean, it might be interesting if there's going to be actual professional house designers that are like, yeah, give me like 1 million gold and I will design your house for you. Final Fantasy does that as well. For a certain currency and price, there will be people that come into your house. But Final Fantasy, the things they can do there is insane. And I don't know if player housing is going to have that as well in WoW. And by insane, I mean there's like little tricks you can do and little design philosophies. I don't know. But it wouldn't be the end of the world. Like if there's people that wanna, you know, in like Second Life, for example, you could actually sell skins and whatnot. I just don't know how that complies with Blizzard's terms of service. But to be decided, right? Story stream mode, because sit in your house, yeah. Homeowner Association RP server is gonna be so funny. Guild masters are gonna be so toxic though. It's going to be great. Like now being guildmaster or an officer is actually going to have so much power behind it as you can kick people out of their house. You can vacate them. Awesome. Where people get up to 100 mil, if not more, to design an entire house, right? I fucking hope that's going to be the thing. I really do. I was actually hoping to see something like a carpenter profession. That's another thing. I haven't heard anything about profession updates besides one line in which they said, like, we're going to simplify professions. I want to know what's happening with archaeology. Why is archaeology dead in the water? What's happening with fishing? What's happening with cooking and the professions as a whole? Will we see something like a carpenter where you can make unique designs or paints or whatever? I think that there's more... Like, of course, it's going to be the first launch, the first iteration. Time will tell, right? More will be added. But I'm a greedy bitch, and I want it now. I want it all. Gimme. The goal with Endeavors is to send you from your neighborhood back into Azeroth. It's a cross between World Quest and the Trading Post log, but just for your neighborhood. Endeavors are themed around different cultures visiting your neighborhood. You can access Endeavors from anywhere. So Endeavors, as they announced in an earlier video, in essence, your town is going to be corrupted by the Emerald Nightmare, as an example. Or... say that we're dealing with, I don't know, with Focus-Zolotov in the Void. You might see Void Elementals try, like a big storm above your town, and now you need to deal with that. It's a collective event. It will lower the requirements depending on how many, or increase the requirements depending on how many people are in your town, so that you all collectively work towards it. It sounded really interesting, and as they say, like a side thing to do if they're comparing it to like the Trading Post, you can imagine it's going to be something like decor, or there's going to be something like, oh, great victory, everybody, we just killed so-and-so. So looking forward to it. Why Valen is just sleeping on all this light storyline? I mean, just because he's not part of the intro cutscene doesn't mean he's not going to show up, right? I would imagine that if we do the Army of the Light, then there's something with the Draenei and Valen in there. Just because we saw humans in the cutscene doesn't mean that the Draenei are not part of it. At least Imagination Land. We do know that the Nightborn, even though not part of the cutscene, are going to be part of that initial moment. And we also know that Terrellian, for example, and Illyria and all that. Just gonna leave this here. Thank you, brother. So for those that want to see the interview that we just talked about with the Wowhead post, links are in the chat. If you could do me a solid, go over there, leave a comment, leave a like. You help people greatly when it comes to spreading the word and doing all this kind of stuff. It takes 5 seconds, but it means the absolute world for them, yeah? Make sure that they can keep on doing these interviews for us as well, because it's easy for us to read it out on Wowhead and be like, okay, this is the information, but it wouldn't be there without said content creators. Okay. Long time not subscribed. I haven't heard anything about subscription kicking you out. There might be a collective vote from the community. There's like that house has been vacant for a while. Like I know that from the top of my head, I know the guild rules. I don't know how it works in the general population. Ow, ow, ow. Right. Silvermoon City remains Horde only as the new player hub in Midnight. And we've spoken about this earlier during stream as well. I think this is a great compromise, best of both worlds. I think that cities like Gilneas and Bethlehem, they should follow the example. And they should most definitely, like right now, if you go to the Night Elf town, howdy kissy, you get like a debuff with that says like the Night Elves are watching you. And in my mind, it should be more in the direction of cross certain spaces of this town and you are now kill on sight. I like that we are kill on sight in the city. I think that all cities should have this option. I like that we have Horde and Alliance representation. Yes, I do. I also jokingly mentioned yesterday the sweatshop, by the way. In Silvermoon, there used to be a sweatshop with leper gnomes imprisoned and they were forced to work. I've been corrected on Twitter. In Exploring Azeroth, they took away the sweatshop. So that is no longer there. Archaeologists can find bowls. Oh, there's so many professions they could incorporate in it. Yeah. Can Horde venture to Stormwind now? No, they cannot. No, they cannot. Revealed that in addition to the amenities available to both factions in the capital city, Silvermoon City will feature districts exclusive to Horde players that Alliance players cannot access at all. Because it's a hub city, there's a small section that's been assigned as a sanctuary where the Horde and Alliance share their space, but the majority of the city is still Horde, and the Alliance is kill on sight as you'd expect. See, I love that. Alliance is kill on sight as you expect. So my beloved Blizzard, my beloved developers, how come it's not the same way the other way around? How come it's not the same way the other way around? Just saying. I will say though, yeah, like the revamp of this city is insane. It looks so pretty. These screenshots do not do them justice. The videos look so fucking phenomenal. The quality of it, oh. The last time the Horde wasn't allowed in the city, we burned it down. With the initial reveal that Midnight would center around Quel'Thalas, many feared that the iconic capital city of Silvermoon would be transformed from a Horde hub into a neutral city, both in gameplay and lore. Thankfully though, it seems like Silvermoon's neutral stance will be a partnership of convenience with the Alliance, as Blizzard confirmed that certain regions of the city will remain exclusive to the Horde players. In addition, we know that Silvermoon will be expanded with new districts as the Sanctum of Light and Memorial Garden. An official article on Xbox Wire also has a particularly interesting comment about the state of Silvermoon after Midnight. Rebuilt and reimagined, Silvermoon City is now a shared space for the Horde and Alliance, for now at least. Porter, that was not an interesting line whatsoever. Porter, you built that up like there was gonna be like a secret in there that I hadn't read in that article. What do you mean? For now at least. Okay. 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 I do like, by the way, Memorial Garden. We were talking about yesterday for the Dreadscar being fixed, and there were people mentioning, like, at least I hope they're going to remember it and, like, make a memorial out of it. They will. At least there is going to be a Memorial Garden, so I imagine they're not going to be stepping away. But look at this. Look at this fucking nonsense. Ah! Look at this. Am I a Horde or Alliance player? And Thoughts and Warlocks and Fel not being allowed? I don't know how they're going to make that a thing. So, about the Fel. Like, obviously the Blood Elves has a big history with the Fel and the corruption nature, and that Kil'Thuzz fell to the Fel and killed Jaden and all that good stuff. But we have Demon Hunters, and we got Warlocks, and we use the power of the enemy against them for a very long time. So in that case, I'm like, why are we so very heavy against the Fel? But it's gonna depend on how are they going to implement it. It's gonna be like a smaller case, like how dare you, or it's going to be a population thing. How do people look at the Fel users, right? Then when it comes to the Fel crystals removed, I saw a discussion going on between Bell and Porter on Twitter, and Bell made a very fair statement in my mind. Time has moved on since the Burning Crusade, and while Fel crystals were definitely iconic to the Blood Elves, with their history in mind, it makes complete sense for them to be stepping away from the Fel to what it has done. Yet at the same time, Porter also made a very fair point, which is, it is iconic, it is something that people know when it comes to connection of the Blood Elves, and you can do more with the city than just removing those gems. You can incorporate it in a different way, right? So there's different stands. I'm being a nice little fence sitter here, I know that. Like, I also got no horse in this race. I think that the city looks very pretty, but if people miss the Fel crystals, I don't fucking care if they add the Fel crystals back or not. That is my on that one. Like, if you want to put Fel crystals in, hell yeah. Do gotta be careful though with like wishes like that. Add them back for fuck's sake. Blizzard, give them back. And then the second question that I saw. Howdy Alfie. Am I Horde or Alliance? I play both factions. But my main character that I started back in Wrath of the Lich King is a human paladin. And I started way back when in Classic on the Alliance side as well. Not because of the lore, mind you. I didn't get into the lore until Wrath of the Lich King. I got into the Alliance because a buddy of mine had chosen a human mage. And at that point, well, you don't really get a different choice because you're playing with your friends. Had I known the lore back then, I would have gone to Horde 100%. Not even a question. The Horde is way more interesting. Sorry, Alliance. It's just true. And then, over time, I got more into the lore, and I got multiple characters up to see both sides of the storyline. I've got 60 alts, not all max level, but I got, like, alts across both factions and all the good stuff. Howdy, Murph. Hello. What else would I listen to at work? I'm happy as well, Apocalypse, 100%. They use blood magic during Battle for Azeroth. We don't allow Fel, but we allow blood magic. The dishes have never been the same. I mean, blood magic can be evil. We had trolls in Nasmere that did evil blood magics. Alright, with Wowhead, if you do pictures, they just make you do a weird go back. Alright. But it's the same thing with the Fel. Like, is Fel inherently evil? No, it depends on how you use it, right? Like, if you use Fel to save the life of someone, if you use the Void to save someone's life, like, is Illyria evil? So it's not the power source itself. Now, in the case of the lore, the Fel is, of course... Like, you got, the Blood Elf storyline, and I repeated this with the Nightborn, it's comparable to drug addiction, right? People overdosing, people moving on from smoking delicious weeds to, oh my god, they're now snorting crack and they're shooting up heroin in their veins and whatever else kids are doing these days. Imagine if drug addicts would decorate their house with clean heroin. that's basically the comparison to be made if we're looking at like the parallels drawn, right? But at the same time, that is the extreme, because we got warlocks and we got fel users and we got demon hunters. Like, they are not snorting fel on the streets. They're using it to save people. Arcane is addicted too. Oh, 100%. But it's like the difference between, right? But yeah, that's fair. Arcane is very addictive as well. Do you think they will implement some sort of order hall for the Dragfear Legion remix? Are we doing order halls in Legion remix? Are we doing order halls? I need to re-listen to that Legion presentation, ain't it? Because Dragfear need to be playable, right? So, hello. I got a lot of questions all of a sudden. Evokers are not part of Legion remix. Oh. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, we don't have to make them an order hall if we just don't let them play. Evokers are just not available. Dragfear are playable, not Evokers. Evokers are out. Ah, no dragon order hall. So, your dragons are just gonna join the warriors and all that. Okay. Huh. Alright, yeah, then no new order hall. There you go. Take out the trash in Mana Forge Omega with Mana Forge Vandals Renown rank 3. What is that? You'll be able to weaken trash mobs using special consoles. Oh, right. I need to turn in those quests. I think I did that last night. Earn cosmetic rewards with a new praise system. Optional content with ramping difficulty. Optional content. Okay, so it's not going to be challenging Brawlers Guild. It's not going to be that dream. All right. Yeah, I saw the comment and I saw us messing around with the console, but at that point I was like, I don't want to go to the quest giver. Favorite side quest in Karesh? Ooh. I don't remember a whole lot of the side quests. They're not gonna be in the city, I know that much. My mind shoots to two side quests that really stood out. One was the brother and the sister reuniting and saying goodbye to the family. But the other one is where we uncover like this cult that is waiting for Zolotov to return. And we have to shut down the machinery that deactivated. I like that one. But just because there was a cult that was waiting for Zolotov, I was like, oh, that's neat. I wonder what else Zolotov has done on this planet. Like those poor cultists. LFR, so it was all good. Gotcha. Oh, little place. Night Elves, mind you, the same ones who despise them more than the Blood Elves. Blood Elves now suddenly banning Fel heresy. The surliest Philistra's whispering to Lorfimar's ear because she banned Fel and Sudamar first. Lorfimar, honey, if you allow Fel back into the city, we're over with. Okay, so I'm actually really curious about this system. Let me save that recording real quick. I'm curious about this system about Prey. What is this all about? A previous version of this article stated that the praise system had no player power rewards tied to it. We have now corrected this phrasing to no known player power rewards. It is possible that Blizzard may add this in the future, but all revealed rewards so far are cosmetic. The Midnight expansion has been announced at Gamescom, and one of the reveals is the open world gameplay system called Prey. The Prey system is open world, coming to Midnight, led by Magister Estelorn Bloodsworn, and based in Murder Row in Silvermoon City. The Prey system enlists you to hunt powerful enemies across Midnight zones for fame, fortune, and rewards. The best part is that this new system is entirely optional, so players can choose not to participate if they don't want to. Is that the best part? Maybe I want. Maybe I want. Chorgust. Maybe I want Chorgust. Have you ever thought about this? Have you ever considered that, Narissa? I love that I know so many Wowhead editors, and I'm like, I can picture who wrote this. Oh, Narissa's a delight. While engaging with the praise system, a new UI element will appear on your screen, changing as the hunt intensifies. While hunting, you will may also be ambushed at any time, and this UI element will work similarly to the Eye of the Jailer system that we had early in the Shadowlands. Shadowlands mentioned. Shadowlands mentioned. There are 3 difficulties. The system is inspired by both Diablo Torment levels and the Heroic World tier that we see during Legion Remix. Speaking of, by the way, in Legion Remix, what they're going to do is they're going to let you increase the difficulty on leveling in the area. High difficulty, more rewards. The world bites back a little bit more than it does right now. I'm hoping that this is a system that they're testing for live as well. I would do naughty things for a more difficult leveling experience or a play experience versus a slight increase in rep or rewards or whatnot. I would very much like the world to be more dangerous than it is right now. Because right now, I can roll my face over the keyboard and I can get it done. And I understand from a design point of view that you want everybody to have accessibility and to be able to level. I get it. But wouldn't it be nice if we give the option to actually make it more difficult and challenging? But this is very much like Remix and development time, and we're going to see how it's going to play out. Normal is introductionary hunts, mostly easy to allow players to familiarize themselves with the system. This will not be much different in difficulty from normal open world content, but then you also got hard mode, which are torments, that will increase the challenge. Confines the final encounter to a single stage. Interesting, because the Xbox article said like bring your friends, but if you increase the difficulty it becomes a solo thing. And then there's Nightmare. Increase the challenge of the hunts. Corpse runs are expected. See, now you're getting me interested. Take a contract before you venture out. Once the hunt begins, your prey can strike. Like, what I would think really, really cool, honestly, if Nightmare becomes like Brawler Guild bosses. Imagine a Brawler Guild boss being able to gank you in the middle of nowhere, and all of a sudden they got like these one-shot mechanics. Wouldn't that be fucking awesome? Where you fight like Blingtron, or freaking Hogger shows up, or I don't know, the videos or whatnot. Like, oh... That would be so cool. I would have liked to be that. Fucking Bruce! Bruce out of the water! Like, oi! Prey system rewards. From housing to mounts. As of right now, the known rewards are entirely cosmetic, including cosmetic transmogs, mounts, titles, and items for your house. We don't currently know what, if any, player power can be obtained, which adds to it being entirely optional to participate in. Will you engage? What rewards are you expecting? So that's what has me worried, is that if rewards are for housing, is it going to be a system in which it needs to be available for everybody again? And this is actually a question to ask to you, team. Are these fishies or birds? What am I looking at? What are these mounds? Oh, they used the fish model, but they gave it like a... fucking sick jaw. What? Cool. They're beautiful. Well, I give a fuck what they are. What the fuck? Fish. What is he called? Angler? This one. This is what I'm thinking about. Here. I was thinking they use this skeleton, yeah? You think mana worms? I squealed. Beautiful eels. I think compromise would be to treat them sort of like delves. Gear reward on difficulty, but cosmetics available for all. But then the issue becomes that you add player power to it. And... like, for me, I mean, it depends, right? It depends on how challenging it is. It depends on how to fight. It all very much depends on how it's implemented. One danger with player power is that people feel like it now becomes a requirement. But oddly enough, I haven't heard anyone complain about delves being required. How come? Or have I just been out of the loop with people complaining about it? Wowhead, where did you go? Delves are fun. You are right. I'm sure that there are people that complain about it. I mean, it is the internet, after all. That is definitely true. Talons in Midnight Team. Yo, Mr. C. It is the weekend. I beat my scooter today as I was driving by the office. Did you hear me? Were you in the office? I waved as well. I was like, hello. Did you hear me? Thank you very much for the 58 free months. Let's go. There's nothing in the world that doesn't get a complaint. True, but like if we compare, for example, you could make the argument that doing delves is now required in order to fill up the vault. So if you don't like delves, then you're kind of screwed. But I think what they've done with delves is just made it so easy that nobody really cares that it's that. And also maybe just because it's fun, more fun to do than Torghast, I guess. Or maybe people are like, I don't need to do delves because who cares about the vault? You did not hear me? Aw, man. I tried so hard. I'm revving my scooter. I didn't have a scooter growing up. I had to do everything by bike. I was the cool bike kid, alright? When we would go out, I was always, I was taking bikes that were like unlocked. And at some point I had like 10 bikes in my back garden. Well, my mother's back garden, I should say. It got to the point where my friends got drunk and they were like, yo, can I borrow a bike? I'm like, yeah, sure. Take one of the bikes. Why not? It was fun. Oh. Revving a scooter. Nobbel's troubled youth. Oh, God, yes. Very much. I mean, Sirio was there. He can attest to it. All the nights playing Mario Kart. It was, I mean, at some point, I was gonna use the word stole, which is true, but I took a stunt bike, like a little one with 2 wheels, and the one that you would use for flips and tricks and whatnot. And at that point, I stopped because what happened was that the bike belonged to a friend of a brother's friend, and they were like, Nobbel, could you give the BMX bike back, please? And I was like, yeah, BMX bike, yeah, that one. And I was like, sure, why? Who is it? And he's like, well, so-and-so. I was like, oh, okay. That's kind of when I stopped taking bikes. I was like, oh, yeah, they actually belong to people, ain't it? Whoops. That C took at least 3 bikes. You were the good one? Oh, you were such a filthy liar. Oh my god, you were such a liar. Oh, ik heb 5 gulden meegenomen. Oh, dat merkt toch niemand. Even handje in het emmertje. Handje in het emmertje. Man, I was the good one. Puh. Puh. Have I ever owned a car? I've owned 2 cars in my life. Also got a license. And the issue is, like, I work from home. And I live in a town. So anything that I really need is in scooter distance, bike distance. If I need to go further, I can just take the scooter to Leiden, which is nearby, 20 minutes. And I can take the train anywhere, right? Rarely do I have a spot where I need to get a car. So my first car, I put down with the intention of, you know, you just need a car. You need a car to go places. What ended up happening was that the car stood just still in front of my house. And at the time, my partner was using the car and we broke up, and I told him, like, you keep the car, you know, you need it more than I do, so just use it. And then a similar thing happened with the second car, but not entirely. So the second car I bought 3 or 4 years ago with the intention of, you know, I'll be driving a bit more, get a bit more out of the house. But again, the same situation happened. That thing stood in front of my house, having to pay taxes for it for like 6 months, and then I drove it for like once or twice. So, the one I was in a relationship with at the time, similar case, I was like, you know what, your car's broken down, mine is just standing in front of my house, here are the keys, go drive my car, I don't give a shit. But what happened with this person was, this was around the time of Rona, and I told them that if I need the car, I need the car, alright? If I need the car, then, I need the car in front of my house soon. And they were like, yeah, no problem, of course, it's your car, blah, blah, blah. So at some point I get Rona. And I didn't entirely feel like going to the testing agency on my goddamn scooter, as you can imagine, with my head in the wind and sick and like, no, I wanted to use the car. So I messaged them and they were like, yeah, no, I got like a job interview and I got like an appointment. Nope, can't do it. I really can't bring the car. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We had an arrangement. If I needed a car, you were going, nope, can't do it. I got this and that. I was like, bet. So I was pissed, right? So the next day, I got like the appointment to go to the Rona station. I go there, do the test, go back home. And I message them, like, hey, how did your job interview go? Oh, yeah, no, they cancelled. And I'm like, what? Yeah, no, they cancelled, and it ended up not working out, and this and that. And I'm like, why didn't you just call me then and tell me, like, yo, the car is available? Oh, well, you see, you know, I'm worried with you in the car with Rona that you're going to get my kid sick and this and that. And I'm like, listen, I don't give two shits. That is my car. I don't care what you need to do, but that car will be in front of my house at the end of the weekend, and that's that. Which they did. They very kindly threw the keys into my mailbox. They didn't even have the fucking balls to give them back into my face. And that's when I sold the car back to the car agency. I was like, yeah, it's pointless to have it in front of my house. Yeah. She lied. Yeah, of course she lied. Yeah. And this was somebody, they also recorded TikToks, and I saw them, like, record TikToks in my fucking car. And I'm like, I gave you that car because you needed it, not to record fucking TikToks in. Stop doing this. Yeah. So that's a really dick move? Yeah! Yeah, she was a cunt. There's more stories there, Sukov, but, yeah, she was a cunt. But hey, that's how you learn, right? So those are the two cars that I've owned in my life. Need stretch. Yeah, exactly that. Okay, articles. Let's see. In an exclusive interview with Alter Time, Associate Game Director Paul Cubitt shared that World of Warcraft Midnight is going to add 10 new talent points to spend across the class, spec, and hero talent trees. From this, it seems that the players will be getting 10 talent points, and talent trees will be updated with new talents in the hero talent tree and spec trees. Nah, Soko. It's, I am just as cunty as the next person. But in my mind, I like to live by the philosophy of small effort, big rewards. For me, it took nothing away to put that car in front of their house and to let them borrow it. And while, yeah, obviously it hurts and stings when somebody treats you that way, the next person does deserve it. And I've had plenty of people that I helped out over the years that were kind enough and were respectful and were appreciative of it. It's just sometimes you'll run into rotten apples. And so be it, right? It says more about them than about me. These points will be split up amongst the existing trees, with 3 points going to the class tree, 3 points in the new line of hero talents, and 4 points set aside for the specialization tree. What is unclear is exactly how these points will distribute it, as 3 extra points in the class tree does not necessarily mean 3 points at the bottom of the class tree. It is very possible that they instead choose to extend each of the tiered gates to force players to spend an extra point at the top, middle, and bottom of the tree instead, but only time will tell. I'm already lost. I'm already lost on what we're talking about. The 4 points in the specialization tree are especially interesting as they will introduce a new set of Apex talents, which will enhance or modify the functionality of the existing ability. Without any more information on this works, we'll have to wait till Saturday to find out more. I'm already lost. What were they talking about? Players will be getting 10 talent points, and talent trees are going to be updated altogether with new talents in the hero talent trees and spec. Oh, so from what I gather is we're going to get 10 new levels, right? So what we have right now, this is our talent window. So with 10 new levels, we will get new buttons here somewhere, or new buttons in the tree. 10 new talent points, I'm guessing, right? And they're going to update the hero talents. 10 new points. Talent trees are going to be updated. And new talents in the hero talent tree and spec trees. Interesting. 3 on the left, 3 on the right, 4 in the middle. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. 3 on the left, 3 on the right, 4. Okay. So this is gonna... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this... 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, is it... But okay, is this going to be reworked? Like, are we doing new hero talents? Or are they going to add a secondary row to the hero talents? A new row. That's a lot of talents. What? New dev interview, Mr. Gem. Nice. It's freelance, free spec, 4 hero. Oh! 4 new hero talent points. Not 10 hero talent points. Oh, okay, right. They're adding a new row to hero talents and a new row to spec talents. Ew. Okay. So, in essence, new talents to play around with. I mean, I'm happy about it anyways. Yeah, it's for Midnight Kearney. Yeah. Like, I'm a big fan of the hero talents. I didn't get it when they announced it. But now that it was implemented, I'm actually like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. I like the swapping around. I like the different playstyles. Like, ultimately, you will still end up with the same problem as you always do, which is min-maxing. And this is unavoidable. Like, ultimately, there's going to be the best single-player build. There's going to be the best Mythic Plus build. There's going to be this, there's going to be that. But at least in different scenarios, you can use something else. So, for example, in Mythic Plus, Herald of the Sun could have been better because a lot of AoE. Whereas in single-player, Templar might have been better because of single-target, right? As it turns out, for the Paladin, Templar is currently dominant because of also the set bonus, but that's neither here nor there. It could have been, right? So I do like it. I do like that there's like a swapping out and a difference. One average for all, I would be happy. I mean, you can. You can be average as fuck. It's just, if you want to swap out, you can. Do you remember the times where you had to like use books in order to change your talents? Marcellian also posted a dev interview. Let's go. We got so many interviews to go into. Okay, cool. You can't even see what I'm looking at. There we go. I was like, where did the Wowhead page go? Ooh, Blizzard released a new video teasing Hunter. Oh, wait, before we move on, by the way. Let's do our due diligence. Hang on. Because we did get the information from it. Alter Time interview. Alter Time team, here is the website. Oh, it is in, it's not in English. Oh. There you go. Howdy, Tragio! Hallo! Here is the article for those that are looking at it. All night long, Zays there. All night long. Ask ChatGPT to translate. Oof. I mean, to be fair, you got like building Google Translate. With the formal announcement of Demon Hunter spec coming to midnight, players have been buzzing about buzz exactly what this Void Focus spec will look like. We can get all our fill flashy animations with the newest short released on the World of Warcraft's YouTube channel. Blizzard released more information about the upcoming Devourer Demon Hunter spec in midnight. We've transcribed the audio below. Wait, YouTube Shorts, I can go there. Hang on. Let me turn off this. And then we go... Bum 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 bum.
Ardina and Toby Reganey. If you want to do me a quick favor, like introduce yourselves, what you
Kexman. Oh, okay. So, hang on. We've got chat 1, chat 2, then we got this page, which you should be able to see now. Voila.
Another fun dungeon that we'll be venturing into is Windrunner Spire, where for those of you, particularly, lore fans out there...
We've seen this in the development thingy before. Not gonna lie, though, using shorts, I get why they want to use shorts, but if I can make, like, a wish for next year, and they've done this before, so I'm not exactly sure why they haven't done this time, give us a pre-recorded development presentation. You've done it with like Dragonflight, I think even in Shadowlands, where you just sit down with the developers, you go through the stuff that you want to announce, and you put it out in the public. And then you can devour it into shorts and just give it to everybody. The way it has worked this time around, with all the sprinkled information and not broadcasting what you're developing, like, fucking hell, this has been awful.
Would you believe that upon Demencius' defeat, Xelatath was not, as it turns out, on our side?
I knew that.
So
I've seen this as well.
A new third Demon Hunter spec is coming to World of Warcraft Midnight. Here's what you need to know. The new spec is called Devourer. Devourers utilize ranged, cosmic, and void powers to rip soul fragments from their enemies and fuel their spells. As a fast and fluid ranged DPS spec, Devourers find...
They're fighting a rhino! What? There's a rhino!
Perfect balance between chaos and control. In your toolkit, you'll find a voidified metamorphosis. The twist is, it now lasts as long as you feed it with souls. The hunt is now void charged, marking targets and unleashing a series of cosmic attacks. Then there's Reap, a sweeping scythe attack that consumes all your soul fragments in one huge burst of damage. You build up, then you cash in. Finally, you have Void Ray, a piercing ray of void energy and collapsing star, channeling the death of a star into a huge blast that grows stronger the more you use it during metamorphosis. So stay tuned for more as we close in on the 2026 midnight launch. A new third Demon Hunter.
I don't know why Blizzard loves the Demon Hunter so much, but it does look very cool. I love descriptions like that as well, like you get the power of a Death Star. Or Dying Star even, not a Death Star. That's a whole different thing. Ads coming in, by the way, on Twitch team. Sorry about that. If you want to avoid them, ad block, Twitch Turbo, subscribe, or Twitch Prime. It does indeed help what we're doing here. Otherwise, we're also broadcasting live over at Nobbel TV on the YouTube, where you should be able to get a more ad-free experience.
Hunter spec is coming to World of Warcraft Midnight. Here's what you need to know. The new spec is called Devourer. Devourers utilize ranged cosmic and void powers to rip soul fragments from their enemies and fuel their spells. As a fast and fluid ranged DPS spec, Devourers find a perfect balance between chaos and control. In your toolkit, you'll find a voidified metamorphosis. The twist is, it now lasts as long as you feed it with souls. The hunt is now void charged, marking targets and unleashing a series of cosmic attacks. Then there's Reap, a sweeping scythe attack that consumes all.
Yeah, Naga Camp. Yeah. So, y'all thinking Azora back?
All your soul fragments in one huge burst of damage. You build up, then you cash in. Finally, you have Void Ray.
There's a better look at it.
One huge burst of damage. You build up, then.
Like that is, that's the storm, so that means that this is right next to Silvermoon. Huh? Are the Naga like, hello Kilfus? Oh wait, Kilfus is dead, ain't he? Interesting.
Burst of damage. You build up, then you cash in.
Wait, whoa, even better. Are those the gulpers, or is that just a slug? Oh, that's just a slug.
You build up, then you cash in. Finally, you have Void Ray, a piercing ray of void energy and collapsing star, channeling the death of a star into a huge blast that grows stronger the more you use it during metamorphosis. So stay tuned for more as we.
So that nature areas is gonna be green Zangarmarsh, ain't it? Y'all be looking in the. I've been more looking in the background, the actual Demon Hunter animations. It looks awesome, but it very much screams, Zangarmarsh. They also got like a long neck mushroom creature, which looks amazing. Amazing.
You can build your entire masterpiece out of cheese and then horrify anyone that you invite into your home.
Right, we want everyone to come and play. We have lots and lots of different kinds of activities.
I think that I am personally the most excited about seeing players from Warcraft come together and form their own neighborhoods and these tight-knit communities.
We're so proud. We're so proud of what we have coming.
Can you imagine if they sit on the couch and like it's gonna be so shit? Like it would be such an amazing promo. It's look, I played it, right? It's just gonna be so shit. We're kind of a little bit embarrassed, to be honest.
A new allied race will be playable in World of Warcraft Midnight, the Heronir. They are ancient hunters of a hidden land, but they don't build their architecture, they grow it. Their culture is shaped by the deep places of Azeroth, by roots, by stone, by bioluminescent fungi, and the quiet pulse of the earth. One of the most striking elements of the Heronir is their use of light, not in the radiant, holy sense, but in the way a cave glows after centuries of stillness. Their world is lit by bioluminescence, soft, eerie, and
Child Horonir, by the way. Child Horonir. Dog of the game over. Thank you much for the raid. Hello, everybody coming in. We are in the middle of checking out all the stuff that's coming out for Midnight. So welcome, everybody. Come back, sit, relax, sit back, and all the good stuff. What is that emote? What the fuck? You've got Goku as your emote. Excuse me, what? I want Goku as my emote. Do you have more? Does he go Super Saiyan? I would be so happy.
And
by the way, oh, okay, that's a shot. The child thingy, Orwena is said to be like a very young member of their tribe, but they also got like kitties walking around like this.
luminescence, soft, eerie, and beautiful. Heronir will be able to choose from a range.
They are just vibing around that campfire. They are just absolutely trancing, and they're just, you know...
of classes: warrior, hunter, rogue, priest, shaman, mage, warlock, monk, and druid.
Good
So make
lord,
room
those
in
are
your
some
warband
nipples.
camp and get ready for this and so much more coming to midnight in 2026. A new allied
High on the fungi. Damn right they are. Independence. Oh shit. I mean, a race we expected for the War Within, but pushed into midnight. You also have Goku. Yeah, let's Goku at home, ain't it?
race will be playable.
Alright, cool, Harnier.
It's day 2 of the Creator Clash here on the World of Warcraft Midnight stage.
They're so close right now. JT is holding on by a thread at the moment.
Welcome home.
Get on your hiking boots, prep your mounts, and bring some snacks, because 4 new and reimagined zones are coming to World of Warcraft in the Midnight expansion. Zul'Aman, the once intense and heart-pounding raid, has been opened up to explore. You'll be able to visit the ancestral land of the forest tribes, crawl through new dungeons, and experience the legacy of an ancient empire. There's Quell Falaz, where you can help to protect a fully rebuilt Silvermoon city besieged by the Voidstorm. Plus 3 new delves to dive into and master. And speaking of the Voidstorm, you'll be able to explore this distant and mysterious world full of violence and chaos, where even the creatures fight to consume not just the heroes, but each other as well. Plus the addition of a new epic PvP battleground. Then there's Herondar, the ancestral lands of the Heronir, a race of ancient hunters with bioluminescent features. Experience this new race's hidden gem overgrown with roots, fungi, and moss, where everything from flora to fauna is made from plants. There's all this and so much more to explore in Azeroth, coming to midnight in 2026.
Cool.
Get on your hiking boots, prep your mounts.
I was
and bring
looking at the
snacks,
statue in some
because 4
in
new
Silvermoon.
and reimagined zones are coming to World of Warcraft in the Midnight expansion. Zul'Aman, the once intense and heart-pounding raid, has been opened up to explore.
Sure.
You'll be able to visit the ancestral land of the forest tribes.
This looks side questy.
Crawl through new dungeons and experience the legacy of an ancient empire. There's Quell Falaz, where you can help to protect a fully rebuilt Silvermoon city besieged.
Here, that statue. If that's Phalistra, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Sieged by the Voidstorm.
Can you imagine Lorfamar actually just getting a statue for Phalistra? But I imagine that this is Memorial Square, yeah? I just wonder what this is about. Alright.
No, that
Yeah, like I said, I'm hoping that the Amani Trolls are not like Final Model. But then again, it is what they're presenting, right?
they are not. Yeah, we are super. No, they are not.
Yes,
we are
before
super excited for
midnight.
people to start stepping into housing.
We've seen this.
Yes, I think we want to
No,
make
we've seen
sure
okay.
that, you know, whether you
We've seen those bits and pieces. All right. They put up statues on Azura, hence why the Naga are around the corner, and they're like, "Oh, that's so nice of you, so considerate, thank you." Earn a serpent in Mr. Pandaria. Okay, so that's more into classic. What else we got? More interviews. Mana Forge Omega. Ooh. How did I browse over that? Apex Talents, a new hero lanes for Marcellian. Ah. Alright, hang on. Also this one. There we go. Do you think we'll keep Kilfa statues in the city somewhere? Surely we will. We can't be hating on Kilfas. Man's paying for his sins in Shadowlands. We need a naked shirt. This one is worth watching, yeah? Shall we watch it, chat? Do y'all want to watch a wee little video with me? Should we watch it together? Naked shirt where? It's on the statue, 100%. Hang on. Let's bring it up. Right. 6 hours ago. Let me provide you all with a link where we're watching right now. If you all do me a big old solid, go there, leave a like, leave a comment. They will be very happy. I will be very happy. And we can watch their interview. Also just very nice people. Okay. Bloop. That works. Nice.
Welcome everybody to a brand new video. This is midnight time and we have an exclusive interview with Paul Cubitt, who's Associate Game Director at WoW, and Jade Martin,
Lead Combat Designer on World of Warcraft.
Okay.
Nice, Jake.
So we have some spicy questions, some great questions from our community as well, and we'll just get right into it, right?
Let's do it. Yeah, thanks for having us.
We presume we're leveling to level 90 in the new expansion. I don't think it was like directly confirmed.
That is correct. Yep, you'll be able to level up to 90 in midnight.
Okay, so this question is mostly related to hero talents because with the War Within, we got 10 new hero talents that took us from 70 to 80. So will we have 10 new hero talents going from 80 to 90, or will this be translated differently with the leveling experience?
Yeah, so we will be getting 10 new talent points as you level from 81 to 90. Those are going to be split up across the 3 different trees that we already have. So you'll get 3 points that go into your class tree, 3 that go into the hero talent tree, and then 4 that go into your spec tree. And you'll sort of earn them alternatingly.
Wait, hold up. So class tree, spec tree, hero tree. So 3, 3, 4, yeah? That's how we're gonna do it. So 3 more hero talents, 3 more for the overall one, and then 4 for retribution or protection or holy, depending on what class you're playing, of course. Okay.
We're going to have a lot more details and visual details to share about this in our panel, which is happening on Saturday this week. Okay. So I'd encourage you to look towards that if you want to get the real deep dive into it. But the rough idea is in your class tree, you're going to have a little bit more breadth. You just have 3 more points that you could spend on whatever you want. So if there's something that you wanted to get in your class tree, but you just couldn't reach it, then that should unlock the ability for you to do that, or it may unlock you a complete overhaul and you can flow it differently. For your hero talents, we're unlocking an additional lane. So, there's already 3 lanes within the hero talent. There will also be a 4th lane in every single hero talent tree. So that'll just take those already iconic and impactful abilities and make them even more iconic, even more impactful. And then lastly, and I think most excitingly, is in the spec tree, where we're going to add 4 additional points into something we're calling the Apex talent. Do you want to get into that?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, bye. Yeah, so I don't think we've covered it much yet, but it is actually exciting. So we're calling it Apex Talent. It is a unique multi-talent, multi-rank node. It has 4 points that you can put into it, but each point should feel really impactful, especially the first and the last node. So I know we revealed the Devourer Demon Hunter, and one of their signature abilities is Collapsing Star. While they're in Void Metamorphosis, they harvest Void Fragments, and the more they harvest, the more Collapsing Stars they can throw. Well, their first point of this Apex talent actually enables that Collapsing Star to always critically hit. And then the second and third increase your void damage and also your cosmic damage. And then the 4th node gives you a scaling on your crit damage, so you don't lose any value because your Collapsing Star always crits, right? We want crit to still be very valuable. And so these are like the kind of things that we can expect from them. Just very gameplay impacting changes to maybe a signature ability that you have for your spec. Actually, one other thing about that we didn't cover is you don't have to put your point into that. You'd be strongly encouraged to, but these are spec points, right? So we would expect you to put them into, but in case the question comes up, those 4 points can be spent elsewhere.
Beautiful. Okay, so keeping in topic on the hero talents, will we see a brand new hero talent for the Demon Hunter? Like, in the 3, can you share anything about it, or
we are absolutely going to see a new hero talent. The name is still pending. The leading contender, which I think is okay to share, is Annihilator at the moment. It is a very cool hero talent, in my opinion. It focuses on calling down void comets into battle as you generate series.
Cool, man.
Yeah, so it is really cool. It plays really well from range, but it also plays well from melee because another spec is obviously going to need to be able to spec into it, which will be Vengeance. So Vengeance is going to have the Annihilator hero tree as well, and then
will be Fell Meteors.
which will be Fell Meteors, yeah.
And it won't have Fellscard anymore, right?
And they will not have Fellscard anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so Fellscard will be shared with Devour and Havoc. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Kind of.
That's fucking sick, though. Like, I might actually have to pop into Demon Hunter. They're probably going to be playing a big part as well. They're going to get a new spec. There's probably going to be some stories in there. I'm going to have to check this out.
Like a follow-up question with the range combat that we obviously don't know much about at the moment. Obviously, Devourer has been kind of publicized to be a mid-range class. Now, does this mean something similar to Survival where most of the abilities are ranged, or more akin to the Evoker that has like a shorter range for combat?
So it is technically a mid-range class spec rather, which is kind of equivalent to the Evoker. But one of the cool things about Devour is it actually has two playstyles that the talents are going to cater towards, which is just kind of playing from mid-range as a caster, just living out that Void Metamorphosis, hurling collapsing stars. But then there's also kind of the, what I would call maybe like the hybrid, which is dashing in and out of melee combat. The frequency isn't going to be so much that it feels overburdening, but rather enough that it's exciting, a change to the gameplay style. One kind of focuses on staying in Void Metamorphosis for a little bit longer, which might be really great for like a raid single target fight where you have a lot of uptime on a boss to maximize your Void meta.
Yeah.
And then the hybrid, the dashing in and out with Vengeful Retreat, is kind of better maybe for a Mythic Clutch where maybe you can't stay in Void Metamorphosis for as long, and you're more concerned about you're not as concerned about dealing damage, all of your damage in kind of Void Metamorphosis.
I just want to take a moment here to appreciate Jade's excitement when talking about this new spec for the Demon Hunter. It shows, it oozes, man.
I'm glad to hear it. I am really proud of the spec. The combat teams put a lot of work into it, and I think it's going to show really well once you get your hands on it.
Yeah, I bet we can talk like for hours about this because there's so many questions that we still have to get to. I do want to mention one thing. In the gameplay reveal that we've seen, the Void Demon Hunter, the Devourer that we saw was a Void Elf. Is there a plan to add Demon Hunter to Nightborn as well, or is it strictly just with Void Elves for now? I mean, it hasn't been confirmed, but
yeah. So we are adding Demon Hunter to Void Elves in Midnight. This is because it makes sense for the story. Like there is like a really good reason for the Void Elves to want to be able to become Demon Hunters. They will be unlocked as part of pre-patch after a short quest. That anyway, it's very short quest line that folks can do that will unlock Void Demon Hunters as a class race combination for for your entire account, for your warbands. We are aware that that is an alliance race, and that does involve an imbalance or introduce an imbalance for the Horde. All I can say there is that this was a really good story fit for us. The World Soul Saga is not over yet. There will be other cool story fits later for other cool race class combinations that may bring things back into the balance in the future. But we'll learn more about that as we get to it.
I mean, you can't really use lore to hide behind this. Like, you created a quest line in which you made up that a Void Elf wanted to learn how to become a Demon Hunter. In the same vein, you can easily create a storyline in which a Nightborn wants to become a Demon Hunter. Like, what is this answer? Like, it fits with the lore. Yeah, it's because you wrote lore for it. Like, what? just answer like, yeah, there's a problem with the rigging because the models are different and it would take more work in order to give that a possibility. That is a more honest answer than blaming the lore. Yeah, like, why are you blaming? You make the lore. Oh, well.
For what it's worth, I think this adds a little bit more flavor and personality to the game when things make a little bit more sense and you add them through a story quest line. And we see Adara's there trying to learn this whole thing, and the Void Elf trying to learn the Demon Hunter. So I, as a Horde player, sure, but I can respect the stick to the fantasy and to the whole making sense take.
Yeah, I mean, to become a Demon Hunter, you have to be in a pretty rough place to want to become a Demon Hunter, right? To sacrifice everything for your hunts. And the Void Elves are a little closer to that right now than the Nightborn are.
Nightborn, yeah.
What do you guys...
Huh? Huh? I'm sorry, what? Okay, I mean, if you say so. Like, the Nightborn, they're looking at what Zolotov is doing is like, it's rough. It's kind of a dire do or die midnight moment. It's a bit rough, but I don't know if I'm ready to sacrifice everything. It seems a bit much. We'll leave that to the Void Elves.
I believe is the most exciting feature about the new spec for Demon Hunters?
That's a great question. For me,
to clarify, by the way, I'm not hating on the answer. It's just I get that they want to do it later, or that they couldn't get around to it. But then just say that, like, yeah, we have plans for new classes. What is this lore explanation? You make the lore. Like, if you want to write a story where Nightborn wants to become a demon hunter, you can just as easily do that as for the Void Elves. That's more why I'm poking fun at it. But I get it. Like, development time, maybe something later. It's whatever.
I kind of like how it is ranged. But as he was saying, particularly in that second build style that he has, that you maintain that mobility. I'm going to love seeing these like purple, flinging demon hunters just bouncing around the battlefield like demon hunters already do, but also jumping back. They've got this really cool ability called Void Ray, which is their version of I-Beam, which is a 25-yard beam that goes forward. It has all that iconic movement and like flexibility that I-Beam does, where you can rotate it, you can line all your enemies up and just turn them all into ash in one particular ability. It's going to look great. I also think that the art team really killed it, as they always do, but they killed it on this one, where when you switch into to Devourer spec,
adding a void shit.
Things that we did that we maybe didn't necessarily explain was that you're not actually going to be using any fel magic at all. You'll be using void. I do think that's really cool. That was a huge undertaking, both from effects and also the combat designer working on this. So that is exciting. I do think for me, Void Metamorphosis is probably the coolest aspect of this. I love the tension of how long can I fight against the Void to stay in this, to deal the maximum amount of damage? How many collapsing stars can I get off in my Void Metamorphosis? I'm a big Breath of Sindragosa fan, and so I feel like there's a correlation there in some capacity. But I think the way Void Devourer handles their Void Metamorphosis is really cool. I think it's going to be very enjoyable.
Yeah, definitely. Can respect that. I'm a fan of Breath of Sindragosa as well, and I know some people might not like it as much. But there's always been a fun place.
Felt the similarities.
Yeah,
when it was there. Yeah, for sure.
Kind of adjacent to this, but more of a broad question. I think this will mark the 40th spec in the game, if I'm not mistaken, with the Devourer spec. We're getting to some really big numbers when it comes to how many specs Valve has. I mean, it's a testament to how old the game is. The question is about, are we more likely to see classes get an additional spec in the future, or will we still have a chance to see like totally new classes with like new player styles and so on?
I think that's a great question. And one we talk about a lot, actually. Obviously, we have nothing to share right now. We're still deciding. 40 is a lot of specs. There's certainly merit to adding an additional spec, and I certainly think it would be cool, but doing that for each class, we're only adding additional specs, but and I don't think we ever want to shy away from new classes, but we want to make sure that the moment is right for introducing a new class. It really has to make sense for the expansion and what story we want to tell.
Race class combos.
I will keep into the sort of like the class design space here. So from the looks of it, without knowing too much detail, apart from what you guys just shared, this new D8 spec feels like the most modern design spec for modern WoW. Is this philosophy on modern design specs being considered to like other specs as we go further down the line into Midnight? Because I'm thinking about Fury Wars. There's a couple of specs that are a little bit behind design wise, and I'm curious, like, how do you guys see this? Can you apply the same philosophy there?
I think that's a great question. I think anytime we approach creating a new spec or a new class, we saw with Evoker did a lot of new things that a bunch of our classes previously hadn't done, right? So we see a lot of different philosophies that try and formulate around what WoW is, but also maybe push the boundaries a little bit. And I think we see that in Devourer as well. And as we move forward into Midnight and beyond, I think we're looking at all of our classes and seeing what we can do to kind of make them, more approachable. Something that feels like you're kind of picking up one of these new specs that feels like it's modern in a way that fits the rest of WoW. And so that's definitely something we're always considering and want to make sure that we're able to do, because we realize not everyone's going to play Devourer. I hope you do, because it is really awesome. But, there are a lot of people who play, Fury Warrior. There are a lot of players who play Death Knight, and we want to make sure their experience feels as good as a Devourer or Demon Hunter.
To take it a little bit.
I hope, like, when they look at the evokers and whatnot, like support classes, I hope that the reception has not pushed them away from trying out new stuff like that as well. A melee ranged class looks super interesting, though. Like, I was talking about it with my guildies as well. Like, for some reason, I'm not playing the Dragfear, but they look like a really cool class. It's just, I really love my Paladin. But it's nice to see that they are still experimenting and trying to insert new things there. It's fun.
To a different topic. For the first... No, actually, we might have had this before. But we do have 3 new raids going into the new expansion. And when it comes to the raids, I'm sure everybody has their own questions. Something that we were curious about was about the difficulty tuning of those raids. Since I think the Dream Rift has only 1 boss, would the difficulty of that boss put it the same as the difficulty of the last boss of
Voidspire?
Voidspire, yes. I'm sorry. Or where do you guys see that balance in terms of difficulty, and potentially the loot distribution probably would be proportional to that difficulty?
Yeah, so great question. It's important to note that all 3 raids are going to be part of the same tier. So there's not a separate tier, like there may be, in particular in the case of March on Cold and Us, that one is unlocked a couple weeks after Voidspire is unlocked, and so there will be a difficulty increase there. You should expect some level of difficulty increase going from Voidspire into March on Cold and Us. Those 2 are linked. They are both part of our campaign, and so they are linked with story, and you should feel a progression there. As far as the 1 boss raid, I would expect that to be, I don't know exactly where it is in the middle, but somewhere in the middle of Voidspire, where it won't be the easiest boss of the entire season. It won't be the hardest one, or any harder than what you see in Voidspire, but somewhere in the middle. The idea is, like, one of the great things that a 1 boss raid gives you is flexibility. And so we want to make sure that we're not gating that flexibility behind a really hard difficulty challenge. You could only have that flexibility to do maybe a 1 boss raid, a quick, hour long jaunt with your guild. Only after you've reached this height, whether you've gotten to the point where you can defeat it, that should be somewhere in the middle of the tier.
Obviously, as far as
Now that you mentioned it, by the way, Maple, I hadn't even considered it. How is that going to affect the Race to World First? Because we're going to get the Voidstorm, 6 bosses. Then we're going to get that 1 boss tier, which, as the way that they announce it here, seems to be like on a similar page. And then later, we're going to get the March of Quelled in Us. So what is the race going to be? I'm guessing that they're just gonna do Voidstorm then. Or are they gonna come back? Are they gonna make like individual races, like who can get that 1 boss down first? But if the difficulty is middle of the tier, then as well as I mean, it's all fine and dandy that they say like it's gonna be similar tier. But I wonder how they're going to do it with items. Like, what kind of trinkets or rings are they going to drop onto that 1 Ray boss versus the rest of the Void boss? Like, how much is that 1 Ray boss going to be required, right? Could you convince your Ray to skip out on it, I guess? We're going to see. We're going to see how they're going to implement it, I suppose. But yeah, for the Race to World First, it's going to be interesting times.
We've known whenever you guys make like a new system, like kind of like how Delves War, Hero Talents War, you're monitoring the reception and all of that, so it's all fair. Do you see this being something that you will apply every patch for Midnight or from now on, or is this something that you're testing out to see how it plays out first and then probably draw some conclusions there?
We always look to the forums, look to the players, look to see what people are saying. So yeah, that will be the case for sure. We'll see, hey, what is the reception? Do players like this? Are there any unforeseen pain points with multiple raids that we didn't see? Or is it something which is far and away the greatest? I'll say there's also something really cool about a big monolithic raid where every single boss in a season is building towards 1 ultimate goal. Yeah. And so I would never close the door on that. I think that's something very cool that we should probably anticipate in the future. But it's nice to have a couple of different tools in the toolkit to be able to, to tell the story.
Awesome. Now, I just want to touch a little bit on the Prey feature. We've noticed in the presentation that there's like 3 tiers of difficulty here. And we were kind of curious, like, how would you like associate the difficulties to what we are currently being accustomed to in the game? Like, I don't know, Delves tier 10, something like that. Like, how can you excel? Like, is it normal, hard, and
normal, hard, and nightmare? Yeah, that's a good question. So normal mode is a mode that we all start in. Normal mode is how you first interact with Prey, and then the bosses that you're fighting in that shouldn't be all that much more difficult than what you normally see in the outdoor world. It's just a different feel for outdoor content, but for someone who is used to the difficulty of outdoor content and enjoys that level of challenge, it will be at that challenge level. Now, it should still feel different. You should still be on your toes a little bit because you are going to be hunting someone and you might get the jump on them, but they might also get the jump on you. You might just be minding your own business when they begin to enter the combat. But it won't be significantly harder. With Hard and Torment, without specific details, I think this is something that the team is still like feeling out and play testing, and we'll get a chance to play test it with y'all soon once we get into alpha and beta. But I would expect that top tier of Nightmare to be closer to some of the more difficult delves, and there will be rewards that go alongside with that as well. So Prey is going to give you some really cool cosmetics, some cool mounts, some cool transmog appearances that have little edgy black blood elf look. But there will also be some power rewards that come from it, and those power rewards will be in the mix with the rewards you get from delves.
Okay.
Not unexpected, but I was kind of hoping, like, you know, the double question mark indeed, or like a Brawler's Guild. If we're going to talk like Torment, like how difficult it's going to be. Now, obviously, Alpha Beta will still happen and development will happen. But if they got like high-level delves in mind, the challenge is not going to be there. 11 delves right now are not hard. They just have a bit of a higher health bonus you put on tanking gear and you're A-okay. So it's going to be more optional casual content as far as I can tell. But hey, time is going to tell. Alpha Beta will show us a lot more. But if that's the design philosophy, it's going to be in that direction. All right, fair enough.
So there was also going to be power rewards. I understood you correctly. In the most difficult. Okay.
Yeah. Something a little bit more broad as well. Obviously, this question comes from a potential subjective bias, so feel free to correct us. We play the game with almost all roles, tanks, healers, and DPS whenever we do dungeons and raids. And it seemed like the War Within has either made tanks and healers a little bit more scarce, or maybe people are a little bit more hesitant to adapt into the role. And we all know that the game is trying to be a little bit more accessible to new players. The improvements to the UI definitely are a testament to that. All of the amazing changes you guys did with the animations of abilities and stuff. Is there something that you guys have in plan? Maybe you can share, maybe not, about tanking and healing as roles going into the future to maybe make them less scary for people, so we can probably get away with all of this waiting in queue for.
We needs more tanks and healers, guys. Yes, I have a related topic I'll cover, and then I'll let you jump in on tanks and healers specifically. Yeah, so a big part of this is we see challenges that folks have in queuing. In particular, finding groups has been a challenge, and this affects tanks and healers for sure. Groups who are looking for tanks and healers, but it also affects just everyone who's trying to find the right group for them. One of the things that we're focusing on in Midnight is making the queuing experience a little bit more easy to find the group that you're looking for. And so we're taking some efforts. I think we'll learn a little bit more about this in the future as we share more information about it. Okay. But to allow someone who is posting a group to share what my group's intent is. Am I looking to for just the most efficient players, because we were only going to expect the most efficient players to clear this difficult content? Or am I someone who is a little bit more chill? I'm here for fun. I just want to clear. I don't necessarily want to time it. And then give players who are looking for a group the ability to filter by that and say, like, I am looking for a chill group. I'm not looking for this exclusivity, or I am looking for an exclusive group because I expect the same level of performance. But giving players a little bit better tools to find the better groups will make it easier for everyone, including healers and tanks.
Yeah, I think it.
Wait, that's already in? And who will ever list? I want to waste time, join me. People, DPS specifically, who have like a +10 and they just want a tank. They want a healer. They don't necessarily want the creme de la creme, the top tier. So for me, for example, I'm not a great tank, but if I see somebody who just wants to finish their 2 or their 5, I would be feeling more confident to sign up for the group because I know that that is their intent. It's not like I am looking for the worst players to never be able to finish this dungeon. It's more like this is my intent. Whereas if you sign up now, it's a bit of a gamble. Like, are you going to find the sweatiest players that will bite into you and kick you into the dust when you even make a corner wrong? Or is it more like, you know what, I just want to fucking finish. Get me in there. You're 99% certain that you could go in and make a group for Mythic Plus, and there should be a completion or time option. Let's test it out. Group, Mythic Plus, pre-made groups, dungeons, start a group, Mythic Plus, Tazavesh, Standard, completion, or best beat timer? Oh. Oh, yeah, then what the fuck are they talking about? Well, maybe... Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it's already in there. Ah. Interesting. Yeah, so just beat timer or completion. Oh, they changed the title for you. Oh, look at that. Oh, okay. So I'm guessing they're going to work this further then. All right, fair enough. Yeah, make it more transparent. Yeah. Not a lot of answers in that interview from Mr. GM.
In addition to that, when we look at this from the combat and the class side of things, we realize that playing a tank and a healer it's a large ask, right? Like we look at a tank and, you know, it's not just knowing what your rotation it is, right? You go into a Mythic Plus, you're expected to know all the mechanics, all of the dangerous casts, the routes, the timings, just everything, right? You're kind of the leader of the party. It's that's the expectation. You know, your DPS runs out in front and dies, you know, that's like, they're not going to be able to lead the pack in the same way that a tank can. And so when we think about this is something that's on our mind. I can say for Midnight, we do have some plans. We haven't really announced anything, but we're looking at how we can make healers and tanks a little bit more approachable. You know, there's still going to be some of those things that are just kind of how WoW works when we talk about Mythic Plus, about knowing routes and things like that. But there are ways when we look at encounter design, how we can maybe make that a little bit more forgiving, or dungeon design, right? But it's kind of, it's a shared problem that we're constantly talking into encounters about, and how we can make people want to play warrior or tanks rather. And we do want to, you know, it also has to be fun too, right?
That was a nice slip up there. Like, how can we get these people to play our warriors? We know their shit. What I would like to see added is Mythic follower mode, where you can train the dungeon, and those followers will tell you routes, they will tell you abilities to the bosses, and you can practice. I think what will also go a long way is if, although I don't know how it is these days, but I knew that for a while aggro was an issue. So not only as a tank are you trying to pull the packs as you're supposed to, not only are you not trying to die, you're also competing with the rest of your group in order to hold aggro. And after playing it in Final Fantasy XIV, I cannot tell you how nice it is that mobs just stick to you and you don't have to worry about your aggro anymore. I think that for me as a tank would make a big difference. For healers, I do not know. So practice mode and like easier aggro, I think will go a long way.
Just kind of how WoW works when we talk about Mythic Plus, about knowing routes and things like that. But there are ways when we look at encounter design, how we can maybe make that a little bit more forgiving, or dungeon design, right? But it's kind of, it's a shared problem that we're constantly talking into encounters about, and how we can make people want to play warrior or tanks rather. And we do want to, you know, it also has to be fun too, right? Like, you know, that's the hard part, right? And there's a nice balance when we're looking at it. You want to be able to deal damage. You want to be able to live forever, right? But you also have to be able to die at some point, or you'll never die in raid, right? So it's a really difficult balancing act that we're trying to find the right thing. But there are things that we look at that you're asked to do in a dungeon as a tank that we as the class team are kind of asking you to do, and it might just be a little bit too much. I think we can be a little bit more forgiving, and the same goes for healers, right? I think they kind of focus on the same problems. I know that healing is so fast-paced, the damage intake is incredible, and you just feel like it's either I'm topping you off or you're dead, right? Like there's a one shot, and that's kind of an ever scaling problem when we look at Mythic Plus. Eventually, you're going to get to a wall where people just die. But we can make that experience better. We can smooth that out. And those are all things that we want to look at, both from a tank and a healer perspective. And we think that'll make the full experience of Mythic Plus better. And this goes to Raid 2 to a lesser extent, obviously.
You've just answered 3 more.
Interesting. For the collector's edition, by the way, I don't know, but I think it is closer to release, but I'm not sure on that one. And about Final Fantasy XIV, I don't actively play right now. And for a while, I dipped into Final Fantasy XIV to keep up with the storyline, but I realized that I really enjoy going through the story in one go, and I get irked by having to wait for the patches. So what I've told myself is like, I'll just wait until more of the story is available, and I'll blast through it in one go, as I've done with the MSQ. But no, I really enjoy playing Final Fantasy XIV, but it's apples and oranges when it comes to like dungeon design and class design. In 14, my experience is that there is no challenge until you start looking for it in like the higher tier raids. In the dungeons, it's pretty much just pull wall to wall, pop your cooldowns, and survive, right? Bosses for a tank are super easy, whereas in the trash mobs, it's mainly about managing your cooldowns, which is interesting. But one thing that I definitely think that they can learn from Final Fantasy XIV is how chill it is if you can just worry about not having those mobs run away from you, and just focus on your defensives and routing and all that. I think that would make life a lot easier.
Of our questions, so this is fantastic.
Okay, great.
And I wanted to say one thing that I think your idea is probably incredible. We've seen a lot of friction with people going into groups and probably some discrimination towards certain classes, certain roles. And I think a lot of that is probably due to a lack of communication, that maybe it's in part a problem of the UI, or maybe there's some inherent implication that people don't understand with a score and stuff. And if that can be clarified more, I'm sure that a lot of that friction can go away and hopefully alleviate some of these issues.
Yeah, the key here is giving players the tools to communicate better, to communicate intent, because it's not always easy to see just from a posted group what the intent of that group is. And so being able to say, hey, I'm just learning. Like if you wanted to post a group that you're learning, you literally have to type that in and then have, rely on people reading the text in your titles or descriptions to be able to understand that. Giving players a little bit better way to communicate that and then filter by that information should help resolve a lot of the conflict that we see.
Nah, genuinely, we've spoken about this with like learning dungeons. The current sprout system that WoW has is ass. Nobody uses it. There is a Murloc system where you teach new players, but let me tell you, that chat is just weird. Blizzard should definitely get some moderators on there, but, AI can't do that for them. What? Who said that? Not me. And in the case of learning dungeons, like, there are people out there that are more than willing to teach people and to make those communities and make those groups. I think that at least knowing that it's on Blizzard's radar, that they are working on getting people better together and like making communicating easier. I think that is one of the things that WoW needs to improve on. Because WoW, as much fun as it is to have more single-player content to play through, and it's definitely going to be people's their jam, ultimately there is still a lot of content that you just need groups for. And the pugging world is ass. It is. It's ass. So to see them make improvements on it, I'm a big fan.
I was going to circle back a little bit on what you guys discussed about, the grouping stuff and the combat design for Mythic Plus, but also for raids. When you guys took on the challenge of making improvements to the UI and adding your own version of weak auras, cooldown manager, and all of that, there's still specs, and I can tell you for a fact, Outlaw Rogue cannot be played without a weak aura right now. My question is, in a world where add-ons will be gone forever and everything is relying on the Blizz UI and the WoW UI, will this also affect combat mechanics, class mechanics, I don't know, design mechanics, like for the environment and stuff? Because obviously, I'm sure you guys know, the game has been accustomed to this playstyle for so long. How is this going to happen? Because we already know things are starting to move in that direction, right?
Yeah.
I think this is a great question. In terms of weak auras and things like that, I don't really have any comments on that at the moment. But in terms of the necessity to play Outlaw Rogue, or the necessity of weak auras to play Outlaw Rogue, when we look at that from the combat design standpoint, that's a problem. If a player feels like the only way to play their class is to go to a third-party site, download some weak auras, hop into WoW, and then you can start playing, there's probably something wrong. We're probably not giving you the best experience we can from the combat design standpoint. So what I can tell you there is, when we look at a class like Outlaw, we look at a class like Unholy DK with managing festering wounds and things like that. Those are the types of things that we're looking at and looking to see, do these need to exist? Does this improve gameplay in any capacity? Can we offer you a better experience by redesigning it? Yes, those are always things we want to do. We obviously do reworks within an expansion, but sometimes there's a limit to what we feel comfortable doing within an expansion, and we're always within a patch of an expansion.
Yeah.
But these are the kind of expansion boundary level changes that we're willing to look at and make changes for.
Kind of tied to the cinematics.
So what I'm wondering about, because they're talking about, it's an interesting concept. And we've spoken about this with Blizzard removing power from weak auras and deadly boss mods. It's going to be a different design thing. I can't speak about rogues. As you all know, I just play Paladin. I play alts, but not really play, one button and all that. But even in my case, I use a weak aura to keep track of my Wake of Ashes, because they didn't put in a visual cue in order to let you know that your Wake of Ashes is off cooldown. Like in the past, if your Divine Storm would be ready to pop off, you would have like 2 of those yellow markers in the middle of your screen. So what I did was, I needed a visual cue higher in my screen so I could keep an eye on the fight. So I installed an add-on, a weak aura, and I got that on my screen. And I think it's a very fair question to say, like, okay, it's cool to say that you're making these iterations and you're altering your classes, but do you have the manpower and the development power to make those changes? If something like my problem with the visual cue being a problem for the entirety of the War Within, is that just a matter of you've never gotten it as feedback? Where do you get this feedback? How long does it take to make these changes? And in the case of rogue classes, like I imagine this is not the first time that they hear that the rogue class is not exactly playable without weak auras. This is the opposite side of how are you going to mess around with the add-on power, because do you have the capability to keep up compared to what players themselves would be tweaking, right? Interesting. What's your... Yeah, that is my Hammer of Light weak aura. That's it. That's the one. Like, they put an audio cue in it, but I literally wanted it for, like, the visual, so that my Wake of Ashes... so, I can show you. There you go. All I wanted out of the game is that this icon right here would be like a cue, so that it would be here. So what happens for as you play Paladin, you use your Wake of Ashes and it becomes Hammer of Light, and you need to get like 5 Holy Powder in order to use it again. But mid-combat, it will also proc, so your Hammer of Light is available. But the only way that I can know that it's available is by looking at this little-ass button in the lower corner. And I just needed it to be a visual indicator bigger on the screen. That's all I needed, like they've done with Divine Storm in the past. Or give me an audio cue. I'll listen to the audio cue. But neither one of those is literally just the button turns from Wake of Ashes into the hammer. Hence why I installed the weak aura. Hence why the question, like, okay, you're going to take away that power. How are you going to compensate, right? So I think it's a very, very fair question.
That we've seen, it's very hard as a Paladin enjoyer not to get excited about what we've seen in the cinematic. We haven't seen Paladin in the cinematic, I think, since the Burning Crusade. And it's I'm not sure if you can answer this, but I'm hoping that we can get some spicy details. Is there anything in the works for Paladins in the future? I don't know if it's like another spec or a rework or some updates to animations. If you have anything that can get Paladins players a little bit excited about.
Open up the Discord.
I think that because he saw the Paladins in the cinematic. There's no denying Paladins were there. So,
you got any juice on Paladins?
I mean, I will say we're much like Outlaw Rogue, right? Much like Unholy DK with like Festering Wounds. We're always looking at what we can do to improve the experiences. I think we'll probably see some updates to some capacity for each of the 3 specs, right? I don't think they'll be, not to spoil too much. I don't think they're gonna, Red isn't gonna be a ranged caster like Devourer is, right? But I think we'll see some improvements there as far as the other things.
Yeah, clearly all 3 specs will get new Apex talents. So you'll see everybody's gonna have new toys, and that includes Paladins. From a lore perspective, Paladins, even if they don't have a redesign to their class, they're going to have a lot of relevance in this expansion because, yes, it's midnight. We're fighting the Void.
Yeah.
But as you've seen from a lot of like the trailer we saw, with a lot of just the iconography, with some of the mounts and pets which come with pre-order and so on, that light versus Void is as much a theme in this expansion as Void is. And so we're going to spend a lot of time looking at the light, looking at what it means to be a paladin. We have characters like Terralion, characters like his son Eritor, who are both paladins, and really interrogate that, what it means to wield the light. And also, we also know from like things like the Naru that the Void and the light are 2 sides of the same coin. If you push a Naru too far, then it can snap into Void. A being of pure holy light energy can snap right into Void. This is true of the light as a cosmic force itself. And so we're going to see some examples of like, the Void is generally bad and the light is generally good. But there's cases where the light might not be great, and vice versa. There might be cases where the Void isn't so bad as well. I'm a Shadow Priest main, so I think the Void is pretty cool personally.
Is it, right? I mean, we've seen what Irel did on Draenor, so we can kind of see the both sides of it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no chance of Void Paladins anytime soon, right? I just threw it there.
We never like to close doors on anything, but we have nothing to announce about Void Paladins at this point.
But we already have a Void Paladin at this point. Why would you... It's already there. It's in the game. All you have to do is give it to me. You could give it to me right now. Not that I would change anything, but you know.
Guilty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
Guys,
Thank you.
guys, make sure to watch the panel tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy.
It's going to be with a lot more details. So I think it's with Ian, right, and Paul. Okay, yeah. This is. Make sure you watch it. Thank you, guys.
Sweet. Thank you very much, Marcellian Online. Oh, cool. My webcam did a thing again. Stop that. Thank you. Let me give you all a link once more, because that interview was brilliant. Nice and chill. Good sound quality. Hello, Ronnie. Good sound quality, some good questions, some interesting philosophies when it comes to class design. Those Apex talents, it was really, really solid. So if you can go ahead, go there, give them a like, give them a comment. Brilliant interview, team. Thank you. It was just 10 out of 10. So the Void Paladin is in Talogra's Rift during the War Within pre-events. Void Elf Paladin. Warcraft Void Elf Paladin. Where are you? I mean, there's a video here. I wanted to kind of get like a screenshot. Where is she? Oh, stomme camera. There we go. Nobbel, War Within pre-events. War Within pre-events. Pre-event.
I sensed activity to the north of the continent, but the trail went cold near Zulaman.
Maybe connected. Army of the Lights.
Have the Rendorai
Oh wait, no,
any
that's when
void
we come back.
disturbances
That's when
lately?
they fight. Hang on. Shut up with the talkie. Where are you? I know I recorded you and I put you in there. Talking about the Skardin and the gateways. Maybe put the quality a little bit higher, YouTube, so I can actually see what we're talking about. This is the previous wielders of the Void. Where is she? Where did I put you now? Oh, I think here. Hang on. I mean, these are Shadow Guard, which is nice. Shadow Guard look cool. Yeah, she's standing right there. Oh, I'm hoping that I'm going there now. Here, let me show you. Oh, come on. Don't turn around. No, Nobbel, what are you doing? Go back. Nobbel, go back. So you can see it in the far off distance here. You see like that little gold in the back? That's the Void Elf Paladin right there. I'm just looking for if I'm actually getting closer there again.
There's Zondo of the Gurubashi tribe.
I don't care about Zondo of the Gurubashi tribe, Noble. That's very nice of you. I just don't care. That's Modera. That's the Skardin.
She learned of an otherworldly blade that the orcs had once used in their bloody rituals. A blade for to hunt it down.
Stop talking with that stupid accent. Oh, fuck, there she was.
And in dreaming, teaching her Zala.
Here, Aonara Dawnshade.
She knew then that she could not destroy the dagger.
Look, a Void Elf wielding the light. There you go.
Not yet. How can one defeat
Void Elf Paladin. Bam. Right there.
Whispered to her in waking and knew then that she could not destroy the dagger.
That's my girl. There you go. So Void Elf Paladins are in the game. Like, it's not a Void Paladin, obviously. Like, the spells are not turned void, but it's a Void Elf Paladin. Right, so... she's standing outside of the Omega. But what about the Void powers? I mean, we can turn those purple, and now we got Void powers. Y'all told me there's a Mr. GM interview, yeah? Let me have a look-see. Zulaman mentioned you. Did they? Cool. Hi. Celebrate the midnight reveal in style with new Blizzard gear. Posted 42 minutes ago. Is that really new? Nah, that's stuff from the store. We already looked at that. Ooh, collector's edition box. Is that a collector's edition box or is it a card box? Oh, it might be a card box. Look. Touch of style to your gear with the Midnight logo pin. Oh, this snapback. Midnight. Oh, it contains a pin. Oh, okay. Okay. That's not really a Void Pally. Excuse me. If a Void Elf is not a Void Paladin, I don't know what is, alright? Unless you're asking for like a Paladin to actually wield the Void. But I don't know if we can then still be Paladins or if we just go into like edgy Death Knight territory. Or would we still consider it a Paladin is what I'm wondering. Okay, so we done the interviews that were up on Wowhead. Y'all told me Mr. GM has one, yeah? Is it a good one? Is it a good interview? Paul Cubitt and Jade Martin. Hey, it's the same guys. Let's go. Did they boo? Oh, okay. How does it feel to tease a new spec? When can we expect to play the third Demon Hunter? New hero talents? What weapons will Devourers use? How does a mid-range Demon Hunter work? Any lessons learned from the Evokers? Talent points? How do the Harnir fit into the story of Midnight? Ah, snap. I want to know that. Harnir racial abilities, Harndar location, Harnir starting experience. TBC version. Okay, yeah, this definitely has questions that I'm curious about. However, before we go in, I need a quick toilet break. We all good with that? I need a quick toilet break. I'll also get myself an ice cream and get some fruit out of the freezer. So 5 minutes. Team, everybody stretch, get some snackies. And once we come back, we'll check out Mr. GM's interview, yeah? Tinkle time! Look, everybody, it's tinkle time! Be right back. Your ice cream is in my freezer. I got a drawer full of ice cream. No joke, like a couple of weeks ago, it was hot outside. And I decided to live my childhood adult dream. So I went to the frozen aisle and I looked at all the ice cream. And you know what I did? I dropped like 10 boxes in my cart. 10 different kinds of ice cream boxes. And then I got home and I emptied out an entire drawer in my freezer and I just dumped all the ice cream in there. And now every single day I can open up the drawer and the inside of me there's like old Nobbel, little Nobbel going like, yay, there's ice cream in the drawer. I'm so happy. Which one do I want today? I got traffic light ice cream, I got rockets, I got raspberry, I got Ola, like the orange ones with like the cream inside. I got pear ice creams, they're amazing. And they're like 80 calories a pop, so who the heck cares? It made me so happy. I don't have cornetas, no, I got Calippos. Fucking Calippos, let's go. Alright, be right back. Can I move in? Sure, Otto. Always. Ado. Hoppa. Oh, ads are also coming in. Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about the ads. If I don't run them during the stream, they'll be before the stream, which sucks even more. Ad block, Twitch Turbo, Twitch Prime. Subscribe to the channel. Or, as we're doing right now, we're also broadcasting over on the YouTube, Nobbel TV. Which should be a more ad-friendly experience if you're looking for it. I need this, but the Lorfm are fighting the Void. Like how they have the screensaver. What are we looking at? Oh, right. The mat, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to having Zolotov on my desk mat looking at me like she wants to eat me. Or that she's upset with me about something. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, I'm just gonna wait until the ads are played out, and then we'll pop into the video. Where'd you go, chap? There you are. Hi. I got myself one of these bad boys. These are the ones that we would get at the swimming pool during summertime. They are the orange flavored ones with like the white soft creamy ice cream in the middle. Do I get revenue on YouTube streams for premium users? Nah, what we're broadcasting... So, okay. If I would stream on my regular channel, I would generate income from advertisements, but the Nobbel TV channel is demonetized. But I chose to use that one. Because copyright and shit. So what we did with the Gamescom launch is we streamed it on YouTube. And we streamed it on the main channel. So I closed my stream and there's like 6 copyright claims on it. I'm like, what the fuck? Now, I don't care about copyright claims and I don't care about other companies taking the income from it. But what I care about is that YouTube might look at my channel and be like, hey, you're a copyright offender. What's happening here? So now I'm broadcasting it to YouTube. Does it generate income? Nah. But for me, the Twitch thing has always been like a side thing. Not a main income generator. Thankfully. Like, I'm here because I want to talk about lore and answer questions and just have a general good time. The income is extra. It helps a lot, though. Don't get me wrong. It helps a ton. But mainly here for the funsies of it. The YouTube is the main thing. But yeah, this is like, you know, of course you remember those. These are fucking amazing. It's close to, this one is close to water, but this one is more soft ice cream on the inside. It is true blood, definitely. Oh. Is the split, yeah? Is that what they call? Those, oh, the splits are the break apart, right? Those were fucking the bomb, man. The green flavor and the red flavor. Morticia, hello there. Lavmon, thank you very much for the 2 months. That's a split, right? I loved those when I was a kid. When those are double lickers. Oh, they were so cool. And then you had to make the question, like, you had to make the choice. Would you break them apart or would you devour them as is? Sorry if it's too much of a personal question. You can always ask questions. Don't want to answer it? I won't. It is orange flavor. But I heard a lot of Dutch Belgian YouTubers, Twitchers leaving the country for taxes. How do you experience that? I don't assume it'd be too different from any normal job, right? I know that they do. And maybe if I'd been smarter, I would have done it as well. Like, I've moved twice. Well, 3 times in essence. But I moved twice to a different place. And I've often looked like, okay, where do I want to live? And the Netherlands is very high in taxes. If you live near the border or even across the border, you will find that life becomes a lot cheaper. But I really like the place where I live. It's gorgeous. I've grown up here. I love it. So what ends up happening, long story short, for every 3,000 euros that you make, you give about 1,000 to the government. And that's income tax. That's also, they also got taxes for groceries and for anything that we pay to buy here. But income's taxed, roughly it's about 1k over every 3k that you make. And that is high. But that's the Netherlands for you. Yeah. 1/3, yeah. Yeah, and in exchange for that, You get... I mean, a portion of it is used for general healthcare. You still have to do a privatized healthcare as well, but the part of it is general healthcare, and it goes to roads and buildings and all that good stuff. Like, they will just text you.
Thanks so much for watching my top 10 boss battles themes medley based on your votes.
It's the Netherlands. They love taxes over here. There are certain truths in life, which is death and taxes. And that's what I mean. Like, if we go across the border, you will pay less on, like, nicotine or alcohol or gas, but even that is being shortened up because it's being drawn together. It is what it is. So would it have been more? Would it have been cheaper to move somewhere else? Probably, but then you're also living somewhere, right? It's a thing. Choices to be made. It's a great game, to be honest, right? 34.3% in the city I live in. Yeah. Okay. So, as I finish my ice cream, we are watching an interview that hasn't been up quite for a while. So if you could all do me a mega solid, go over to the video, leave a like, leave a comment. That way we can boost the video for Mr. GM, we can help out the algorithm, and we can just safely watch it here together, yeah? Small effort, but it helps so much for the YouTube. Just say hi, or like Nobbel sends you, or thank you for the interview, or just hello, whatever. Feed the algorithm monster, it helps them out so much. So, let's have a look-see.
To another developer interview. I'm here with Associate Game Director on Midnight, Paul Cubitt, and Lead Combat and Systems Designer, Jade Martin. Hello, guys. How you doing?
Hello. Yeah, welcome to Germany. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good Gamescom.
Yeah, hey, great to be here.
How's the jet lag?
It's better now.
Yeah,
it's just getting better in time for us to return to the States and then it all to be reset again.
Yeah, that's literally what happens every BlizzCon for me, because we fly in Thursday and then by Sunday we're like, all right, and then it's time to go home. So, but yes, Midnight is coming, 2026, and it was pretty exciting actually to do it here, and like obviously having a big Blizzard presence has been awesome. Like having the booth and everything like that does feel like a mini BlizzCon. I did want to start by talking about the Demon Hunter spec with you guys. So that's exciting. Firstly, I didn't write this one down, but I did just think of it. But it'd be quite cool. So there was a lot of like, obviously teasers for it in Koresh, right? So and the community obviously got very excited about it. How does that feel? And obviously it was intentional, right? I presume. How does it feel to see like the community getting excited about something that perhaps wasn't announced at that time?
Yes, very much intentional. It was great, the speculation that began. I think there were doubters and naysayers, and then there were truthers. And it was fun to see the speculation on Reddit forums, Discord, the Wowhead posts, everywhere, right? Yeah, it was enjoyable. It's great when we can kind of tease those things and let the speculation run wild. Sometimes it even fuels, our imagination, where someone might bring something up and be like, hey, not a bad idea, right? So like there's some cool stuff.
Yeah, I'll add too that like this was done to tease and for fun, but it also gives players a little bit of like a level setting for what Devourer is about, because anytime you introduce a new spec like the Devourer, it's useful to know like what can I expect. Players who have played this raid will say like, oh, it's like that guy who used those abilities to kill me in my raid numbers. Now I get to use those abilities on my own enemies.
Yeah, that is awesome.
You know what irks me? Now that I think about it, now that we're listening here, they don't explain how my guy comes back. Why not? If we're doing the whole, we do the teaser, we did the lore thing. So for those who are not playing The War Within, right? On Koresh, there's a quest line where we actually team up with the Demon Hunter who wants to learn about the Void. And it goes wrong because he tries to be a Demon Hunter with the Void. And we need to kick him through a portal. It's really funny. Like, we kick him out and then he's gone. And then all of a sudden, the raid shows up and he's there in the wastes with 2 new friends, and now he's our enemy. And I thought that there was got to be a quest line or anything in the raid to acknowledge, like, okay, how did he come back? Did he learn how to master the Void Whispers? Did he get possessed by a being? Does he have now a demon within and the Void within? Like, where did my guy come from? How did he find these new friends? What is he going to do now? Nothing. He's just there. He's like, yep, I'm back. So, all right.
The community went mad for it, like, as soon as it was announced. But I think even the Demon Hunter Discord had, like, a secret channel where they were, like, kind of hoping that it was going to be announced. So I'm sure they're really happy. Kind of sticking with the Demon Hunter
Must
spec,
be nice having a class Discord.
I presume it's... Well, okay, I'll just ask a question. I have a guess when it is, but yeah. Anywho, when can we expect it?
Yeah, so it'll be available in pre-patch to play, and there's no questing, no unlocking of it. You'll just be able to switch it into the third spec Devour and play.
Incredible. So obviously it's a third spec. There's
Wait, what?
Is that?
Wasn't there going to be like a little unlock quest in the previous one? Wait, did he just say you're just gonna what?
Kind of sticking with the Demon Hunter spec. Obviously, I presume it's. Well, okay, I'll just ask a question. I have a guess when it is, but yeah. Anywho, when can we expect it?
Yeah, so it'll be available in pre-patch to play, and there's no questing, no unlocking of it. You'll just be able to switch it into the third spec Devour and play.
Incredible.
Oh, the customization is unlocked, not the class itself. Ew, okay. Oh, it's a good thing we got clarification on that. Howdy done.
So obviously it's a third spec. Is there any sort of like associated like hero spec with that at all?
Oh, great question. Something that we haven't really covered, but yes, there is going to be another hero talent specialization. Working name right now is the Annihilator.
Great.
It is super cool. You hurl void comets from the sky as you basically the current playstyle gameplay of that is as you build Fury, you call down comet storms, and if you're Vengeance, which this is probably maybe a lead-up question, you actually call down Fell Comets, right?
Wow.
So what we're doing is for Vengeance, you will be able to be, you'll no longer have Fell Scarred, you will now have Aldrachi Reaver and Annihilator, and as the Devourer, you will have Scarred. Obviously, you can't be Fell Scarred anymore, right? We might actually call it Void Scarred, that's still kind of TBD, and then the Annihilator.
Excellent. That was like all the follow-up questions as well, so that is fantastic.
Easy.
I guess kind of a double header here. So like, what weapons can they wield? Are they wielding still like glaives and everything like that?
Yeah, so they're going to be wielding glaives still, but we are exploring some different things that we haven't announced. Is actually potentially doing intelligence glaives, but it swaps for their specs, so they'll still have Agi on them if you're playing Havoc or Vengeance.
Okay.
But a lot of their visual effects, I don't know if you guys noticed in the gameplay reveal trailer, have scythes associated with them, so that thematic, as they use their void and how it manifests, is more through scythes, and their glaives will be sheathed on their back.
That's epic. I guess kind of a follow-up on that. How does if they're...
Actually, I'm seeing you, Murph, as well in like the YouTube chat where like Fel and Void are volatile together. I just remembered how the Void was able to permakill demons. They used that for Illyria's motivation so she could dive into the Void. But I'm guessing... See, that's why I was irked about, he just shows up and they don't explain how he mastered those powers. He just does. And I'm like, how does he master those powers? Like, did they overtake whatever Fel he had? And that's why I was like, I would have loved to have known more there.
Like kind of mid-range? How does that work with the weapons? Are they throwing them? Are they kind of like going in and coming out sort of thing? How's the gameplay work?
Yeah, great question. So you kind of have two ways that you can play the Devourer. At a base level, you're basically playing mid-range.
Yes,
and you'd kind of just be considered a caster, right? Like that is how your rotation would work. You'd be casting your Void Ray. You'd be casting your Reap ability to collect the souls around the Void fragments, around you. But we also recognize that one of the key elements to what makes a Demon Hunter is their ability to move around and the mobility that they have. And so what we wanted to do was play into that with some of their talents that enable kind of like a hybrid build of moving in and out of melee combat at a decent cadence. This isn't something that you're going to be doing super frequently, right? Like you're not going to be doing it every 4 or 5 seconds. So that would kind of be hard to get a bearing on your surroundings. But you will be hopping in and out to kind of play into that melee aspect and mobility of Demon Hunters.
That's awesome. Is there any lessons you guys learned from like the Evoker being a mid-range spec?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that kind of makes Evoker work from mid-range is their ability to the mobility that they have, right? If they need to be into a melee mechanic, if they need to be in a range mechanic, if they need to get to a group to clump, obviously they're not playing from range, so they're a little bit far away. Yep. So mobility is a key for them to kind of interact with the gameplay space. And obviously Demon Hunters have a lot of mobility too, and kind of felt like a really good fit for them, so we wanted to make sure we lean into that and give them the tools that they'll need to be at that mid-range level.
Incredible. Really looking forward to it.
Curious how they're going to be performing in PvP as well. In my mind, it sounds super OP, having like, the movement and the ranged abilities. I think the spec is going to be DPS, by the way. Not tank DPS, but just DPS, I think, like a range caster. About getting rid of the lore department, by the way. Nah, it's not the lore department that's gone, but their historians team has shrunk down into like 2 people, 1 person. That's definitely been lowered. As well as I've had interviews before about the lore, by the way. Like this is, again, that's why I'm like, this is a class interview. For those who are just joining us in the last interview, they use lore in order to explain why there's only been the Void Elf customization and not on the Horde side. And they use lore in order to validate that choice, in order to explain it. Like, we've gotten the story and that's how it fits right now. But my counterpoint is that it's lore. You make up the story yourself. If you want to fill in that they can do this customization, you can come up with a story. Lore is not an excuse, right? And that's kind of also the point. Like they're class designers, they're class people. So I find it just the lore reason a bit odd in that way. And Christy Golden, yeah, I don't know what the situation is with Christy Golden, because on the one hand, she tweeted out, like, I think it's now 2 years ago, a year ago, like no longer with the team, but she is still writing the upcoming novel. So is it just a matter of the lore team that they had is like disbanded and now she's back to freelance writing? I don't know. But she's still going to have an impact on the story going forward, I guess.
But being in pre-patch, that's scary soon. I'm really excited. There was actually a YouTube short they posted with all the animations from them.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I will just say our team knocked it out of the park. The visuals are cool. Their key ability inside of Void Metamorphosis, which is only available when you are in Void Meta, is Collapsing Star. And it is like my favorite ability in the game, right? As you collect Void Fragments inside Void Meta, you build up to being able to use Collapsing Star, and then you just hurl this like huge epic Void Bomb essentially at your enemies, and it deals a ton of damage.
Like an anime finisher, basically, right?
Exactly. 100%.
I love that.
Hey, yo, Mr. GM, a fellow weeb. Mr. GM, a Dragon Ball enjoyer. Hey, we learned something new today. Anime finisher, baby.
I guess kind of sticking with the classes and things like that. With talents, obviously, we're getting 10 more levels.
Yes.
Presumably 10 more talent points. Could you talk a little bit about how the talent points will work going from kind of 80 to 90?
Yeah, absolutely. So starting at level 81, you'll unlock a new talent point. So you get 10 total talent points in Midnight, and we're going to be splitting it up between each of the trees. So you'll get 3 for your class tree. To kind of spend however you want, right? There's probably not going to, there's probably not going to be any new, a lot of new nodes. There probably will be some for some trees where they might need it. And then you'll get 3 new hero specialization points. And you're probably thinking, well, how does that work? All of our points are allocated, right? So we're going to be adding an additional column with 3 new hero talent nodes that you'll be able to put points into for each of the specializations. And then finally, you'll get 4 specialization points. One of the cool things that we're doing for this is we're actually adding what we're calling an Apex talent, which is kind of a natural conclusion to your spec tree. This is a multi-ranked node. It's going to have its kind of own visual representation within the tree, and you'll be able to put up to 4 points into it. And each point should feel very significant, weighty, meaty, with the keystone, which is the first point you put in, and then the capstone of the Apex talent kind of having the most weight behind them.
Okay, interesting. Is that kind of...
I've heard the feedback, by the way. I'm not a class guy, so I can't really speak on is this good or bad. It's not going to be my talents, and my class is basically how does it feel to play, and I'll copy whatever spec is up on Wowhead, right? But I saw the feedback flow by on the internet that people are not exactly happy with this because button bloat and talent bloat, but I have no idea.
In Legion Remix, we had something similar, I guess, right? Looking at the talent trees for that, is it sort of like kind of like that, I guess?
There's certainly, I mean, there's certain similarities. They use the same talent system, right? Yeah. And so there's probably something there. But I would say it's definitely its own unique thing.
Okay, excellent. Completely separate, I guess. Now, I want to talk about the Haranir. Obviously, the announced allied race for Midnight. So a couple things on that. I guess, obviously, we met the Haranir in the War Within. We kind of spent a little bit of time with them. Didn't know too much about them. Still, kind of at this point, we don't know a ton about them. but they play a pretty big role in Midnight. How does the story of the Haranir fit into the kind of overarching Midnight narrative?
Yes. Yeah, the Haranir we have been sort of intentionally mysterious. They're, as a race, they're insular, they're hermetic, they don't like to kind of leave their home. We've met Orwena and a couple of her followers or hangers-on, her crew, and Orwena's a little different. She has a little bit more of a direct tie to her goddess, and that has caused her to leave their home and start reaching out for help, to start talking to us. Again, not normal for Haranir, not something that they normally do. Once we get into Midnight, we are going to run into Orwena again, have reason to return with her to her home world of Harandar, and meet the rest of her people and learn more about what they're about. Like I said, very hermetic, very insular, but they have this direct tie to their goddess, and they're very tightly tied with the nature of Azeroth itself. Their home, Harandar, is where the roots of the world tree is intertwined. They're very tightly tied with the history of the world, and they have a different perspective on it, having kind of been on their own for so long. So our job in this expansion, at least in the beginning part, when it comes to the Haranir, is to convince them that this fight against Xalatath is a fight worth fighting. It's an existential threat to Azeroth, and they should come join us on the surface. And if we're able to do so, hopefully, fingers crossed, then they become an allied race and are able to you're able to roll as one.
Okay, so home worlds kind of sounded to me like a different plane of existence, but now they're talking about below the surface. They have mentioned that the Haranir are like around the roots of the world trees, which could lead to something really interesting. Like, for example, the world tree in Northrend touched Yaxaron's prison, which led to the creation of the Emerald Nightmare. We also know that there's going to be a raid connected to like some being that was not supposed to be dreamed up, and that some of them have stopped worshipping their goddess in order to save their people and contain this threat. Something in that direction. To the name of the goddess, by the way. We have one cutscene in which Orwena needs to figure out that we need to go into Undermine. It's the pre-cutscene. And in that cutscene, she meditates and she asks, and she's like, "Goddess, talk to me." And then there's that big-ass orb from Azeroth that talks to her and shows her, like, this is what's happening underground. So, for now, the goddess is Azeroth, but maybe there's also, like, a new name mentioned, but we're gonna find out more there. They also said the Rift of Aln, which is interesting, because the Rift of Aln is something that we know from the Emerald Dream. It's where Malfurion was able to push the Emerald Nightmare. It's where in Legion, you might remember like fighting off Xavius. Like, it's like a connection point to the Dream. And so the idea becomes, if they're connected to Azeroth and the goddess and the roots, like that world soul inside, does that mean that the Emerald Dream is, as been suggested and speculated about before, is that something created by Azeroth by dreaming? Is that what we're doing with here? Is that where the Emerald Dream comes from? Because Chronicles has something in the direction of, we don't know if Freya tapped into the Emerald Dream or if she created it. And what if Azeroth is the one who dreamed the dream, right? I do wonder how that would relate to what we saw in Ardenweald. In Ardenweald, we saw that beings from all kinds of worlds would regenerate, jump through the portal, and go to Ardenweald, or go to the Emerald Dream. But that could mean that the Emerald Dream is maybe shared between these world souls, or maybe Azeroth dreams so big that it's multi-planetarian. A lot of things to be revealed there, but it does seem like Emerald Dream / Domain of Life could be playing a part. There's also the idea of, if you fly down on Ashkahet, there is a portal. If you fly into the portal, it looks like the Emerald Dream. You will be falling asleep, and you will wake up on the ground again. From that, we kind of wonder, like, oh, is that going to be our gateway into Haranir land, as that is the area where we play around with the Haranir quite a bit. But again, like, the War Within story has been spread out over multiple expansions. I imagine that the Haranir has been pushed back. And we're going to find out more there. What do we know about them? Yeah, Pandora, dancing rituals, Azeroth, goddess. They don't build, but they work together with nature. And their culture is very much like, we stick to the shadows, we observe, but we don't interact. But Xalatath and the Nerubians going for like the blood of the old gods, the black blood, it pushed Orwena into, look, we can't stick to the sides, because if we do, our goddess is gonna hurt, our way of life is gonna be destroyed, we need to take action. And if you're asking me, like, right now, do you want to take a stab in the dark and predict the story of what's gonna go down there? My expectation is that Orwena is the young go-getter who can see that life needs to change in order for the Haranir to survive. And then there's gonna be a council of old men who are like, no, we mustn't, we must stick to the old rules. And then we need to convince them, like, your old rules suck, come join us. And they will, under the leadership of Orwena. That is my expectation. Ah, the IV. Feels like what the Night Elves used to be. Oh yeah, a lot of similarities.
Fantastic. I guess with that, could you say anything about the racials, perhaps, if we're at that point yet?
Yeah, so obviously things are always subject to change, but we have a good suite of abilities that we're kind of happy with right now. So we're definitely, I'll share. I don't think I've actually talked about them, so it's kind of exciting. I don't think many people have asked this question. I think I mentioned one of their racials in a previous interview. So they're going to have an active ability, and they're basically going to be summoning roots that are both friendly to allies, enveloping roots that will heal allies that are inside, but also damaging. These are very smart roots, so they're able to also damage enemies within it. So this would be a targeted area that you put this down. They're also going to have innate critical strike damage and healing as part of their kit. And then let's see what else. Kind of a fun, flavorful one with a little bit of gameplay impact is they're actually going to deal more damage to aberrations and elementals, and also take a little bit of reduced damage. And then probably my favorite one is we talked about the world tree roots. They're going to be able to fast travel between the world tree roots. Some of those fast travel points you might have to go and find to kind of unlock them, but you'll have kind of a base level of tree roots you'll be able to fast travel through.
Brilliant. Well, I guess.
Okay, so that travel system is fucking awesome. That makes me very excited. That means you can travel to world trees in the past, like Mount Hyjal and like Northrend and whatnot. I hope that the Hardenir... Yeah, exactly, it's the Dreamway. Yeah. I hope that the Hardenir will appreciate our boy Stackhelm, though, planting all his little happy world trees across the world, because, you know, that was him.
Guess that's it for my Dark Iron Dwarf then.
Yeah, rip.
That's incredible. Thank you for that. I guess sticking with the Haranir and Harandar as a zone, I kind of the biggest question that I've got from a lot of the community is like, where is it in relation to like on Azeroth?
Oh,
it sort of defies 3D definition of where it's at.
Okay.
So, fantasy zone, fantasy location. Important to note that it is tightly tied with the world trees and sort of the nature of them. So we would say within Azeroth, but like where specifically, is it underneath any particular continent or not? It doesn't really work that way.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Phil, thank you so much for the Prime. Like, part of me goes... You gave that answer because you don't want to bother about putting it somewhere on the planet. Which, okay, fair. You don't want to bother with what's above and what's below. You just want it to be somewhere underground. That's okay. Pocket Dimension does not seem to be the way, because he does not say, like, they're in the Emerald Dream. That would be an easy cop-out, right? But it can't be in the Emerald Dream, because they want it to be connected to the roots of Azeroth. So those roots need to go somewhere. So it's somewhere underground is basically what I got out of that answer. It's somewhere underground, and we don't want to bother with what's up above, because then you have to bother with what's up above. Down below Ankahet? Nah, like their location, or where we met them, it's like... doesn't necessarily have to be the base of operations, right? And they've mentioned that the Hardenir live in connection to the roots of the world trees. So, multiple places. Like, there will probably be the connection to, like, Nordrassil, right? Down below. What I am curious about is if they're connected to the world tree roots. What happened when they blew up Nordrassil? Did the Hardenir celebrate that moment? Do they call that moment like the Day of the Darkening, you know? And what happened when Sylvanas burned down Teldrassil? Did the Hardenir down below have like a barbecue smell and wondering like what the fuck's happening, and all of a sudden, oh my god, everything's on fire? Could they have saved the Night Elves? Could they have climbed up the world tree roots of Teldrassil and vacated people? Maybe they did. Maybe there's like a cult of Night Elves down below worshipping the trees. That would actually be kind of awesome. Just people that are expected to have been burned and perished at Teldrassil, and like the Hardenir saved them. That would actually be very interesting. Interesting. Thank you, Zoe. You're very kind. Record high temperature day. But that is, like, with everything that they lock away, similar with, like, the Arafi Empire, with anything and everything that's been down there, you need to explain, why they've been locked away and hidden away. And so far, usually what they go for are Mists, Mist of Pandaria, or, like, Kalimdor, or Dragon Isles. Like, Mists is basically the go-to. But in this case, they're talking about how they've been keeping to the shadows. But keeping to the shadows does not mean that they were unaware of events. And now you enter the stage of what atrocities have the Harnir witnessed and decided to still remain in the shadows. Because it's all fine and dandy that they now come out for Zolotov and the Black Blood, but where were they during the burning of Teldrassil? Where were they during Archimonde? Where were they when the sky ripped open? Like all these other threats that have hit Azeroth before. We called for aid and they didn't answer the question, you know? Exactly. So now the question becomes like, okay, did they just watch? Where was Condor? Are we happy or sad about any news? Happy about bits. Some bits I'm like, okay, I wish something else, but most I'm mellow. Yeah. Looks cool, so let's add it kind of thing. Most likely Turium. Most likely. Yeah, exactly, Tazars. Exactly. So I wonder how that's going to play out. We're going to find out, right? If you're asking me, like, how do I feel about the information? Talents seem interesting. New Demon Hunter build seems very interesting. Revamp looks awesome. The leveling experience looks pretty solid. The Harnir, as we were just discussing. The one thing that I'm like meh about is the praise system. Because the praise system has been described as Delve difficulty at the highest tier. I was hoping maybe, you know, a double question mark or maybe Brawler's Guild. But, oh well, Sylvie. Beyond that, looks solid.
I guess final thing on those. So obviously an allied race, presumably starting at level 10. And I guess the starting experience, do they get something similar to the Earthen or more similar to kind of other allied races?
Yeah, so TBD on the specific starting level, but you should expect something similar to existing allied races. And yeah, their starting experience will be flavored around what they're all about. You're going to get to learn a little bit more about the Harrenir by playing through that experience for sure. And yeah, it should be like the Earthen is a pretty close touchstone for that, I think.
Okay, brilliant. So moving on into...
the only thing I've seen about leveling so far is one line where they said... leveling system. I don't know if they changed the leveling system. I know that they're going to do talent points rework. If that's what you're talking about. Story mode to Dragonflight raids and stream. Oh, you're talking about that. Sorry. So for leveling, what they're going to do is they're going to give us a walkthrough of the War Within. That's going to take like a few hours. You'll be caught up to the story of the War Within. They will add story mode to the old Dragonflight raids so you can experience those. Lorewalker Cho is going to be busting and going to get more stories added, question mark. Exile's Reach is going to have the addition of Jaina Thrall and Rephion. And what did they do with Dragonflight again? Did they update Dragonflight leveling? Or is Dragonflight just the main thing still? The Burning Legion were kind of like giga enemies of the Void, hence their entire creation and purpose, right? So now, with Midnight and all, isn't it logical to bring in the Legion Sargeras again like we did with Zolotov, but this time Sargeras Burning Legion? Good video idea though, right? Yes. Yes. So the idea behind it is Sargeras is super afraid of the Void taking over in the World Souls, and he will be fighting against them. However... as we've established, Sargeras' way of dealing with things is not one that we're okay with. Sargeras just wants to purge everything. And then he's like, well, life existed once before. Hopefully he's going to come back again. That's not someone we can work with. Now, in the realm of, they could definitely, like, maybe talk some sense to him. We know that they're going to come back in The Last Titan. So maybe everything will go tits up at midnight and then they'll come back to save the day. Exile's Reach will lead straight into Dragonflight. And skip taking you to your capital city first, if I understood it correctly. Okay. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Kind of Eversong.
They're coming back at Last Titan. Yep. Yeah. If you want to know where that's from, Chris Metzen World Soul announcement a year or two ago. Should I try WoW now or wait for the new DLC? your call, to be honest. We are in the midst of like a new raid, so it's a good time to like check out what the War Within was about. My recommendation is get the trial and see if you like the trial enough to keep playing.
And Ghostlands from kind of Burning Crusade, right? This is another question that kind of instantly was brought up with the community.
Yeah.
Will those zones, the original Burning Crusade versions, continue to exist in Midnight as something that, you know, for a Blood Elf, if they make a Blood Elf and they want to level through that area, is that still something they could potentially do? Or is there going to be any changes with that?
Yes, so those areas will still exist. In World of Warcraft, we have this tremendous gift we have, which is the Bronze Dragons that allow us to access things that might be no longer within our current timeline. We can go back and do that. So the new updated versions of Eversong Woods and Zul'Aman will be added to Eastern Kingdoms and be connected directly to them. So you could just fly up there, skyride up there from Eastern Plaguelands directly into them if you wanted to. But a helpful time dragon, probably Zadormi, will be available at any time to allow you to get back into the legacy versions of Eversong and Ghostlands should you choose to do so.
Okay, but it also means no update to the leveling experience for Blood Elves. So you're still stuck in the Burning Crusade time period as a Blood Elf then.
That's amazing. So that actually got my follow-up on the putting it on the Eastern Kingdoms map. So that's awesome to know. Yeah. So I'm going to ask this. I ask it every interview because people are just obsessed with it. Do we have anything in relation to more race class combinations coming? Obviously, we have the Void Elf Demon Hunter coming. But anything beyond that, perhaps?
Yeah. So the Void Elf Demon Hunter is coming. This is part of a particularly interesting sort of lore opportunity we had because Void Elves are playing a pretty big role in the story of this expansion. The Devourer Demon Hunter spec, it leans into the Void as well, and so there is sort of a convergence of fantasy there that makes it a good opportunity for Void Elves to want to be Demon Hunters. It also sort of takes a lot for you to want to be a Demon Hunter, right? Yeah. Like you have to give up a lot. So we are aware that this sort of introduces an imbalance in between Alliance and Horde, right? This is an Alliance race. The World Soul Saga isn't over yet. There will be other lore-appropriate opportunities for other race class combinations to appear in the future. I'd ask folks who are feeling impatient about that to be patient and wait with us.
That is such a better answer right there. No, Sam. This is a way better answer. This is not using the lore to excuse like we're not getting it. This is just saying like, nah, it's on the horizon. Just, chill. This is way better. I like that one better.
The perfect answer. Fantastic. Thank you.
The perfect answer. I just noticed. Okay, we're just going to move on.
I guess another kind of big community question that people are really interested in. So yesterday we saw kind of our first glimpse of the Armani.
Oh, Jay Barlek, for the Eastern Kingdoms, by the way, if you haven't caught up on the presentation so far. So what they're going to do with the Ghostlands as well, it's going to be updated into modern times. And what we have right now is if you fly through the portal, you end up in the Burning Crusade area where you can't fly, you have to walk. What they're going to do is they're going to do a complete revamp, and that portal system is going to go away. It will become available for flying. Like right now, Silvermoon is like made out of paper, so if I got it right, like development-wise, they never bothered filling in everything because you would never be able to see it normally. But since we're going to be able to fly, they'll have to redo the entire thing. That was a big issue as to why they never updated it before. So the portal is going to go away, and you're just going to be able to get in there. And the old version is going to be time-gated. So they're going to, as they just explained, with the Bronze Dragonflight, you can go ask the NPC, like, hey, I would like to see so-and-so. How with Teldrassil, you can see it before the burning of Teldrassil. Or Undercity, you can see it before the plaguing. This one, you can also ask the Bronze Dragon and be like, yo, can we go back into the old times? And you can. And then my thing also with it was, like, how is Blood Elf leveling going to be affected? Because right now, if you make a Blood Elf, you start in the Burning Crusade time period, which is, 18 years ago. Are they going to use this as an opportunity to change the Blood Elf starting experience? But, as they just said, that is not going to happen. That is just going to be as it used to be.
Arnie Trolls, the new model for that. Instantly, you see any new model in WoW, everyone's like, when can we play it? So, I guess, we're hanging out with the Arnie Trolls in Midnight for quite a while. Is that something potentially we could see down the line, perhaps?
Never like to close doors on future opportunities, for sure. I can see something like that. One thing I am excited to see is that, the Amani have some unique, like, hairstyles, things like that. If you were a Dark Spear troll, there's nothing preventing you from taking on those hairstyles. So actually, there's going to be some cool cosmetics unlocked specifically for Dark Spears at the completion of the Zul'Aman campaign to be able to adopt some of that style for yourself.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess switching up to the like the raid schedule and everything like that. So it's been a long time since we've launched with more than one raid. I was trying to think about when it was. It was a long time. I feel like Mr. Pandaria, perhaps?
Yeah.
Or Legion? I'm not sure.
Somewhere back there, yeah.
Yeah. So how has that been from a kind of design perspective and just like, obviously they're very story heavy in regards to like, you know, relation to the narrative of the kind of expansion. So yeah, how's it been developing 3 raids at once?
It's been super fun. Like this has been a catharsis for our encounter design team because they've been wanting to do this for a while. They've been listening to players and saying that like we'd love to do some smaller raids again, and so we saw this opportunity as a great chance to do so. And so the team has been really excited to work on these. It gives us a couple different environments to build bosses in as well, a lot of nice variety. And so we're really excited to see how people respond to it. And yeah, like not only is it we're splitting up into a couple different locations, but also. These, in particular, 2 of these raids, the Void Spire and the March on Quel'Danas, are going to be really tightly ingrained with the end game story of Midnight, and so one leads directly story-wise into the other with a couple quests in between. I can't wait for folks to try it out.
That's fantastic.
Whoa. End game story for Midnight? They are? End game story for Midnight at the start. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm also happy that they're doing the update. And how's the fighting between the Amani and the Blood Elves? They already dropped with the presentation that Liadrin is going to be like, yo, we're working with the Amani. Are you crazy? My stab in the dark is that, like, the Amani are being led by 2 trolls. I don't know their name from the top of my head, but they're grandchildren of Zul'Jin. And my stab in the dark when it comes to the storyline is that the brother, he is going to be very much like Zul'Jin of the past, and he's going to be like, I spit on the Horde, I don't work together with any of you. And the sister is going to be the cool-headed one, willing to listen, willing to work together and get them in there. But that is purely expectation. I have no clue if that's going to go. We're going to find out once we get more on the game. He just means max level? I don't know. Maybe.
Do you have any kind of thoughts on release schedule at the moment, or is it a bit too early?
So most of them will release at the beginning of the season, but not all of it. So the Void Spire and the Dream Rift, so that's our 6-boss raid and our 1-boss raid, are released at the beginning of the season. I mentioned at the end of Void Spire, there's some story which continues the campaign after the Void Spire, in some additional questing campaign after that, which will then lead into the March on Quel'Danas. Still TBD in terms of the timing, but I expect 2 or 3 weeks in between those raids, and so all 3 of the raids will be part of the first season. They'll all be part of the same tier, with just a little bit of and the story continues going on in those first couple weeks of the season.
Do you need to complete the previous raids to go into the new, like the final raid?
No, you can go in. It's really just like the campaign will be linear. So to complete the quests, yeah, you'd have to do that. But no, we if you want to play with your friends, we tend to not involve too much gating in terms of multiplayer content.
Brilliant.
The army coming out of the Sunbow, I can't see it being the Army of the Light because I can't make out any Draenei. I also can't see it being the Head of the Empire. So they've confirmed, Shadow, that it's the Army of the Light that comes out of it. And the idea behind it just being humans is a design choice for the cutscene, I imagine. Like, this is my own interpretation. Like, I've also heard a lot of people say, like, why are there no Nightborn there? Why is Felistra not helping her husband? All that good stuff. Where are Terrellian and Illyria if this is the Army of the Light, right? But from an artistic choice in that cutscene, they really wanted to focus on the Blood Elves, on Lorthmar and Liadrin. So putting in anything else beyond that would draw away attention. But what we already know from the gameplay trailer is that the Nightborn are there. And I think Terrellian and Illyria have also already been spotted with like an Arator there. I think they're being summoned, we're also being summoned in there. So there will be more diverse choices when it comes to the races that are going to be fighting with it. And that will make up for the Army of the Light. But for this specific cutscene, I'm thinking that they just wanted to make it for, very specific on the Blood Elves. Like, this is their moment with the Sunwell. I think. Could you imagine Illyria coming through the Sunwell? I honestly, I would have found it so funny if it was fucking Enduin and the Alliance to come save the Blood Elves. It would have been fucking so funny. Can you imagine the response from people if the Alliance showed up and Enduin is like, don't worry about it, we got this. After everybody being like, please, give us our Horde-centric adventure. And it's like, nah, the Alliance has come to save the day. Hell no. Oh, it's so funny. So yeah. Like, I was a big fan of the idea of the Empire with the indications and implications as to like the old history of the humans and their allegiances, and now you owe the Emperor one, as well as the potential of there being that Zolotov is already whispering to the Emperor and his visions and like, you know, all that good stuff. I saw the potential there. But hey, you know, it's their story. If they want to bring in the Army of the Light, then that might have reasons. And I've had comments in the direction of how can we possibly summon in the Army of the Light and all that good stuff. But like the story still needs to be told, right? We know that there's going to be a book from Christy Golden. We know that teleportation with portals and wells is definitely a thing. We're going to find out. The Partos would be amazing. Absolutely amazing. I got a video up, by the way, about the Army of the Light. Posted it yesterday.
In the first season of The War Within, we saw Heroic Week come back. Obviously, we didn't see it come back after that. Is this something we could see potentially in Season 1 of Midnight?
TBD on that.
Okay, yeah that's fine. So Early Access is something that's... I think the first time we saw it was The War Within. Obviously, I think, in my opinion, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great to kind of, you know, build up the character ready for the official launch. It's coming back in Midnight again. Is there anything you kind of learned from the first time doing it that is kind of going to go into this new early access for Midnight?
Yeah, I would say the first early access met most of our goals in that we were able to give people the opportunity, should it be right for them, to get into the game a little bit earlier. But also, by the time we got to season, there was no meaningful difference really between people who had those 3 or so days of extra time to play versus those that had not. We're really cautious to make sure that there's no additional like weekly, once a week opportunities afforded to those who step in earlier. And so we're going to be springboarding off that. There's lessons here and there that we've learned for sure on making sure that folks, that we're presenting a fair opportunity for all. But really, like I think we look at the experience of The War Within as being the model for how we build this one.
They use the same excuse with The War Within. And I know they're developers and they need to follow the corporate speech. But if there's no value to pre-order and early access, then what are you selling? And why are you selling it? Like, I understand that they can't be honest and be like, yeah, we like money. People give us extra money if we allow them early access into the game. So therefore, we give them early access. I know you can't give that answer, but man, it's just grating to hear like there's no benefit to it, right? And it's not even entirely wrong. Like, if we look at The War Within, did anybody really care about the early access there? Like, I didn't really feel it. But I still think it sucks that we don't get to share everybody at the same time with a game launch. Like, that is taken away. That is not added. That is taken away. So, you know. But then the other counter argument is it's the gaming industry. As long as people pay for it, they will sell it. I just find the answer so grating. Like, you are telling me that you are selling something that has no value. Are you aware of the node system in Ash of Creation? I am not. And would you be interested in WoW Housing, where it not only becomes a neighborhood where players have houses, but rather guilds have halls for recruitment and cities being built by entire realms? I fucking love that. Guild housing would be sick. I don't know about Path of Exile, but I do know about Overlord. Oh, if me and my guildies could work on our guild house, like in Final Fantasy has it as well. Yeah, I'd be well down for that. Very much down for that. Like, also communities, doesn't necessarily have to be guilds, but also communities and whatnot. Why not buy Epic and play in the weekend? Like, ultimately, early access, they sell it because it makes them money. And like, I can make big speeches on how this should not be the way of the world and all that, but we all know that I'm going to be paying for it anyways, so I'm part of the problem. And it's a smart way to spread the mass, not stress the servers too much. We had that point made as well with The War Within. But I find that point to be disingenuous because it's up to them to give a clean launch. And before we had this pre-order, we've had clean launches before as well. We've also had disasters, mind you. But the idea of we're doing this for... Like, that's my point. We're doing this for a better player experience is not the argument to be made here. We're doing this because it makes a shit ton of money. That's the answer.
Excellent. I guess, I don't know why I put this one at the bottom, but it's fine. I guess we're back to kind of classes and things like that. Is there any other like kind of major reworks or combat that's happening in Midnight to other classes? Obviously, we got the big kind of sweeping change to Demon Hunters, but is there any other classes getting any notable changes that you'd like to talk about?
So none that I can talk about. I will say soon we'll have some blog posts prepared and to talk about what kind of our class philosophy and design philosophies are going to be going into Midnight. Yep. I will say that we do have some planned changes for classes, and I think everyone will be looking forward to it. We're trying not to leave anyone out. I think we'll have a good representation across. As we go through an expansion, we'll often do reworks. We'll see, based off of community feedback and what problems we might be seeing with a particular spec or class as a whole, maybe even. And we're always looking at what we can do to improve it. Sometimes within a patch boundary in a singular expansion, we want to be a little cautious with what changes we're making. And then we have what we call like an expansion level boundary change that we're willing to make. And those will be often, something that focuses on resources or, a particular class mechanic, something that's a little bit scary to change within a patch. And so we definitely have some plans to do it. We're looking at classes, we're looking at what we're asking you to do. Sometimes it can be a little bit too much, right? We recognize that some classes are harder to play than others, and while some players really like that skill expression, I think we're maybe like getting to the tipping point for a lot of these, and we want to look at how we can make classes feel more approachable and feel like anyone can kind of pick it up and play it while still having that skill expression for players who love that easy to learn, hard to master of World of Warcraft.
Excellent, thank you.
I just realized how clean Dan's camera is, by the way. It looks so good. And awesome PX. Probably not because schedules, but awesome. I saw something that I wanted to comment on, and now I forgot. Oh, well.
I guess finish up with kind of a generic sort of question for both of you. So, Jade, kind of what's the feature... When you look at Midnight and you're like, this is the thing I'm most excited about?
Oh, boy. It's a really good question. Okay, Devour, obviously, because I just really like the gameplay style. I love Void Metamorphosis. I love fighting against the tension of your resource mechanic draining over time and trying to stay in that form for as long as possible. So I'm certainly looking forward to that. Housing, of course, is going to be really cool. And then... Honestly, the other one we kind of talked about earlier, I really like the idea of three different raids. As someone who can only raid about two nights a week, having the smaller raids to hop in and play with my my raid group, I think it'll just be really good. I think it'll be a nice way to break it up, do like Voidspire one day and then the other two the other day or whatnot. I think that's probably one of the features I'm looking forward to the most. I'm excited to see how it goes for us.
Excellent, Paul.
Is that how it works? Like, what? Don't you just have raid hours? Like, I mean, for pugging, I guess you could just pug for a boss. I mean, for pugging, it might be nice, actually, to have the raids split apart with bosses. Or my guildies. It's like more travel time, more stuff to do, right? It's the same about bosses. That's what I was thinking. Like, if you got time to pop in for like one boss, it doesn't matter if that one boss is in the first raid or if it's spread out about across 3 raids. For pugging, I would imagine that is. Yeah. Correct. Yes. So there's 3 raids. One is gonna have 2 bosses. One is gonna have 1 boss, and then 6 in the Spire one.
Can I give you 2 things as well?
Yeah, you can go.
I mean, housing is obviously like number 1, but setting housing aside for a bit, I'm really excited about the shape of the campaign this time around. That we have sort of our overture zone of Eversong Woods, but then that lets players sort of choose which zone they want to do next. Do they want to go to Zulaman? Because you'll have learned a little bit about what's going on in Zulaman by the time you finish Eversong, and you're like, that's interesting. Do you want to go to Harrendark? Because again, you'll have learned a little bit about some environmental threats that'll lead you down there, and so you might want to chase that down. Or there's a third storyline as well, which follows Erator and sort of his
interrogation of his relationship with the light that will take you to some.
What does that mean? We spoke about this yesterday as well. Who came up with the term interrogation of the light? Is that my Dutchiness? Every time they say it, I can just imagine Arator with like a good cop, bad cop situations. Like, that's right, you filthy light. We know everything you have done. Now spit it out. What did you do with Arthas and Illidan? No, interrogation. We interrogate the light. I mean, I guess what would be interesting, by the way, is like he has his mum with the shadow and his dad with the light, and they're trying to make the whole thing work. But like interrogate the light. Maybe he's like going to extra analyze what the light means and where it comes from and all that. Why did that sound so hot? Yeah, shining a lamp on the light. It's just a Naru in front of them like...
Legacy zones, places like Light's Hope Chapel.
Like, if they want to say investigation, then all of their PR materials so far, like all the articles and shit, all say interrogation. It is somebody wrote that line and they are... A self-reflection. Interrogation is a weird way to say self-reflection. It's so interesting. Although I will say, like minus that, I do like that they have like different options. Like what you mentioned about the campaign, I do very much love that they have different options, different paths to go into. So for those unaware, we all start in Eversong Woods. We all start at that place immediately after the cinematic or with the cinematic that we saw with like Zolotov on the attack and the army showing up. We're going to be summoned in. And then we get a choice. You can go Arator questing, Zulaman questing, or Harnir questing. And apparently all three are going to have an influence on the zone. And as you just mentioned, I'm like, oh yeah, we've actually seen that. And then whatever you don't do, you will still do at some point. Until we all come together in the Void Storm. That's going to be our last area. And in the Void Storm, we're trying to get access into Zolotov's base of operations. And the Void Storm is basically like a different planet, a different Void realm. For me, it reminded me a lot of the... In Final Fantasy XIV, you also got like a Void Realm. That's what it reminded me of. The 3 raids. So 1 raid is going to be the Void Spire, which is going to be Zolotov's base of operations. 1 raid is going to be this amalgamation nightmare creature, which I'm going to assume is going to be connected to the Harnir and like Azeroth Dreaming. And then 1 is going to be Quell the Nuss, where there's going to be 2 bosses, and that's going to be the finale of the initial patch. So we're going to go back to Quell the Nuss. And then there's going to be spoilers there as to what happens. Personally, again, I'm a big fan of losing. In this intro cutscene, we are definitely winning and hope and light. And I would very much like for Zolotov to just get her hands on the Sunwell and unleash all the goop on Azeroth. But time is going to tell, right? Detective Arator. Keep flicking the light switch. Howdy, Kalen. By the way, do you have specific videos I recommend to try to understand the bulk of the story as much as possible? For the War Within, yeah? So I'm gonna be doing... It needs to be made yet. But I'm gonna be doing the story of the War Within full version. But for now... I will give you... War Within going into Undermine. Nobbel. There we go. So this video is what happened in the War Within as we went into Undermine, the last or the middle patch, and then I've got. I mean, that is an hour. You up for an hour? Oh, this one works as well, actually.
The next,
oh, sorry. Let me
most
give you this one.
last major patch for the War Within.
There you go.
Called Ghost of.
That's the one going into Karesh, and then for Karesh itself,
It doesn't play.
Is look for an hour adventure. There you go. Now I will be doing like the story of the War Within. So I'm going to make like, okay, this is what happened in the entire expansion. I've done it before, like Dragonflight and Legion and all that. But that is to be made. That is going to be after the Gamescom. Hippity hoppity hypity down. Thank you, Shunja. Thank you very much for that.
There, and so you might want to chase that down. Or there's a third storyline as well, which follows Arator and sort of his interrogation of his relationship with the light that will take you to some legacy zones, places like Light's Hope Chapel and Strathholm, and so like. But you get to choose from each of those, and then you get to culminate everything in Voidstorm. All along the way, we're doing.
Sorry, ads are coming in on Twitch. If you don't want ads, we got Twitch Turbo, Twitch Prime, subscribing, ad blocks, or we're also doing a double stream on YouTube right now. It's on my YouTube channel called Nobbel TV. So if you're looking for a more ad-free experience, you go over there. And yes, we will still get a whatchamacallit, like an epilogue, more on the videos. So I'm very excited about it as well.
More of folding in dungeons and delves into that story, so the actual like dungeons and delves that you're playing are punctuating that story in key moments, and you can play through and follower dungeons if you like, including the very end of the level up campaign ends with a dungeon, ends with a big bang. Nexus Point Zenith is the end of your campaign before you move into max level, and then as we talked about before, that story going into to the raids. Separate from that, I'm actually kind of excited about a smaller feature, but it's a PvP feature. It's called Training Grounds. I love PvP. I don't keep up as much with PvP as I have in the past, and it can be a little bit intimidating getting into PvP these days because there are a lot of people who love PvP a lot more than me and spend a lot of time and are very good at making a meal out of me when I step into PvP. Training Grounds is a mode where you can play alongside human competitors against game-controlled opponents, but in the battlegrounds that we know and love, including Arathi Basin, but also Silver Shard Mines and Ruins of Gilneas. You can go in, learn the ropes, get a little bit better, and then maybe get better at PvP. And so hopefully that we'll get to grow our PvP audience a little bit, and offer folks some opportunities to stomp on comps.
PvP has been struggling, by the way. The vibe that I'm getting online is that people are not happy with how they've been developing PvP. He's mentioning training against AI. I don't know if any of you done like the Brawl comp stomp against AI, but that is not practicing PvP. That is basic as AI that is super easy to overcome and dominate, and just farm them in their graveyard. It's fun, exactly, but it's not practice. It was great in order to get my honor levels up and actually talk to people and like defend the flag, but you learn nothing in that. So I'm hoping that what they're planning to do is going to be more advanced and more interesting than that.
Love that. I'm a comp stomp enjoyer, so.
And just like, since you brought it up, I do think Slayer's Rise is our new epic battleground for players who do love PvP and do love slaughtering people. This is our newest epic battleground, and I actually think it's honestly shaping up to be one of our best ones. I think it's really cool. I think just marching your way towards the enemy's Dominar, which is like the final big boss fight, kind of similar to maybe like an Alterac Valley, but that whole presentation and how you get there through each of the 4 stages is super cool. I think our PvP players are going to have a fantastic time in there. The epic 40v40, but a lot of like side objectives that you can do to kind of split it up so you're not always constantly battling.
That's awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. GM. Thank you, Mr. GM. There we go. Again, let me drop a link in the chats as well. If you haven't done so yet, please leave a like and comment on them. They help out creators massively. It takes 5 seconds of your time, and this way we can keep interviews going like this, yeah? Hey, that is mine. What a sexy thumbnail. Look at that. I worked on that. Bioscope incognito mode. I need to go check that. We've checked out that interview. That is the Power Rangers. That is What is the Sunwell. I need to change this thumbnail, man. I need to change this to like Lealdrin. Okay, cool. Done. Very cool. I feel like WoW is too bloated. You need so many add-ons, have so many buttons. I've always been a big fan of you don't need add-ons, but they definitely make life easier. I understand that part. I'm personally not a fan of the mindset of you need add-ons in order to play WoW, because it's not true. Like, I play WoW without add-ons perfectly fine, but I will say WoW needs more tutorials. WoW needs more in-game explanations. I shouldn't have to go to Wowhead in order to learn how to play my spec, in order to learn what a rotation is. WoW should provide those tutorials. Same with PvP. Like, if they're gonna add AI to teach us PvP, great, but actually teach us how to do PvP, right? Give us tactics, give us explanations as to how these battlegrounds work. To focus and interrupt, right? you think we'll fight Zolotov at midnight, or will they keep that for the last Titan? The presentation yesterday had me a little bit worried, I'm not gonna lie. The presentation yesterday, where Maria was talking about this is Zolotov's goals and plans, I'm hoping, and I think it's very fair to hope to this, that was just basic explanation for Zolotov, and the game itself is going to explain a lot more. Because how they explained it yesterday did not get me excited. Like, Zolotov is coming for the soul of this world, she's gonna unleash this evil, blah blah blah, she's a big bad guy, and I'm like, we face so many big bad guys that are just gonna unleash the next big bad guy. I was kind of hoping that Zolotov was more than that. But again, it might have just been how they explained that in the presentation. And I think that if they get rid of Zolotov, then they would be cutting themselves in their own fingers. Zolotov is incredibly popular, is very well built. Not just her body, but her story. Sorry, very well built up. Yeah, not just very well built, but built up. And obviously... oh. Alright. But it's an interesting bad guy. It's an interesting villain with a long history and a lot of things on the stove. I think that if they do Zolotov the basic, oh yeah, she's just unleashing the next big bad, I think they do it a disservice. And I think if they're just going to take care of her in the intro cutscene or the intro patch for Midnight, they're going to do it a disservice. But time is going to tell, right? I surely hope not. The Vegeta route for Zolotov? Yes, I hope so. So, during Karesh, we were all wondering, like, okay, she is apparently... she's been this harbinger for Dimensius. But why? Why has she been the harbinger for Dimensius? And then, why did she betray him? And a lot of those motivations still need to be filled in. There was some dialogue on the PTR in which she mentioned, like, Dimensius devoured my world. But that dialogue's been taken out of the game. So where do we end up? Like, is Zolotov a Silver Surfer? As in, Dimensius showed up and she offered her services to guide him away from her planet? Is she simply very lusting for power and she just hooks up to the very first thing that's powerful? In this case, Dimensius, and then she found the Rishi ribbons and she hooked up to those? Is she like Illyria, where she embraced the void in order to save her people and it just spiraled out of control? CKM, hello there. Is she insert anything here? Like, we don't know what Zolotov is. We don't know exactly what she wants. We've got hints. We got clues. There's still so much to be told in that direction. And I wouldn't mind a Vegeta situation. Nah. Oh, Iridicron, by the way. Iridicron is waiting for Last Titan. He told Viranov, like, I'll be back when the Titans are back. And we know that the Titans are going to come back in the Last Titan. So that's where Iridicron is chilling at. He's just waiting for the last expansion. He's biding his time. He's waiting. He doesn't care about what Zolotov is doing. He just wants his shot at the Titans. And he will get them in the third part of the saga. Why is she after it, right? Does she just want power? Does she want to rewrite the universe in Void? Why? Why? Oh. He's just enjoying some spa time right now. Is there anything else interesting and cool to check out, team? For tonight, by the way, we're going to be uploading the highlight from yesterday's overall presentation, in which I will also be talking about Iridicron, and I'll be talking about the Haranir and the story so far. That's going to be up in an hour. Ish, because I also need to do thumbnail. I did remove... Well, I lowered the volume and I fixed it. Yes, I did. I did. Okay, so the Wowhead does not have anything new or spicy. Does Twitter have anything? That is the full Midnight Developer panel. That is my Dark Lady showing off cosplay. I've got to say, the WoW community has to be the most entitled sounding gaming community out there. Oh, that's a lovely tweet. Well, actually, I mean... Okay. Telias and Avatel is gonna upload theirs. Sick. Did Blizzard ever give a reason why they're skipping BlizzCon? Microsoft takeover. And the cost of it. But we do know that BlizzCon is gonna come back next year. Okay. Okay, this is kind of funny. That's kind of funny. You're finally living the millennial dream of you're owning a home in World of Warcraft. Okay, that's kind of funny. Fuckers. Cyber TV has a new interview with the lore. Let's go. Shit, I need to piss again. Dang it. Hey, Snow Mixie won the housing showcase. Yay. Why need to do Hammer of Light? Sci TV. Oh. Oh, hello. Oh, I'm pushing all the wrong buttons. Oh god, what did I do?
Hey everyone.
Hello! I broke everything. I'm so sorry. Oh. Yeah, I fucking hate this software so much. Okay, we got a video up. We got Cyber, who was apparently dropping some fat lore. I'm ready for it. Did they have like Oh, this is in Dutch. You all can't even read this. Welke personages kunnen we in Midnight verwachten? Zijn er nieuwe plannen voor het pre-systeem? Update Delve Companion Valera, which is completely in English. Wijzigingen, updates voor Delve schaalverdeling. Verbetering van Mythic Plus telegraphing. Yeah. Groepsbrede upgrade van key levels. Oh my god, it sounds so bad. Meer herintroducties van spelmodi zoals Horrific Visions. Wat een sappig Nederlands stemmetje. Please don't ever call it a sappig Nederlands stemmetje. Holy fucking shit. That is far too much cringe for one person. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Can we watch Anakin versus Obi-Wan musical? I've had this song on fucking repeat. It is amazing, like no joke. Okay, well it's not amazing. It's kind of ass and it's AI, but it's okay. It's my autistic obsession right now. Leave me alone.
I don't know you anymore. Anakin, you're breaking my heart. I'll never stop loving you. But you are going down a path I can't follow because of what you've done, what you plan to do. Stop now, come back, I love you.
Liar!
No!
You're with him, you betrayed me. You brought him here to kill me. Let her go, Anakin, let her go. You turned her against me. You have done that yourself. You will not take her from me. Your anger and your lust for power have already done that. You have allowed this dark lord to twist your mind until now. Until now, you have become the very thing you swore to destroy. Don't lecture me, Obi-Wan. I see through the lies of the Jedi. I do not fear the dark side as you do. I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire. Your new empire! Don't make me kill you, Anakin. My allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy. If you're not with me, then you're my enemy. Only a Sith feels an absolute. Do what I must. You will try. I have failed you, Anakin. I have failed you. I should have known the Jedi were plotting to take over. Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is evil. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Well, then you are lost. This is the end for you, my master. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
It's the best part coming up.
You underestimate my power. Don't try it.
Arg!
You were the chosen one. It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them. Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness. I hate you. You were my brother, Anakin. I loved you.
That's it. I've been having this on my workout playlist. It's been amazing. Oh my god, is that Flodder? Nee, gekhuis. So there you go.
Hey everyone, so I'm Cyber.
Hi Cyber! Do you think Sylvanas will return at midnight? Yes. Yes, I do.
I'm here at Gamescom 2025 for a interview with Maria Hamilton
Ian,
and
let's
Ian
go.
Hazacostas. Would you guys both mind just chatting, introducing yourselves and what you do on World of Warcraft?
Well, I'm Maria Hamilton. As you mentioned, I'm the Associate Design Director on WoW, mostly dealing with our content.
And I'm Ian Hazacostas, Game Director on WoW.
Amazing. Perfect. I'm sure everybody in chat already knows you both very, very well. So first off, I want to hit with some lore. I actually put a tweet out trying to get some assistance with some questions, and a lot of people were chatting to me about non-Blood Elf related characters that are going to be featured in the Midnight expansion story. Races like the Naga, maybe, because they have that elven influence, shall we say?
And tents on the
What about
beach.
Sylvanas, like, are we going to go down to her? Or is she coming up to us? Like, what's the plan with that?
Well, I don't want to spoil things. So I feel like you will see some Sylvanas at some point here. That seems very likely.
Oh, well, I don't want to spoil, but by the way. Oh, there you go.
I don't think you're going to see Naga anytime soon, but I'm not ruling it out. So yeah, there will be some other folks. I don't know who else you had in mind.
Wait. What do you mean we're not seeing Naga? There are Naga on the beach. What?
Like Thrall, characters like that.
Sure, yeah. Throughout the Midnight sort of saga itself, portion of the expansion going all the way through our later content releases, you'll see a variety of different characters, including Thrall.
Okay, good to know. So the prey system is this potentially fantastic new system coming in that could be really great for the sort of the low to.
Before we continue, by the way, I need you all to go there and like leave a comment for me. Cause hey, we just got that Sylvanas drop. Yeah, I need you all to be extra kind and go drop a comment on that video. Leave a like. Make sure that they were here. Thank you so much. Cause shush. This helps them get the interviews, get the views, and it's like 5 seconds on our end, right?
Mid-core level player. What is the plans with that? Because I feel like people are trying to figure out, like, is that zone-wide, continent-wide? How is that going to
The system as a whole spans the 4 main zones of Midnight. You will, if you want to opt into this, you claim your contract to seek your target in Silvermoon, and as you going about your other business, whatever quests you're doing, delves, etc., you're also tracking down this target, but they may occasionally, in fact will occasionally, ambush you. It's a little bit of a cat and mouse game, leading to a final showdown. The intent here is really just another layer of engaging content and challenge for people who are looking for more in their outdoor world experience. Mostly solo players, folks who really just enjoy questing and spending time in the world. I think we're really excited about the multiple difficulty tiers of this system as a way to kind of add opt-in challenge into the outdoor world, where after the first few weeks, once you get geared up, it often feels like nothing really poses any resistance. That's not something that, it's something we want to definitely find ways to change.
So are they going to be, Kai Veza 2-star kind of things? Or maybe...
That's probably a bit higher than the currently planned high end, but not too far off.
Okay.
Honestly, I think the Delve Nemesis is meant as like a singular battle that's like an aspirational goal for the entire season. That would be a bit much for just like your weekly prey contract. But ultimately, there should be opt-in levels of challenge that are a mix of gear and skill required to overcome them. And as with everything, this is, a new stab at something that's going to evolve based on what players want more of or want less of. We can't wait for people to get their hands on it.
I know a lot of...
Okay, so, again, like, when they announced the prey system, it was very much like, okay, how is this going to be? I was kind of hoping maybe, like, Brawlers Guild kind of content, but it seems to be weekly content, accessible for everybody. It's not going to be massively challenging. I don't think it's going to be it's going to be high tier delves. For some tier 11 delves, it's going to be, challenging. I'm a god gamer, so therefore for me it will be a cakewalk. That was a joke, by the way. To the Sylvanas being in the Windrunner Tower. That is not set in stone as of yet. We do not know what goes down in the Windrunner Spire. We know that we're going to learn more about the Windrunner history, but it's not guaranteed that Sylvanas shows up, right? Unless I've missed out on screenshots showing Sylvanas. The question from Sai was like, will Sylvanas make a return, right? Like, will they show up as a character? So I don't think it's fair to say, like, oh yeah, that's just, she means in the tower itself. And to the question, like, okay, what is up with Sylvanas? Sylvanas is one of the bigger victims when it comes to the Shadowlands storytelling. Long story short, Sylvanas has been... When she was killed by Arthas and resurrected as a Banshee, part of her soul was taken by Frostmourne. And that part of her soul was then given to the jailer, who, upon finishing what he wanted to do, gave that piece back to her. And he was like, haha, you go deal with her now, I'm away. And he expected us to take care of Sylvanas, but instead, we had Uther the Lightbringer touch her wounds and do like Inception and go inside of her dream to end her eternal conflict. Because what was happening was that part of Sylvanas' soul never witnessed the path that she walked after Arthas killed her. So didn't see become the Banshee Queen and the Forsaken, the Burning Hotel Seal, all the good stuff. That part, like the Ranger General, now had to witness what she had become. And she couldn't. She could not bear to see what she had become. So Uther was like, look, this is who you are. You may never be forgiven, you may never find redemption, but if inaction will damn us all. And that line I actually thought was kind of hard. So he was like, I actually like that conversation, where he was like, we're not going to change who you were, we're not going to instantly forgive all your sins, but if you're just going to be stuck here in Nightmare Land, this is not going to end well. So she wakes up now with blue eyes, and the whole player base is fucking confused because, okay, what exactly happened right now? What do you mean? What is happening here? And in my mind, and this is personal interpretation, they wanted the cake and they wanted to eat it too. They wanted everything with Sylvanas. They wanted a Sylvanas who was being manipulated by the jailer, but she also wanted the Sylvanas that was never serving the jailer. They wanted the Sylvanas that was not different from the Sylvanas that we knew and love, but they also wanted the Sylvanas that was somewhat different and now somebody we could work with. So, all of the above. And what are we left with? We are left with an ending that I actually quite like. It was the one ending that I could see for Sylvanas happening, which was paying for her sins. And that is what Sylvanas is doing right now. She's in the maw. She is bringing those souls back one by one to the Arbiter. Those were damned there that, you know, rightfully so or not rightfully so. And what can we expect in the future? The issue is, there's a character that is the Banshee Queen. And that is the character people know and love. And that character was pushed way too far with the burning of Teldrassil, with Shadowlands, with all the fallout. That character was hurt a lot by the Shadowlands storytelling. You can't reverse the clock, so where do you take a Sylvanas? And I think that they're just going to forget kind of what happened, which is sucks, because if you look at Sylvanas and what she's done, like, remember how pissed off she was at Arthas? And imagine if Arthas did what he did to her and then showed up a patch later and was like, yo, Sylvanas, listen, right? I know you're dealing with a bit of trauma and darkness right now, but I've dealt with trauma and darkness, and this is how you need to deal with it. That is literally what happened with Anduin and Sylvanas, and I fucking hate it. But it is the character that she is right now. Sorry about that. I coughed in the microphone for some reason. I think it was a little bit of the bile coming up. So I think, like, when we get Sylvanas back, there's a line dropped about the Void fearing something from the Maw. I think that is how they're going to bring back Sylvanas. And then the future means to be decided. Simo says nobody cares about Sylvanas. Sylvanas has a massive fan base. Regardless of what she's done, there are still those loyally devoted to the Banshee Queen. Yeah, they just mentioned it, Charlie. That's why we're talking about it here. I'll replay it.
In chat already knows you both very, very well. So first off, I want to hit with some lore. I actually put a tweet out trying to get some assistance with some questions, and a lot of people were chatting to me about non-Blood Elf related characters that are going to be featured in the Midnight expansion story. Races like the Naga, maybe, because they have that elven influence, shall we say. What about Sylvanas? Like, are we going to go down to her? Is she coming up to us? Like, what's the plan with that?
Well, I don't want to spoil things. So I feel like you will see some Sylvanas at some point here. Okay. That seems very likely. I don't think you're going to see Naga anytime soon.
So she says you will see some Sylvanas. Now, it has been rightfully pointed out in chat as well. We are going to go into the Windrunner Spire. So will we see a echo of Sylvanas? Or, like, the way that he asked the question is, are we going to go down or is she going to come up? And to that, they answer, like, we will see some Sylvanas. But it's going to be anybody's guess as to how they will fill in. Towards why did she burn down Teldrassil? I don't know from the top of my head. I'm trying to figure out. I think it was because... I think it was because emotionally in that conversation, she was like, with that conversation, I think it was because of the conversation in the cutscene where you can't burn hope or something like that. And she's like, can't I? And then she turns to the tree and she burns it. But I would have to double check that one. Okay. Interview time.
Of engaging content and challenge.
Nah, not souls into the maw. I not particularly... So, okay. Souls would go into the maw. Okay. We're doing Sylvanas. Right. Sylvanas allies to the jailer in Wrath of the Lich King. And he tells her a couple of prophetic things that she's like, okay, cool, those things actually came true. And they broke the Arbiter with Legion, which, okay, cool. Now all the souls are going to go down to the Maw and they're going to feed the jailer. But her original plan was a good one. Her original plan was to wipe out the Horde eventually, to wipe out the Alliance eventually. And her plan was to kill Malfurion, kill a Night Elf leader, and hold Teldrassil hostage. That way, the Alliance could not retaliate. That was the plan. And then with the Alliance stuck not being able to retaliate, she could take out the rest of the Alliance. She could then take out Teldrassil, and she could focus on the Horde, and she could wipe out anybody. She would eventually win. Burning down Teldrassil, yes, it sends souls to the Maw. But it made her strategic position weaker in the war with the Alliance and the Horde. It could have gone very wrong did she not have the plot armor that Lordaeron, right? So the burning of Teldrassil did not work in her favor, and those souls would have gone there anyways eventually, right? So they had a plan, and she just blew up the plan for no reason besides talking to that elf on the ground. Now again, I do want to make it clear, I haven't fact-checked what they said in the Sylvanas novel to double-check like what her motivation was. But it wasn't with the intention of, oh, this will be great to my plans, as far as I remember.
For people who are looking for more in their outdoor world experience, mostly solo players, folks who really just enjoy questing and spending time in the world, I think we're really excited about the multiple difficulty tiers of this system as a way to kind of add opt-in challenge into the outdoor world, where after the first few weeks, once you get geared up, it often feels like nothing really poses any resistance. That's not something that, it's something we want to definitely find ways to change.
So are they going to be, Kaiveza 2-star kind of things?
We're going through this, by the way.
Maybe.
I'll let it play.
That's probably a bit higher than the currently planned high end, but not too far off.
Okay.
Honestly, I think the Delve Nemesis is meant as like a singular battle that's like an aspirational goal for the entire season. That would be a bit much for just like your weekly prey contract. But ultimately, there should be opt-in levels of challenge that are a mix of gear and skill required to overcome them.
Mm-hmm.
And as with everything, this is, a new stab at something that's going to evolve based on what players want more of or want less of. We can't wait for people to get their hands on it.
I know a lot of people who are pretty excited about it, myself included, and I think it could offer some great opportunities where you have a plan when you log in of the quests that you're expecting to do, and then these can act as sort of taking you off into different paths and different areas of the zone and whatnot. So, so that's really exciting. You mentioned.
But the way that they describe it is that you actively pick up the prey contract. So it's not like they randomly show up, right? Unless that's the idea behind it. That would be kind of cool, that it could be like a rare spawn, randomly show up. Like you take the contract, you go do your merry way, you go play your things, and then randomly they show up. But it's not the way that it sounds. As well as, again, the difficulty and all that good stuff. But I'm very curious to see how prey works out in testing.
Mentioned obviously about Delves and Kaiveza and stuff. Delves obviously a new system that came in The War Within, is going to be continuing on into Midnight. I think in general they've been incredibly successful. I know a lot of people who are subbed to the game to do Delves, and that is their bread and butter content. Can you talk to us a little bit about our new companion Valera and sort of like how is she going to be involved in that?
Because they're asking questions, GDI.
Well, the hope is, of course, that she isn't quite as Bran-like, because I know the memes have gotten pretty good with respect to Bran. We're obviously trying to make improvements as we go to how well the companions react and adapt. She will have fundamentally the same kinds of abilities, just thematically appropriate to her. There's also a storyline about her. As you spend time with her, you're going to learn a bit more about her and her story, which is a nice addition. Also with the Delves themselves, we thought having a different perspective on it, Bran's bringing sort of that explorer kind of little bit of humor in there. We wanted sort of a different feel for our companion this time.
Okay.
Oh, but I really like Sassy Bran. I really like, yes, it's the memes, it's the lines, but I really like Bran. I thought Bran was a great companion. I would have loved to have seen the system with actually rotating followers in the Elves. But I love Bran, man. Those webs will summon the Rubians. Don't stand in them. Maybe try some hard-hitting moves. Found a bit of gold. It's like, shut the fuck up. I love him so much. I will miss him. The man lost his hat. The man lost his clothes. They've done so well. I hope that Valera is going to drop as well. And delving with Valera, learning her story. Valera's story is awesome. Really excited to see it.
Okay, perfect. So Valera's, I mean, she should be pretty good at stealth runs, right? She's not going to be hopping out like Bran does.
Yes, in theory, she should avoid stepping in things and pulling things.
Perfect. I'm wondering about if you've developed delves in any way, I guess more from a combat sense, where it seems like when you go up the scaling into delves, mobs start to hit really hard, but they're not necessarily mechanically more challenging.
Yeah.
Are you looking to keep things similar, or are you opting for more mechanical-based solutions to some of the combat?
I'm not familiar actually with what adjustments have been made to the mechanics. Certainly, we've heard this critique. We're aware. I play a lot of delves myself, and I see that difference, that jump. And they do become very, very hard hitters. But I'm going to pass to Ian because he might know.
Yeah, I think we're still dialing in the tuning, right? I think we're at the stage, still pre-alpha, where we have, we're creating the environments, we're spawning them, we're, building that out. I think when we look at the tuning, though, I agree with that feedback, and it's something that I think has a lot of potential to get away, to add more granularity and more fine-tuning, so it's not just, well, it's the exact same experience, but you get punched 3 times as hard.
Yeah.
I don't know that we're looking to add totally new mechanics or affixes or anything like that, but there are other knobs, like how fast spells are cast, what cooldowns are, that can make things a little bit more intense, a little bit more challenging, not in addition to the numerical scaling, but kind of moving some of that numerical scaling into this other bucket to create a more well-rounded experience.
Totally. Yeah.
Honestly, we've potentially even looked at some changes like that for Mythic Plus as well. Nothing specific to announce there, but pure numeric scaling has its limits, and we want to. The goal is to create increasing difficulty, but difficulty can exist along many axes.
Yeah, I use.
Like, I really hope that they are going to do something. So I find the question that they ask here to be spot on, which is, if you go into a delve, you increase the difficulty. All really happens is it just takes longer. And your health bar just drops to 20% before you run through a potion. That's basically the scaling that's happening. So you will go into tank spec. So I would actually like for them to think about new abilities. And I wonder how it's going to play out with cooldowns and spell interruptions and all that. It would be nice if they could actually get a bit more spice going there.
Mechanical, variation as one knob to tune, but you obviously covering some very good ones there as well. Absolutely. You speak about Mythic Plus, and that's something that I'll jump on there. You find that you go up to certain key levels and you get random damage, pot shot in Priory, for example, and you just, without a weak aura that's like blaring in your ear telling you that you're being multi-targeted, you'd have to manually be clicking different mobs and whatnot to find out if you're targeted by these things. Same thing with Easy Throw Dynamite in Floodgate. Various examples of this. Are you guys looking at tuning down some of that random instant damage that goes out?
So we're looking at a couple of aspects. Certainly, I think we've taken to heart feedback and pain points that have had to be manually.
Team, we can talk about the interview questions, but I would like you to not be sitting here and judging people's looks as well as like the way that the questions are being asked. We are getting this information for free on the YouTube. Behave yourself.
Adjusted, and I think we're, you might have seen changes in philosophy to Mythic Plus over the course of War Within. We're approaching Midnight from a foundational level with those philosophies in mind, and so I think that's how polls will be constructed. That's how mechanics are being thought of. We're also looking to add more UI improvements in terms of how the base UI communicates information. So we have updates planned and improvements planned to nameplates, for example, to better call out things like critical lethal casts, where something can be flagged on the design side, where it's like, no, this is a cast that you must interrupt. It will have a larger, flashier, shinier cast bar on the nameplate, so that you don't necessarily feel like you need a weak aura or a nameplate mod to load those things in, and the game is giving you the information that you need for counterplay.
I think a great example of one of those improvements is Gambits coming back into the expansion, and Hillbrand, I think it is, the first boss, Purifying Blast used to just target players at random, and you didn't know if it was going to hit you, so you'd use a defensive, and then it didn't even target you, or you die. Now you have that red arrow saying you're going to get hit with this, and just simple things like that. Maybe you add those kinds of things, so you go, oh, I'm being targeted by something that isn't a cast necessarily, but yeah, that kind of thing is great.
I think a lot of our discussion around add-ons and how we want to evolve the game, really, it's in some ways about trying to move away from a crutch that we have relied on, where frankly, at times the game just doesn't give you enough information, and people turn to external solutions to make up for shortcomings. It's completely valid feedback that it's like, no, I just randomly died, and I had no way of knowing that was coming. What was I supposed to do about it? We should be doing something to improve the affordance of the ability to give you some counterplay.
Yeah.
So I must not be playing on high enough keys for this to actually be an issue. But that is, like, what they're talking about is that certain mobs can cast a spell. So if you pull a big group and a couple of them are casting a spell and you don't interrupt all of them, it could end up all of them on being on you. And so apparently there are weak auras out there that are warning you, like, hey, you're being multi-targeted, you need to do something with this. So it's up to Blizzard to, like, give a better indicator as if you're being cast by something. That's how I'm taking this, yeah? Like, it's not a player thing, like, you're not interrupting. It's just, like, you sometimes can just get dicked over by spells being casted your way. Even in 10 seconds. Oh, okay. CC is absolutely necessary. Gotcha. It can happen. Okay, yeah, that seems to be a development thing where they actually have to, no. Okay, interesting. Give Bloodhounds silence back. Oh, yeah.
And I'm somebody who is very default gamer oriented. I don't really use any add-ons for a lot of stuff.
Yay,
my guild actually
man!
hates me for it, but it's nice that Blizzard is going to be adding some of these things. So I'm really looking forward to the nameplate additions, the DPS meter that's going to be coming in, all that kind of stuff. Moving on a little bit more to on the same vein of Mythic Plus, but also some of the raiding side of things and the sort of more competitive content. In terms of boss tuning, I think very much during the race, we're in it right now, and guilds that aren't in the race side of things, so top 5 guilds, let's say, some of the tuning seems quite aggressive at times, where you just go from a boss like Forge Master, Araz, I believe it is, and then gets tuned, and then suddenly it's mega easy, and then for guilds fighting for world ranks, kind of has a weird effect on their progression. Do you want to speak a little bit to some of that?
Sure. I would note, I think, as of the time of us recording this, Araz is still a significant brick wall for the majority of Hall of Fame, let alone cutting-edge guilds. But yeah, I think we definitely try to strike a balance there. Ideally, progression should be a smooth experience for players of all skill levels. And you should never be in a position where you've beaten a boss and the next one feels impossible until it gets nerfed at your current skill level. And we certainly do not always achieve that, but that is what we aim to achieve. Now, when we talk about the race to world first, it's less about the race per se, and more about the fact that when we talk about Mythic, I think there are 3 or 4 distinct tiers of Mythic guilds, all of whom will ultimately, and actually if you want to include guilds that aren't ever going to finish the tier on Mythic, probably 5 or 6 tiers, who are playing at very different levels of skill, coordination, time investment, all of whom want to have a challenging and rewarding progression experience, right? And if you're facing a boss that feels hopeless, that is not rewarding. If you are steamrolling a boss that you kill in just a few attempts in a single night, that's not what a lot of people are looking for from Mythic raiding. And so when there's such incredible variance in skill, when a group of players that are maybe top 50 in the world are just seemingly incomprehensibly good in the eyes of a rank 500 guild, yet they themselves are not even in Liquid or Echo or Method Shadow. How do we make content for all of those groups simultaneously? And where that leaves us generally is progressive difficulty with the recognition that, it's okay that bosses 6 through 8 of an 8-boss raid really are tuned for the top 5 or so guilds in the world for the first few weeks of the patch, because only the top 5 guilds in the world are going to be seeing those in the first few weeks of the patch. And then, they will be nerfed after those guilds have beaten them, so that when the next wave come, maybe the Hall of Fame guilds, they can have that satisfying 50, 60 pull experience over the course of a couple of weeks that feels attainable. Then after they've beaten them, we'll nerf them again for the cutting edge guilds that come along, so they can have that experience.
So it is something that you keep an active.
I actually really love this answer as well. Not only does it acknowledge, like, they are fully aware of what the community is saying about this. Like, the argument behind this is that I've heard from people, why would I Mythic raid if I can just wait until the end of a cycle, and now the Mythic is so much easier? But as they're saying here, is there's like different groups of people that like different kind of challenges and difficulty tiers. So, and we spoke about this yesterday as well, the question of, is it worthy or is it worth to develop a Mythic rating tier to such a degree that only top 3 guilds can go in there? But at the same time, if you look over to Echo right now, there are 43.9k people watching them, 44k. There's Maximum at 23k, 24k, Gingy at 10k. The Race to World First is a gigantic, massive success when it comes to people interested in WoW, into entertainment, into casting. So to take away that fun in order to make Mythic available for everybody right from the start is something that they've considered, and something that they decided, you know what, we're going to do Mythic rating in tiers into different sections. And I find, it's interesting. It's interesting that they're so aware of it as well. I like that answer a lot.
Beaten them, we'll nerf them again for the cutting edge guilds that come along, so they can have that experience.
So it is something that you keep an active eye on, and you're looking at looking at the numbers and the data and that kind of thing.
And that's not to say that we don't miss the mark there sometimes, right? And so whether it's Brood Twister Avanax, for example, in the first tier of War Within, anytime there are bosses that maybe are too easy up front, or a giant spike in difficulty that leads to a guild having that situation where they made relatively short work of one boss and then just ran into something impossible, that's a mistake on our part. We want to avoid that ever happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't envy you guys. It's a really difficult job doing the tuning when you have so many other variables to consider, tier sets and so many different specs in the game and talents and everything. So no, I appreciate that. 10-man Mythic mode potentially
in a game with 13 classes and 40 some odd specs and counting. 10 is a challenging number for us to really tune around at a very sort of bleeding edge level. I think we've really embraced flexibility in all of our other raid sizes, but for Mythic, I think when we're trying to create mechanics that assume the presence of every class, and we're trying to create mechanics that have interesting layers, like splitting your raid up into different platforms or whatever else, all of those things kind of break down if you don't have a certain critical mass of players.
So you like 20
and
as
so
a...
I think 20 is where we're likely to stay for some time.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and there's something, like the issue for my guild, for example, is that 20 people together is just really difficult to do. The skill level, the players, like the conversion or the transfer from heroic, perfectly fine flex rating to now we got to do Mythic is just very difficult with 20. But for development, they're like, yeah, the 20 is for us is the golden number, right? Fair enough. Do hope that they got plans in mind for making it easier for guilds and people to connect then. Like a flex Mythic rating, the dream, ain't it? But this is what they got in mind. All right, fair enough.
The new tier is, I guess, a little bit of like a throwback to maybe Kata and Miss Pandaria, with sort of multiple raids releasing within a small time frame of one another. Can you speak a little bit more to the 3 raids releasing at the beginning of Midnight, and sort of what your plan is for that? How you expect the average guild maybe to progress through those?
I think, the idea is ultimately more variety and more flexibility and freedom for players as they approach the raid week. I think, we've kind of fallen into a pattern of having 8 or so bosses in a single raid per tier. And if you're a raider, that means you're spending all of your raid time in kind of a single environment that maybe can get a bit oppressive over time. We also have, more varied stories that we want to tell. And I think with the addition of story mode, we now can much more aggressively lean into tying our raids into important zone stories, because every player, regardless of their playstyle, can see them. And so, the story, the central story of Midnight as it rolls out is going to lead us to the Void Spire, and then beyond to the March on Keldanas, and that's going to be a progression that we can feel confident in every player getting to experience. Structurally, we're thinking that Void Spire and Dream Rift will be available right away at the start when the season begins, and then with some extra story beats along the way, a few weeks later, maybe a couple weeks, we'll figure out the exact timing that's not locked in yet, players will move on to March on Keldanas. And you might think of that, if you're a raid guild, it's still a single tier. The itemization is going to be structured accordingly, difficulty tuning will be structured accordingly, but instead of 8 or 9 bosses in one monolithic environment, there'll be much more variety and flexibility in how you approach it.
Yeah, I think that's great for the story team as well, to be able to actually tell these stories through the combat as well. And
if you are now interluding into the question, will we get story mode day one? I'm going to kiss you. Yes, story mode for all raids, by the way.
I think that's a great idea. Just to confirm, these will have varied difficulties. There will be a normal, heroic, mythic, as well as a story mode. Okay, perfect. Maria, I'm so sorry. I've got so many combat questions.
I think it is Charlie, but to be decided, ain't it? He's going to be a boss as well. They already said. I wouldn't mind the story not being tied to raids. And what is story mode raid? I don't get it. So this is something that they've introduced with the War Within. In the past, what would happen is you would go through the main campaign, and eventually the main campaign, as it does, it leads you to the raid. And if you're somebody who doesn't raid, at that point you were waiting for LFR to open up. And since they have made the glorious decision to delay the final wing of LFR by 4 to 8 weeks, something like that, odds are that you are not going to see that story until much, much later. As well as going forward into the future, if somebody who plays through, for example, the War Within, and they really want to see the story of Narubar Palace, they can't because nobody's doing that LFR anymore. You might be able to solo queue, but level scaling and all that. So Blizzard decided, what we'll do? We will put an NPC in front of the raid, and there's going to be the raid quest that you eventually get. And that NPC will let you go into the raid with a bunch of AI, and you will get a taste of what the end boss fight is about. So I have tested actually. So Narubar Palace wasn't exactly like the fight, but it gave me a good vibe. We did Dimensius yesterday if you want to check it on the VOD, and Dimensius is just a very big spectacle of a fight, and there are some mechanics that can still kill you, but in essence it is a completely stripped down raid fight. You're not supposed to die, you're supposed to see the story and all the cool shit, right? I think that story mode is one of those changes, like warbands, right? It's one of those changes that's so minor, but it's so huge when it comes to the overall experience. My only criticism of the system is that there's still a week delay, and I don't know why. In my mind, there is nobody out there who raids for the story. And we spoke about it yesterday, and the argument was made because the quest has crafting gear attached to it. But in my mind, just remove that crafting quest gear item and put that in normal or heroic difficulty. How you can go into a raid and they'll pop a daily quest or whatever. Just have it in the raid and just remove rewards from the story mode. I want story out of my story mode. I don't need any rewards from it. Honestly, the story getting it is the reward. And that week delay, in my mind, they should just make it available on day one. Why? Spoilers. This is the internet. This is the era where we live in. If we look at Karesh, Blizzard themselves has spoiled a big part of the campaign and then spoiled the ending in the launch trailer. But they're also data mining. There are websites that will post whatever they found. And then there's the problem of US getting it a day early than the EU. But I think it's much more fair to ask for somebody just don't go on the internet for a day, than don't go on the internet for a week. Right? There's a big difference there. And then just give story mode on day one. We can go into the raid, get our story mode. Beautiful, bada bing, bada boom, done. Or give it out to the second piece of follow-up for everybody else, right? Yeah, exactly. But then you're waiting for the next part of the chapter, so maybe that's not how they want to tell the story. You're ready for gear, progression, and challenge. Absolutely. And that is still the case. At least in my mind. That is still why I join my guildies and go for the raids, right? So they want everybody to be there. Yeah, but that's my point, Cold. My point is that if you raid for if you enjoy the story, but you're not raiding, you're not gonna be joining any raid teams for just the story, right? That is too much of a time investment, too much effort. And everybody being there on normal, like how many people would go into normal just for the story, right? Like you don't pug a raid for the story. That's more my point. In my mind, you do it because of the gear and the challenge and the fights, and you want to see how it all goes down. Not to get a watered down end boss fight. That is not what raiding is, right? But yeah, that's my take. You raid for the story though. Nah, if I raided for the story, I would dip out after the first week. I raid because I love telling you what to do, Hofi.
I don't mean to.
You got Ian here. You do it.
So I wanted to speak a little bit about Mythic Plus. Any plans for any sort of updates to any of that? I mean, we had Resilient Keys come through with the War Within. Any plans for maybe like a solo queue up to the gear cap or something for people to maybe jump in +2s, +4s where, you know?
No current plans for solo queue, and I think our concerns there remain that random matchmaking and queuing and difficult content that has a real possibility of failure have tended to not be a good match. They tend to lead to frustration and to toxicity. We want to do more to improve the experience for damage dealers in particular in finding groups. I think we want to look at how we can improve our group finder experience to let people find people who are like-minded in their goals more effectively, because that's what a lot of it boils down to. If you want to learn, how can you find people who are interested in learning or interested in teaching, rather than finding people who are interested in very efficiently getting their vault done for the week, who don't care about you learning and don't want you there. Mythic Plus, I think we've continued to evolve it over the course of the War Within. I mean, really, it hasn't been a single philosophy for the expansion. It's been patch over patch evolution. So I don't think we have, currently, as we sit here having this conversation, we are, 2 weeks in to the current season, to the current dungeon pool. We're going to see how that plays out. We're going to learn lessons from it. We're going to apply those lessons to Midnight. But I don't think we see Mythic Plus as like an expansion over expansion system. It's a season over season system. And so we're currently applying lessons learned from Season 2, and we'll see what those are and how to apply them to Midnight going forward.
To be honest, I think Mythic Plus is in a great state personally. I'm really enjoying it. I've had a blast this whole expansion on it, so awesome. I don't think you guys are too far off the mark anyway. One thing I would maybe suggest, though, is I find that a lot of the time you might be able to jump into a key, let's say like a +8, but the key in your bag is like a +2, and then you do the +8, and then it would be cool if if you time a key, like the key in your bag gets elevated or something up to maybe 1 key level below what you just completed. That way you can sort of get keys that you actually care about, because you find after 3-4 days into the season, nobody's doing +2s, and everybody's trying to do heroic track dungeons and that kind of thing.
That's a good suggestion. I think that, it's mostly applicable to the first week of a season, because after that you're getting your key from your vault.
True.
But in that first week, it's a good point.
Yeah. 2 more questions? Okay. Is there going to be a Season 4 of the War Within?
No, there is not.
Okay. There's been lots of content that's sort of in the game that could be reutilized, like island expeditions, Torghast runs, that kind of thing. Have you ever thought about putting some of those in like a weekly roulette package, and you go and do, 1 island expedition, 1 Torghast run, and you get some rewards and that kind of thing, maybe for housing content?
Those are fun ideas. I think philosophically we want to make use of the wealth of content that we have over the course of 20 years of the game's history. I think that, off the cuff, my response to that suggestion would be, I think that we want to be mindful of what that experience feels like for someone who maybe never played that content back in the day. If you're coming into Midnight today for the first time and you're queuing up for something and getting thrown into like Torghast with no context for what it is or where it came from, that could be a jarring experience. But if we look at what we recently...
Torghast will be a jarring experience anyways. Imagine having to go back to Torghast. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you do. It will always be a jarring experience. You can't make me back. You can't make me go back, though. Sorry. it will always be like the jarring experience. Who the fuck cares? And as you mentioned, like, what about the visions? Like, are the visions even relevant? Just fucking put the content back in. Just put it back in. Who cares? It's like Torghast, and somebody's gonna go like, oh, where did Torghast come from? And somebody will reply, oh, that was from the Shadowlands. And they'll be like, cool, Torghast. We didn't need a fucking introduction to get the Mage Tower back into the game. No, it's just, oh, cool, the Mage Tower.
Or where it came from, that could be a jarring experience. But if we look at what we recently did just a couple months ago with Horrific Visions, kind of having a structured reintroduction of that system, I think that approach for islands, for Torghast, for other modes could be something that makes a lot of sense that we do see down the line.
Yeah.
You just explained it. By the Bronze Dragons figured it would be cool to check out these visions. That's... Why are we using lore, my precious lore, to explain game development? Why are you hiding behind the lore? It's not the lore's fault that you're doing these things. It is development. Just be honest and say, you know what? We haven't had the time yet to update Torghast, and that's it. Why are you blaming my precious lore?
Because some of those things, like if you want to go as a new player and unlock island expeditions, you have no idea it's even in the game and how to get to it. So even just signposting some of that stuff would be great. Do I have time for one last quick one? Because I haven't been able to talk about hero talents, and I'm really fascinated about how you feel they've been in the expansion. I think the hero talent tier sets in particular are a great tool for you to be able to say, hey, we want to make this hero talent shine a little bit in various situations. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the hero talent improvements coming in Midnight?
I mean, there will be a couple of nodes added to the existing hero talent trees. Paul's going to talk a bit more about that at a panel tomorrow. But I think overall we're happy with how hero talents have played out in War Within. I mean, the goal was an extra dimension of fantasy and customization that didn't add too much complexity. Because at the end of the day, it's just a binary choice. Like, each of these talent trees has many components to it, but you're not moving around 10 points individually. You're just making this switch between one or the other, depending on your preference, depending on a setting. And that's something we're trying to be mindful of, because I think our game is complex, and our classes are complex. There's a lot of combinatorics there. Our skill ceiling is quite high. We want to add new goals. We want to add new power that you're going to earn as you level up. But we want to be mindful that we're not overwhelming people as we do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Ian, Maria, thank you so much for your time. I really, really appreciate it. Chat, hopefully this has been a nice little interview for you, and thanks for watching.
Thank you. It's a pleasure chatting.
Let's see if this one hits you, Halfie. It was supposed to go specific, but now it might be random. Maybe we'll randomly hit Halfie. I don't know. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong options. Did it hit? It doesn't tell me. Oh, there we go. Nordessa got it. Ha ha! Sorry. Yeah, honestly, this interview was kind of sick, not gonna lie. I really like this. Maria and Ian are always awesome to listen to as well. If you can do me a really solid team, go to the video. Make sure it gets like a view and a like and a comment. Yeah. Help me out here. Just make sure that, they get the views and all that. Hey, Fia. Right. What did I want to talk about? Hang on. So this one. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing a bit of a crash out, which is of course overplaying it, right? Let's be fair. But the whole idea of we're hiding behind the lore in order to explain these development choices, they did a similar thing with why don't we have a horde customization yet for the Demon Hunter. And they're like, yeah, we're waiting for the right moment for the lore to fit it. Which is fair, which is fine, but let's not pretend that they could easily come up with a story to explain it, right? Beyond that, though, as some are mentioning in the chat as well, yeah, oh god, they did the same with Covenants as well. Ugh, yeah, don't get me started. And even then, it was wrong, because we were working together with the Covenants. What did I want to say? Shit, I wanted to say something now. Oh, right. The way that this information is presented, I really hope that Blizzard is listening to the feedback when it comes to the Midnight presentation. What I've been seeing floating around the internet is hype from the trailer, and then nothing, and then we're getting breadcrumb-fed wrong information from time to time. Press kits being given, interviews being given. And in my mind, there should have either been an embargo until they've done their presentation, or, and this might be a crazy concept, why not just record a developer's deep dive in the office? You launch your trailer at Gamescom and whatever hour you launch your trailer. And after that, you release your deep dive on your YouTube channel. And people can just see your panel. The way that they've done it now has been shitty. I do appreciate, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the fucking developers, right? Like, I'm not blaming the developers that are standing on stage that are doing these interviews and this time and this effort. It's more in the direction of, like, Microsoft, and it's more in the direction as to how Gamescom is being done. And I cannot wait to see actual BlizzCon next year to see how they're going to do it there. Legion Gamescom was followed by... I know that they announced Legion at BlizzCon. I'm guessing that we just had BlizzCon. Freaky Friday? You watched it an hour ago? I like watching Alex Myers. His videos are fun. But yeah, next year we're going to see a BlizzCon again. Talking about what they've actually spoken about. Legion was announced at Gamescom. Oh, interesting. Did we get the trailer at BlizzCon then? Because I remember watching the Sylvanas Varian trailer. Oh, that's what happened. Oh, okay. I was getting a haircut with my phone in my hand. Ah, fair. Okay, fair. But the information that we have been given, what are we talking about here? So we're looking at the standard leveling experience, but that's going to be split up with everybody in the Eversong Woods. And then we're going to do Arator, Zuluman, Harnir, and then followed by the Voidstorm. We got to stop Zolotov's Dark Machinations, and we got the Voidspire raid with 6 bosses. We got the Dreamed Up Bossy for 1, and then we got Quelsadar, the Isle of Quel'Danas, that's the one I was looking for, with 2 bosses at the end, but that's going to be delayed. Story mode is going to be a thing, but I'm kind of curious as to how quickly are you going to add it into, like how quickly are you going to release it in the setting. Like, are we going to get story mode day 1 or is it going to be a week later? I'm hoping it's going to be day 1 to be decided. I'm hoping one of the interviewees can ask that as well. Sylvanas is going to make a appearance, but is it going to be in the tower with the Windrunner towers, or is it going to be actual Sylvanas appearing? Is going to be decided. We're going to have our adventures with Arator. There's going to be Illyria, Trellian, the Army of the Light. There's going to be Liodrin and the battle with the Amani trolls, where I expect that the Amani is going to be the sister, is going to be the smart one, the brother's going to be the dumb one. In a similar vein, we're going to get the Harnir, where Orwena knows the way of life, and then there's the old men that are like, ew, we got our old ways and we got to do it like this. What we learn about the Harnir is that they live somewhere on the ground, but they don't want to specify where, because then you have to deal with what's up above. But what is going to be interesting to keep an eye on is how are they going to explain the Harnir, who have not been hidden away, but they've actually been hidden in the shadows. So that means that the Harnir have seen all these awful things happen on Azeroth, and they've just been hiding away. Like, not our thing, not our problem to deal with. So I'm kind of curious how they're going to deal with that. The Harnir have the ability to travel through the roots from the world trees, and we got all these different world trees around the world, so that's going to be interesting. Zulaman is going to be dealing with the darkness underneath. And of course, that storm over the Quel'Thalas is going to be a thing. The Loa are going to be playing a part there. Then with Quel'Thalas, we got no mention of Kil'Thas as of yet, but we do with the Sunwell that Zolotov set her sights on. And then the Voidstorm, which is basically like the Final Fantasy XIV shadow area where everybody just tries to eat each other. I'm going to eat you, you're going to eat me, it's going to be a party. And then we're going to go with the raids, try to stop Zolotov, and I'm imagining, I'm hoping, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that Zolotov actually wins and just unleashes the darkness at the Sunwell. We're going to find out. Prey system in the category of difficulty of the higher tier delves, which is not going to be spectacular difficult, but okay, oh well, it's something to do. Demon Hunter new spec, new talents for everybody, and that Predator talent system actually sounds kind of sick. Looking forward to what they've been cooking for the classes. What else did we learn today? Damage meter in the dungeons, looking at how they're going to develop with less weak auras in mind, and as well as timers in the baseline UI. They're going to make it better for people connecting Mythic Plus by putting in I'm a learner, want to finish quickly, but we already realized that we have that in the system, but I'm going to imagine that they're just gonna improve upon that. What else we get? Ari funky. I think that's it, yeah? Yo, that's awesome, Nino. Aw, that's very kind. I'm doing good, Funky. We went through, 5 hours of stream already. I need to set a video up for tonight. I'm just wrapping up what we actually talked about today. So we've gone through a lot of interviews and extra information. We've gone through WoW articles. And tomorrow, I love you tomorrow. You're always a day away. Oh, tomorrow. Tomorrow. I love you tomorrow. Tomorrow, Saturday, we will have community stream live from the WoW booth, system download developer panel at 11 in the morning. Yo, we gotta be up early, team. Question is though, are they going to live stream this? Probably not, huh? They haven't live streamed anything of this. Let's keep an eye out for tomorrow. If they don't live stream it, we'll get a VOD up on the YouTube channel, right? They'll let us know online. Surely they will. A Blizzard. Telly has an Avatar interview tomorrow as well. Sick. Has the Metzen panel already been? I haven't seen Metzen anywhere. Has anybody seen Metzen? I haven't seen Metzen. You see Metzen? I haven't seen Metzen. What the fuck? Where's Metzen at? Yo, Metzen, what up? Where'd you go? Alrighty, party people. With that, I am gonna love you and leave you. What are we thinking, by the way? Is Dementis gonna die tonight? Y'all think that they're gonna finish up the Mythic race or not? Echo is on 259 pulls. Liquid is on 270 pulls. Yo, fucking noise. Fucking toasty. Right. So, game plan. You think Echo will get Dementis tomorrow? Sweet. Here's the game plan, team. I'm gonna send you over to Zuan, who is a wonderful VTuber, although she is now on camera herself. And Zuan is also playing World of Warcraft, so they're super chill, they're out there. If you're still going for the drops, then you can hang out with them, go say hello, go send some lovin'. I should be back tomorrow. If the VOD is up, I'll be back tomorrow and we'll talk about it. If not, I do need something to talk about. If it means there's also going to be an interview, then definitely be up tomorrow. But I also need some serious chill time. But we'll see, you know, it's the busy time. I love the busy time, it's going to be great. Up on the YouTube channel in like 5 minutes, I'll be uploading the VOD from yesterday. We reacted to the deep dive from the developers. Yes, I added the sound effects, added some video to it, some extra context. So that will be up in 5 minutes to the YouTube channel. Keep your eyes out. And we'll see each other soon, team. Go say hello to Zuan for me. Bye-bye. Bye, YouTube. Y'all get like the late me. Because I need to like manually close you. Thank you very much for hanging out on the channel, team. Bye-bye.